service and restitution now prevents you from being a CIA agent or being in a Fortune 500 company. When you was stealing stuff from grocery stores, stealing toys and stuff like that from grocery stores, and running off with a pack of cigarettes from the local convenience store and got busted for that, that shoplifting prevents you from getting jobs at financial institutions. When y'all were dining and dashing on restaurants as a joke, y'all thought it was funny. One of y'all got caught, and now you got fraud charges. That interferes with your ability to borrow money as an adult. Now, as an adult, your choices are limited because the consequences of your actions 30 years ago still negatively impacts you today. Now you can't be whatever you want to be in life. You can only be what society will allow you to be after all of the decisions that you've made. And that's why I encourage you to make sure that you have the kind of friends that instead of them allowing you to get into a bar fight, that you have the kind of friends that leverage the bar manager to kick out the people that are pissing you off and give you free drinks on the house as an apology for your discontent. That's a good friend because you didn't have to get into a fight. You flexed your authority and you got free drinks on the side. If that is actually more integrity than flexing your muscles and beating somebody up or getting beat up. Or look, all of y'all going to jail for disturbing the society, public nuisance, this drunken disorderly, and battery on each other. And God forbid somebody accidentally hits a cop. Y'all just don't know. This is crazy. He said bar fight actually happened. I got pulled out. 9 others went to jail, and that's the thing. Yeah, very wise man. So a good friend will put money on your books. No sir, no sir. A good friend would not. Half-ass decent friend will put money on your books. A half-ass decent friend will put money on your books, and they should only be putting money on your books when you got a sentence, because that friend wasn't there trying to stop you from going to prison. A decent friend would have bailed you out, but a better friend would have kept you from going in. Oh, I love when y'all come in with some stupidity. See, I was about to let you flow, but then you came in with the bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Ah, I was gonna let him come, but he did that. Oh man, now I got it. I told y'all. I told y'all. So for the sake of knowledge, it's not a fake bookshelf. So I've got blackout drapes, and those blackout drapes have a pattern on them. I thought that it would be better to have a pattern on the blackout drapes instead of just having black curtains behind it. Had they been black curtains, people would not be making themselves look like assholes by commenting on the fact that there's a book shaped pattern behind it. There is absolutely no intent to try to trick y'all into believing that I read books. Okay. If I was gonna put something behind me to trick y'all, I'd have a fucking green screen back there. There ain't no green screen back there because this is blackout drapes. You understand? Because I'm sitting in front of a window. And that's the only reason. And that pattern I thought was interesting. That is what it is. So look, Michael gonna try me, make me block his ass too. Ah, you just earned a subscription and like best feed I've ever seen tonight by far. Hey, this is what I do, man. I spend the whole year. I do research on every topic that I'm about to cover. I do spend a little bit of time talking about side topics because we didn't even get on today's topic yet. And I try to provide you guys with insight on things. And I cover specifically the things that directly impact your money and your decision. Some people having decisions. Oh, I'll just give my friend money. They need 500 bucks. If you're making like $2,000 a month, or say $4,000 a month, and you just gave $500 to a friend, you just gave a quarter of your income away because you could. But the other dynamic of that is that if you were capable of giving your friend $500, you were capable of putting that $500 in a brokerage account. And if you're capable of doing that every month, you're capable of putting away more than $5,000 or $6,000 a month into a brokerage account. If you're capable of doing that every year, you're capable of putting away $60,000 or $70,000 over the course of 10 years. And with interest, depending on your interest rates, you're capable of generating larger quantities of wealth. If you can rearrange your budget, you could potentially put away 1,000 a month. which is over 12,000 a year, which is over 120,000 in 10 years. And when you start thinking about how much money you could put away and think about your standard of living that you have, within 10 to 15 years, if you put away a reasonable quantity of money, 10, 20, 30%, I would say 30 or 40%, but reasonably speaking, about 20 to 30%, you put away that money in a high interest brokerage account, you find yourself, even after taxes, with more money in 10 to 15 years than what your current financial standard of living is. And if you kept working for 5 more years and reinvested and continue to invest additional money within 20 years, you would have 2 times more money than your current standard of living, which allows you to increase your standard of living by 25%. Now you're living at 75% of the quantity of interest that is paying you from your brokerage account, which allows you to reinvest the other 25% to increase the value of your brokerage account to offset inflation, where your standard of living is paid for the rest of your life, where after that 20 years, you can quit your job, two middle fingers in the air, Stone Cold Steve Austin, chug the beers, walk off the job, never have to work again, and you are satisfied with your life. At that dynamic, you have the capabilities to mortgage the brokerage account, buy you a house, not have to pay rent anymore, leverage the house, buy you a car, not have to pay for a car note because you bought the car cash up front. And now you own everything, right? And that is easier for you because if all of your bills are paid, your car is owned, your house is owned, and all you have now is your $100 cell phone bill, your $300 worth of utilities on top of that, you're paying $500 a month for your standard of living. And then the rest of the life that you have is entertainment. But when you're paying $3,000 a month for a mortgage, $500 a month for the car, 500 more dollars a month for the car insurance, you're spending almost $6,000 a month to keep up with the Joneses. So I give you guys information to help you guys make better financial decisions because the goal is to have the capabilities to stop. I was just talking to my father the other day about us putting up a plan so that everything is paid for, so that we can just go to another scenario and be in a different country and everything's covered in America. That only happens when you are financially responsible. If you had a romantic partner, y'all want to live in another country, it is easier for you to live in another country if your standard of living is paid in America because you're not going to make it a permanent move, not all the time. You might want to go there and be there for 3 or 6 months. But the cost to get there, the cost to get back, the cost to stay there, and your standard here has to all be covered for that one trip. If it's 4 grand to get there, 4 grand to get back, that's 8 grand. If it's 3 grand a month to stay there and you're going to be out there for 3 months, that's another almost 10 grand. That's 18 grand. And if your standard of living here is even on the cheap end, $2,000 a month, that's 6,000 more dollars. That's like 24 grand to be gone for 3 months. That's whatever the fuck your tax return is in 2026 because of the extra overtime hours that's not taxed. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to do that. He said, "Hello, sire. I must inquire. Do you like squirrels? I like the squirrel commercial. They have to be black. Nope, they do not have to be. Yes, okay, they do have to be black. And the reason why is because the white ones let in too much light. That's why. You asked me what's my favorite sandwich. I have a video of it on the channel. There is a um shrimp and ground beef like surf and turf burger with pepper jack and Swiss cheese, um, all on a sesame seed bun. Yeah, I think that's been my favorite one so far, my favorite sandwich so far. And here we go again. So a brokerage account is used by stocks and exchange traded funds. Yes, and so are ETFs. So if you have yourself access to a brokerage account, you have your ability to generate. And the reason why I talk about a brokerage account is because if you're utilizing dividends in your stock options and ETF trading, then you have the ability to generate reoccurring capital without having to put in extra effort. You can take the profits from your brokerage account when you're using ETFs and dividend paying stocks to invest in other things like Michael's talking about with real estate, which allows you to then buy property to rent out. So now you're getting rental income. You can start leveraging other houses that you don't own to, or not own, but you don't live in, to buy other real estate property. this kind of stuff allows you to expand on your portfolio, because your portfolio is not just the stock market. You can invest in Bitcoin, gold, and silver. All of that stuff is in membership, and it allows you to build the type of financial success that allows your money to make money for you, to the magnitude where you can build trust, put a trustee in charge, have them manage everything. You can have a business setup where the employees are doing all the work for you. You have somebody collecting the rent, you have somebody maintaining the property, you have somebody depositing the money in the bank accounts. You might even have an extra person that just calls you and tells you how much money you made this week and what your numbers look like, so that you don't have to do nothing. You could be sipping Mai Tais in the Bermuda Triangle on a yacht, because you have set yourself up in ways where your money makes money for you. The best way for broke people to get started is a brokerage account, because that is something that you put your money in, and if you're investing in dividends, you're getting reoccurring interest rates. And matter of fact, we've got them. There's a list of them going across the bottom of the screen right now that shows you guys um, all about. Special shout out to Nicole, Detroit, Michigan in the house. All about the stocks that we're following on our core satellite portfolio. And I actually got two lists, but this is the list of just the ones that pay dividends. The lowest costing dividend paying stocks that allows you to the lowest costing shares with the highest paying dividends, the stocks that you can get with ETFs or whatever, and then use that to build revenue. If you invest it, like if you go into our membership and take a look at some of the stocks that are paying out over the next week, if you bought in the day before the ex dividend date, you're going to get paid right away on the next upcoming payday, which means that you put your money up in that brokerage account, you experience dividend returns within the first month, within the first few weeks, actually, depending on when the payout date is, and you feel the return on your investment immediately, and that motivates you to re up on your investment. When you start getting a monthly buy in and you start getting a monthly payback, and then you're able to take your new buy in and put it with your payback and double down on your investment, you're able to watch your money grow faster. That's why I talk about the brokerage account. Because if your ass is broke and then you get to a brokerage account, your ass won't be broke no more. He said the word is real. Something you can actually touch, not just paper or read. The philosophy of money. Is this financial advice? This is alternatives to you living off your mama and daddy. This is alternatives to your ability to borrow money from a friend, your ability to depend on your girlfriend or your boyfriend to cover the spread, your ability to live off of somebody else, or live off of yourself. This is the ability to have extra money lying around. If you're a federal agent working for the government, they shut down and they're not paying you anymore. You haven't seen a paycheck since February 12th. We're on March 6th. This is ways for you not to hurt no more. This is common knowledge that most people don't know about because they're too busy doom scrolling on social media, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, TikTok, and most of the guys are usually on social media watching girls shake their behind. They're not actually learning something. This is the only podcast, and I've been doing some deep dives. This is the only podcast across about 4 or 5 different social media platforms that I have had access to that is solely structured to help you make better decisions with yourself. This isn't a red pill, blue pill, black pill podcast. It's just going to blame women about being financially irresponsible or treating dudes like garbage, or simps complaining about how life sucks, or anti-government individuals complaining about. This isn't a political platform that's going to be talking about how Democrats are idiots or anything to that effect. It's first person accountability. Your life sucks. If you recognize that, there are things that you can do that are inside of your control that you can change, and I just give you ideas and ways for you to change it. After I give you ways that you can change it, if you don't utilize those ways to make your life better, then you put yourself in a position to have a sucky life for 2 reasons. One, you're not motivated for yourself, and two, because you want to have a pity party. And then there's a third reason, because if you're in despair, and it's deliberate despair. You can weaponize that despair and leverage somebody else's emotional strength for them to take care of your problems for you. Oh, I can't and I don't know how is the excuse that's going to be done. And somebody that doesn't want to see you suffer is going to volunteer themselves, which sacrifices themselves to make sure that you don't do without when you could have got it for yourself. Right now in 2026, we're under a capitalist Republican Party that is pro get it for yourself. And there is no reason why, with all the changes that are happening in this country right now, that your ass ain't getting up off your ass and going to get it for yourself. So that's one of the things that we be talking about. Yeah, the BRRs method through HELOCs and the home economic loans are only accessible to you if you have assets, and you would have to have equity in the asset because you can't max out a mortgage and then get you a home economic loan. You have to pay down some of the loan. So if you have a 30-year loan and you're overpaying on the loan, you can pay the loan down faster, which increases your equity, which gives you a little bit of home economic credit that you can utilize to take the loan out on. So if you have a $500,000 house and you are overpaying on your notes, and now you have $150,000 worth of equity in the house, now you can leverage 75,000 of that to go and fix the roof, or leverage 20,000 of that, or buy you a car up cash up front. The second mortgage, you own the car, and you're, instead of paying 14 to 24% interest on the car finance, you would be paying that 6 or 7% on the mortgage. If you don't have enough money to buy the car, it's cheaper to get the lower interest rates from the mortgage than it is to get it from the car dealer. And you don't have to get 5 hits on your credit score from the car dealer because you're just going to walk up to the car dealer and pay him cash up front. But if you could also leverage a credit union, if they have lower interest rates than your mortgage, then you can just leverage your credit union. But if you're building wealth, you're building revolving credit, revolving capital. You don't want to just flip houses on a regular basis because each time you sell it, you got to go out and buy another one. You want to get rental properties, get a bunch of rental properties. Try your best, like Michael said, get apartment complexes. But you start off with houses because that's the easiest thing to accomplish is getting in some houses. And after you get a handful of houses, you can leverage all the houses together and then put that as collateral towards getting the apartment complex. Then you can just start using the apartment complex to get more apartment complexes. You can get houses and then use those houses because I actually did a whole budget for this, and you can leverage the houses that you buy for your business, put the tenant in it in like a 3 to 5 year lease contract, and then have a lease to buy option where they live there for a while. They love this place. They've got the opportunity to fix shit, and then you work them into in-house financing. So they're just going to pay you the interest rates. They're not going to have to go get a mortgage from the bank or anything to that effect. They're going to switch over to, I'm buying the house from you, and then whatever they give you for the house is going to be part of the down payment. Then they're going to give you monthly payments with the interest factored into the price. And they'll go from giving you like $3,000 a month to maybe $3,000 a month, where like the some of that money is going to be the interest towards the buying the house kind of thing, and do a lease to buy contract. And if you did a long term lease to buy contract with your tenant, you go from just renting houses for eternity to renting a house for 5 years, selling it to them. And since you're selling it to them, now they're required to cover the maintenance, which takes that maintenance cost off your plate. And by you selling houses to uh, low income individuals who otherwise would not have qualified for that house from the bank, you could actually build a reputation of fixing the housing crisis where low income families cannot get a home, right? And by fixing that dynamic, your reputation allows renters to rent from you, and more people are going to be looking for you to buy something because it's like, if I can't afford this house, I just live on this property for 5 years and then he'll sell it to me. Doesn't matter if I got a 450 credit score. If I could pay his rent for 5 years, I can buy the house from him. And then because you guys have it under contract, if they do get good credit and they want to mortgage the house and buy the house from you, and do it through a bank with higher interest rates or whatever, that's fine. You still got all your money and interest plus the 5 years worth of rent. You're turning profits all over the place. Is there ethical consumption under capitalism? No. Every and I'm gonna speed up with some of these comments because y'all are putting out a lot of comments and I'm not catching up with y'all. Uh, no, every opportunity to make money is going to be made based off of somebody else's mistake or laziness. You capitalize on the inability to perform or the unwillingness to perform. Somebody is not paying attention, you can capitalize on that. So the ignorant, the elderly, helpless, and the lazy. Those are the people that you're capitalizing on. And that's why it's called capitalism, because you're taking advantage of a situation. You're ultimately edge. You're the ultimate opportunist at finance. And it is not something that's done off of ethics, because you find the hardship of somebody else and you fix that hardship for a price. HELOCs are just loans. Yes, they are, but they're different loans. 6% is the interest on a HELOC. Right. Well, okay. So 6% is the interest rate on a HELOC right now, but a year or so ago, there we were looking at during certain areas that it was starting to creep up to about 7. So it could have made it to 8. So I was just using it as a hypothetical. Um, I'm holding a lot more cash than usual. The problem is the debt will continue to cause high inflation for the foreseeable future, especially with fewer allies. Yeah, yeah. Um, it's a good idea to hold cash, but it's also a problem to hold unnecessary debt. If you're holding necessary debt under the business and you're not holding any unnecessary debt under your personal, you have the capabilities of doing a lot more with yourself. And any debt that you're holding under the business can be written off on your taxation, which saves you a little bit of expenses when you start dealing with making a lot of profits. And if you're turning a lot of profits on your business, you can travel on your business and then your travel is free. If you're turning a lot of profits off your business and then you're living off of one of the properties your business owns, that property's not turning a revenue, that's a tax deduction on the business and a free place for you to stay. So there's a lot of different ways that you can benefit from these things. I want you to be wealthy, just you're not as wealthy as I am. So you got to get a commission off of my wealth. While I'm purchasing stock in military companies and gas companies. Oh yeah, that's a good advice while they're going to war right now. You really want to get in on that because they went to Iran. So the stock market's going to be real savvy when they ass come back because all the fuel that they're spending, all the barrels of oil that they spending to be out there. Think about how much they got to spend to get back. I'm looking for international index commodities and development economies to park my money. Those are good places to do it. A lot of the ones that I have going across the bottom of the screen right now, top of the screen, if you're looking at me from 9 by 16, are real estate investment trusts and BDCs. But there are other companies like Zimstock, that's a shipping company. We got Exxon Shell, Chevron. I We have quite a few ETFs and everything that's in there that are, and we have index 500s and other stuff up there. But the those are the dividend stocks that are the lowest. They're undervalued stocks. That's what they're classified as. Undervalued stocks. These are stocks that put out high profits for the shareholders. They don't cost as much as Johnson and Johnson or Coca-Cola, and they're paying out either monthly or quarterly for the most of them that I got for you on the screen. And I did a lot of research to find these. And then I have a whole nother list. And the second list is actually stocks that are, some are not dividend paying stocks, but those stocks are the stocks are not dividend paying stocks, but the stocks are um growth stocks. That's what they are, growth stocks. So I wanted to make sure that you guys knew about that as well. Is it followed up with Google's for data servers? I don't know. I think we're about to see a crazy downturn. I'll buy it back in after. You think we're going to see a downturn in oil prices? I don't. I don't think we're going to see a downturn in oil prices. We are going to see a downturn is good too. Michael's right. A downturn is good too because a downturn means that the cost of the stocks are going to be lower, which also means that if you buy in during the downturn, when it goes back up, you not only experience the growth, you also get the dividends for whatever dividend paying stocks that you have. So I'm not running from a downturn. I'm buying into a downturn. As long as you're not buying into a company that looks like they're on the brink of bankruptcy, you're doing all right. But say oil prices go up and then oil stocks go down. That's fine. Chevron's on the ground over at in Venezuela, and they're going to expand on oil over there. So Chevron stock should see an expansion probably 6 to 9 months from now. And if that were the case, if you bought into Chevron stock when the stock goes down, when the stock goes back up, you get the growth and then you get the dividends because Chevron is a dividend paying stock. Had I established a brokerage account in the 7 years I was waiting for the housing market to turn, I could be using it to pay my mortgage. That said, I can pay my house off Monday with my Roth. True. The only problem with us young folks is that we can't tap into our Roth IRA until you reach a certain age. And if you're not in that certain age, tapping into your Roth IRA has penalties, and that just hurts. It's like canceling a certificate of deposit too early. Like all the interest that you would have gotten, some of your principal gets gone, and that wastes your time on that particular investment. So Roth IRAs are good. I promote Roth IRAs, um, 401ks, health savings accounts, able accounts. All of the other options for tax diversion or tax free investment opportunities. I promote all of those, but the ones that I promote first for the young bucks, the guys that are like 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, those who have not made it to that age yet, you can start with brokerage, build that up first, and then redirect your money other places. But if you have a 401k and a Roth IRA and a health savings account, you can put some of your investment money into those. You can actually put the brokerage money, put your principal into your brokerage, and then take your dividends and put it into the tax deferred stocks. And that's actually a good method as well, because if your principal is growing on your brokerage account and the increased dividends is going into your Roth IRA, your 401k, your health savings account, and you're able to select the same stocks in those accounts that you have in your brokerage account where you're experiencing the same percentage of growth. By the time you reach retirement age, you can get your tax deferred money from your brokerage accounts, your Roth IRAs, all this other stuff, and your health savings account can pay for your international health insurance, and then you're still getting the dividends from your brokerage account. And that's why I give you guys all of these different ideas, because it's about finding another way. Pay your house off, damn right. If you get the money, that is true. The best investors are dead. Fidelity investments, people that don't pop in and out of the market chasing hype. That is true. That is definitely true. No, I mean the U.S. debt, which makes my cash a liability. Oh, if you're gonna buy bonds, they're last time I checked about 4%. If you're buying bonds, the U.S. debt is horrible, and it's not gonna get better yet. But with all the tariffs that he's got going on, and then he's supposed to be redirecting some of the seized Bitcoin to build a sovereign wealth fund account that's supposed to pay off some of the debt. The debt is supposed to improve over the next 20 years, but yeah, the debt sucks. The U.S. dollar is not worth as much as it should be, but it's worth more than other places in some scenarios. But if you're really trying to protect your wealth, you want to put it in places where you're getting more interest rates than what you're getting for inflation and taxation. That would be the best way to go in my option. Uh, Holding cash, no matter what's on the face, is the same as dollar invested as any dollar invested somewhere. Yeah, yeah. You don't want to just sit on a lot of it. You really want to sit on just enough to cover what you need to cover for 3, 6, 9 months, 12 months, 18 months, something like that. Your basic standard of living, utilities, car insurance, phone bills, basic stuff, food, stuff like that. The basics. You need just enough money in accessible capital, whether it's in a bank account or in a vault in your house, that you can pay your bills when the power goes out. That's it. That's the quantity of cash you need access to, and then everything else can be in a bank. And in the bank, enough money to cover 18 months worth of unemployment. After that, everything else should be invested somewhere else, even if it's gold, silver, uranium, whatever. $2 million is so little money in contrast with all the money there is in the world. Yeah, I think we covered like $17 trillion. I think I don't remember exactly what the number was, the total quantity of money in all markets combined. But it's not enough for somebody to do like $25,000 per ounce in gold. Uh, and we that's the only reason why I have a kind of an idea of the total market. $2 million is not a lot of money in comparison to the higher totality of investment opportunities. He says surely most anyone can acquire it in a few short years with deductions. You can get to $2 million in probably 20 to 25 years if you're putting away more than 30% of your income. 40. I've calculated approximately 30 to 40 thousand dollars a year of investments, which works easier if you are in a relationship where two people have $40,000 a year income and y'all live off of one income and invest the other. That's the most effective way to make that happen. Putting away $40,000 a year, you'd be over 400, $500,000 a year plus interest in the first 10 years. And by the second 10 years, you'd be upward of $1.5 million. So about 25 years, you would see yourself at about 2 million, 2,500,000 dollars, something like that, by consistently putting away for 30 to $40 million, 30 to $40,000 a year in a brokerage account. But if you're operating off of 15% interest on your brokerage account with $2 million, you're looking at over $300,000 a year worth of income coming in at that point where you're living off of the interest rate. So it's worth it to put it away. Got those Morpheus shades. How you doing, Grizzle? Yeah, you lose 10% for early withdrawals on Roth IRA sharp. He's telling you the truth. Oh no, hey, I appreciate you, bro. I love when you guys come through with the knowledge, but you verify, like I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and feed y'all bullshit. I'm not just sitting here for the last hour and 10 minutes just shooting a breeze with y'all because I'm bored. I'm actually giving y'all factual knowledge that y'all can ask the Google lady and verify, like, yes, it there are different ways that you guys can benefit yourselves, and there are different ways that you can hurt yourself. And that's why we talk about the things that impact you financially. So every topic that we cover, including the one we're talking about that we haven't started today, every topic that we cover is directly related to how you make, save, and invest money. And it's going to be directly related to how your decisions impact your ability to make, save, and invest money. Right? Roth penalties are 19% plus interest on the amount. Oh yeah, so 10% plus a 9% interest. Ooh, see, I ain't trying to mess with all that. I'm not trying to mess with the fees, bro. I'm trying to reach the maturity. I'm not Quagmire, bro. I'm not about to touch the Roth before it's old enough. I would like to know how we're healed all the time. We are the richest country in the world and to owe trillions. We are rich in spirit because the US dollar is backed by faith. Um, we are rich in spirit. Technically, if you think about how the government's budget is trillions of dollars in debt, and you think about how the population has debt and they're not paying that debt, cash money millionaires. I get paid, but my bills don't. Donald Trump's a billionaire, one of the richest people in the world. Technically, the majority of the richest people in the world live in the United States, and some of the ones that don't live in the United States try to get citizenship in the United States. So, by proxy, the country itself has the wealthiest, brokest citizens in the world, but the government itself broke as fuck. 60, $30 trillion in debt. Let a brother go $30 trillion in debt. We charging off everything. It's like you want me to pay how much? That's all right. You staple that to my credit report. That's right. Special shout out to Eric Colin. That's not including compound interest. And I be crushing that compound interest. Well, I be doing the numbers now. But from what I see, I believe we're waiting for a big crash, but we're losing a lot of inflation. So I'm hoping I'm timing it right to buy back in after the crash and not wait too long. You're waiting on a real estate crash? Uh, I don't see us having a real estate crash. We just had a market cut for interest rates in December. They are about to pass a bill to reduce credit card max interest limits to 10%. That has not been approved yet, but it has been verified that they're in the works for that. So um, to offset the inflation, there is a restriction or a development of a restriction on interest towards debt. And now is the time for you to pay off your debt. But as they're maxing out the restrictions on interest on debt, the investors who profit off of debt are getting lower interest rates. So bonds are going to be cheaper. Cash deposits are going to be cheaper in interest rates because you're not benefiting as much from the interest rates on the debt. Now, um, because the government just passed last week, this week, um, a bill about real estate, they're restricting the corporate entities from buying single family homes first pick. They're limiting them to, I think, 30 plus days on the market before they can come and swoop them, and they cannot do bulk purchase. So they can't buy the whole neighborhood anymore. They can only buy in one house at a time. So since big business can't come through and buy the whole East Coast, the whole East Coast is still for sale. Now, that's not going to cause a market crash. That's going to give a lot more qualifiable single families to buy homes. And then with the FICO score adjustment, that's going to allow people to have better qualifications uh, for their. And then Donald Trump had took off medical debt off of your credit report, so that also gives you a better credit score. So if you balance your budget right and pay off a lot of your debt, since the interest rates should start getting lower, you're going to be putting more money towards the principal. Your credit score should go up, and with that higher credit score, you can go and qualify for a house. Um, I don't think the market is going to crash based on the way things are going. I think that more people are going to buy houses, and because Donald Trump is doing a push for the middle class people. It's the lower class, the working class, and the middle class. So the upper poor group and um, the upper poor group, and then the middle class people who can afford it. Those individuals, um, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. The those guys will be able to buy into the houses, and those guys who buy into the houses, you're going to have a reduction of rental properties where single family homes are rental properties. They're going to still build a new apartment complex and flood the cities with that, but you're going to see more buying of apartment complexes or ground up development for houses instead of purchasing all the houses that are on the market and turning them into rental properties. Um, which will encourage the big business to build more houses because we got what 3-5 million home shortage. If big business is spending more money on ground up developments, single family, uh, there'll be more homes available for individuals who can rent and buy. But if big business buys up all of the available houses with no desire to build houses, then yeah, you'll see a market crash. Uh, Let me look at this real quick. He said, "Brother, don't let these guys lie to your Roth after tax dollars. You can withdraw your principal at any time, just not anything gained." That okay? So there are penalties for early withdrawal, Eric. Special shout out to Eric Cole. There's penalties for early withdrawals, and it typically happens before a certain age. 401ks and Roth IRAs. We're not talking about how Roth is going to have like all kinds of tax penalties and stuff. We're talking about how if you put your money up, but then you take it out before that maximum age, and I don't remember the age off the top of my head today. Um, but if you take the money out too soon, that they do offer you penalties for it for early withdrawal. Now you do have the ability after you reach a certain age that you can take out as much as you want whenever you want. But let's say that you're like 30 years old and you want to start pulling money out of your Roth IRA. There's penalties involved for that. So if I invest in Freeport McMoran, will I make money? I don't even know what that is, so I can't answer that question, and I'm not going to provide you with information that's not backed on facts. So I appreciate you asking though. What if I invest in the big Stein stock trades he made? Oh, are you talking about Bitcoin stocks? Because I'm not sure if you're typing that correctly, but I'm not sure what you're referring to, my guy. A real estate crisis would be great for you and I. Damn right, because if the market crash, bro, we gonna sweep. Whole market crash even more. Private credit is going to tumble everything down. Oh, oh yeah, that is true. the Magnificent Seven are floating the whole U.S. economy. Once they fall, it'll be worse than 2008. Well, I can agree with you on that, and I'm hoping that I'm alive to see that happen because I want to go and buy the whole South of America. I want to just swoop up and get all that stuff. What's for dinner and tea and this and that. Okay, you being funny. We're gonna go ahead and let you go sit in the corner and take a timeout. We don't like that. Uh, the poor will get the tax credits for the down, and the bank will carry the note, and I'll get paid. Oh yeah, getting money on the debt. Uh, the journalist that typed the books. I love these guys. Oh, so many people are gonna be missing the show because they're making stupid comments. I know early withdrawals. She's laughing at me. Roth is capped at about 7,000 per year. True. Actually, they changed that, and I believe now there's a possibility, unless it's the 401k, that it's like 7,500. And if you're starting late, I think there's an extra. Um, and I think there's an extra ability to put more in, um, which is called an accelerated retirement thing that was passed. I covered that on the show one time before as well. He says so the Roth is capped at like 7,000 per year. You can withdraw all 7,000, no penalties. Let's say you make 10,000 off that 7,000 investment. You cannot withdraw the 3,000 without penalties. Okay, so Eric is providing clarification. You can invest your principal and withdraw your principal, but if you withdraw the interest, there will be penalties. Now, in a broad spectrum statement, when we talked about how withdrawing the money from your Roth IRA before the mature date or mature age of your Roth IRA account, we refer to the fact that there are penalties for withdrawals. We didn't say where. So he wasn't wrong, Eric. There are, in fact, penalties, but it depends on what you're withdrawing. So, since you're providing us with further indent, I love the brilliance here. I love the brilliance here. The further clarifications. That principle that you put in, you can put it in and take it out, but that principle that you put in is all you can take out. But the interest that you gain off of that principle, that is tax deferred. If you take that, that's a profit. That's a tax deferred profit. If you take that profit out before you reach the appropriate age to be tax exempt, that interest is still taxable, and that's going to be some kind of penalty that you're going to be getting, and that's going to be the issue that the Roth IRAs you're going to experience penalties, and we can call penalties taxation, we can call it the whatever we want to call it, but the fact is that there's a portion of your money that if you take it out of that Roth IRA on the wrong date, you're going to lose money. It's not just opportunity cost where you're just losing out on the potential to make money off the money you took back. It is the fact that they're going to take away some of the money that you gain. And that's what we're warning. Broad spectrum. We don't pinpoint exactly where it is or how it happens. We're telling you broad spectrum. Yes, if you don't do this right with the Roth IRA, taking it out too soon, you're going to lose something. So we ask you not to do that. He says, who says we can't predict the future? Bro, that is the best investors that can actually predict the market fluctuations. And by predicting market fluctuations, those are the ones that are going to be the early investors that's going to pull out before the crash and buy back in after the crash. Oh yeah, he's a very smart individual. Make sure that y'all like and subscribe when y'all come to the channel. Mash those notification buttons. Now, since we covered a very fantastic and highly intellectual side topic, I really appreciate all the brilliant men that came in and provided us with a lot of information today. Now let's get back to our main topic because we didn't cover the main topic. Have you read the Fear Index? Uh I have done a lot of research on a lot of things. There's a strong possibility that I have read the Fear Index recently, but I can't remember all of the details in it because of the topic of discussion that I was coming to today was about um, societal shifts from forces that you don't pay attention to. So while we were juggling a lot of financial discussions, and we cover these things on a regular basis on the show, but typically Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday we talk more about money than what we do about making better decisions. But today's topic just kind of led us to the side topic of some other things. So, what is your observation about the fear index that you wanted to refer to? Because I know that we have covered information related to the fear index. But off the top of my brain right now, I am drawing a lot of blanks because I was just about to go through 72 pages worth of information that I had gathered for tonight's show. Not trying to devalue your question at all, because I know that you have an important point there, and I'd love to hear it. Special shout out to LeBron, and they made themselves LeBron James so that I could shout out LeBron James. Now, while I'm giving a special shout out to LeBron James, I'm gonna say that he is the most overrated basketball player. He should have retired 20 years ago, but he's still there. Um, Robert Harris, 2011, good book. All right, so like I was saying before, um, hold on. He said, how about some cheap real estate in Tehran? First, I have to go look up where Tehran is because I don't remember every city, every state, every country's capital. I don't every province. I don't know where Tehran is. And if it's anywhere near Iran, it's gonna be dirt cheap real estate. Lots of market fluctuations based on fear, and that's the predict the future mentioned before. Oh, okay, so that's what you're referring to. Well, yes, we have usually we cover information like this on Tuesdays about not to allow yourself to be motivated by the fear of uh, politics, media, and other things to that effect, that you're supposed to pay attention to the ongoing performance of your investment opportunities, and then pay attention to what is about to happen. Now, a lot of things with the fear index that you're referring to right now, when Trump put the tariffs back after the tariffs were reduced, that fluctuation, a lot of people ran from stocks on over the weekend, and the stock market crashed on Monday. They bought back in, and the stock market went back up on Tuesday. A lot of people lost money because they ran from stocks. I stayed stable. I was like, by the time I covered the topic, I'm like, bro, this is gonna bounce back. And 8 hours after I said it, it bounced back. Um, but then you had like the shift that they had with Nvidia and um Anthropic, and I was talking about how Nvidia is going to be doing good coming soon because they have the picks and shovels of uh AI development. And when Anthropic lost their contract, I think $200 million contract with the U.S. government, OpenAI stepped in and picked up that. So Nvidia still gets money because OpenAI uses Nvidia, but Anthropic stock takes because they're not on it. But yeah, that, like Michael said, it's going to be a feeding frenzy when people behave off of fear. Your fear index. So another um another side note related to the fear index is not just that. It's also your threshold for the market, where if you have the capabilities to wait out a long-term investment versus the need for the capital right away, your ability to need that money, because you can't invest your rent money and wait 30 years. You're going to get put out. Your opportunity cost versus your risk assessment, you have to be able to make sure that you um, can afford to lose the money that you're putting into those investments. Even if it's a surefire thing, even if it's a 99% success, there's still 1% of failure. There have been, over the course of the last 20 years, some of the long standing, most highly well known companies in the country went bankrupt and closed down where they had been around for a long time. And then in my lifetime, they went out of business. So no matter how much of a surefire thing, um, there is no guarantee that it's not going to flop. However, it is less likely to flop than something that's highly unstable. So that's one of the things that we want to pay attention to. Congratulations, he said. My mom made 52,000 off the Vita. That that's the kind of investments that you need to be making. Fidelity, right, right. You know, I don't know if anybody noticed this, but if you had student loans in 2010, if you go check your credit report in 2026, your student loans from your government is listed under a new name. Your student loans were bought out by another lender. True to life, I found out because the original lender that issued me my student loans had put me on a deferment program where it was $0 deferment payments. After they sold off the debt with the $0 deferment requirement. The new lender has the debt. I don't have to pay my student loans. I went to college. I learned how to do all of this stuff. I'm not using my degree for anything, so I'm using it on this podcast. But the 70 grand worth of student loans that I acquired to go to college is deferred indefinitely because there was a contract when the loans were sold off that it was $0 payments. Doesn't change interest rates or anything to that effect, but there's $0 payments. So the longest quantity of accounts in my credit history that are on time, good standing payments for eternity. I just have to generate more credit than debt. It's wild. It's wild. You just have to benefit from other people's mistakes. Like most Americans, most of their money is in their homes with enough money to get by in a crisis. They don't even have enough money to get by in a crisis. Most Americans have put 70 to 90% of their income into their housing situation. And then the last 5 to 10% that they have left, 15 to 20% they have left, they blow it on entertainment. They live from paycheck to paycheck. And then when they stop getting paychecks, then they go into a financial crisis. They don't have enough money to hold them over until the crisis is over. So they barely have enough money to invest in anything. And that's one of the reasons why I started talking to people about brokerage accounts. Because if broke people 20, 30, 50,000, $60,000 a year invest in the brokerage accounts. The money that you spend at the club, the money that you spend taking girls out on dates, the money that women spend on hair, makeup, and all that other stuff. If you put that in a brokerage account instead and go natural and stop wasting unnecessary money on relationships, you'll find your ass not broke no more. You'll be living in a low income neighborhood when you start following my instructions. And 20 years after you finish following my instructions, you're a millionaire living in a millionaire mansion. Another thing that I've been talking about on the show a lot of times, people don't know these things. The uh, uh, Men that get into a relationship spend 41% of their income on their girlfriend. Women that get into a relationship benefit 23% of income from their boyfriends. That 18% difference is just wasted money. The relationship in itself, in a healthy relationship where the 41% of his money, 23% goes to her, 18% goes into the brokerage account, your relationship dynamic could stay the same, but instead of spending that 18% making her smile, you put that 18% into a brokerage account. And when y'all retire, she can travel the world because so many women swear to God, I love to travel. Putting your left foot in front of your right is traveling. But true to life, being able to go to a different country every month or go to a different country every year comes at a cost. And no woman can afford that. Not the low income women that are making less than 100,000 a year. No man can afford that making less than 70,000 a year. So her traveling is a free ride to the club. Ladies drink free. Her traveling is a Airbnb where her and three of her friends get an apartment out of town. They're not leaving the country every year. They're not leaving the country every 10 years. They might get on a cruise ship once in 15 years and remember that for the rest of their life. Like, I love to travel. They're claiming that they love to travel because they want a man to meet that expectations and be like, oh, you love to travel? I'm going to take you traveling. As long as she puts that expectation out there, I love steak and lobster. She buys herself McDonald's, but she loves steak and lobster. So you want her to love you, you're gonna buy her steak and lobster. She loves to travel. You want her to love you, you're gonna spend all your money on taking her places, even though you can't afford it. These financial irresponsibilities is the reasons why a lot of people stay broke. If she really wants to travel the world, she should find a financially responsible person. They should put their money together, invest half of it, and live off the other half. And in 20 years, they will definitely they will definitely be able to travel the world. It is what it is. It's just financial responsibility. He says it's surprising how much you can do just by writing a letter to someone. People are just lazy. I know, and that's capitalism. You know who invented the world to one country? Of course, expenses increase catastrophically. Yeah, yep. I see your rare pilled respect. I wasn't trying to. Financial irresponsibility. This is okay. So no one wants to hear a man say how women can be financially successful when it requires women to be accountable for themselves. This show is about men making better decisions for themselves. So it's not about the a red pill podcast would likely devalue women because women don't make good choices. I'm coming from a financially obvious scenario. If you're financially strapped, let's take two women out of the equation, or let's take a woman and a man relationship out of the equation. Eric, if you were Michael's best friend and both of y'all made 50,000 a year. Y'all became roommates. Y'all lived off of Michael's income. You invested your income and y'all had built a trust where y'all are both entitled to 50% of the dividends that are not being reinvested back into the trust accounts. Y'all could still build a 20 million, not a 20, a $2 million brokerage account because you're living reasonably. And if half of the dividends that are being issued to you, and if you're getting 15%, that's like 300 grand. And out of that 300 grand, if you invested 150 grand back in every year and split the other 150 grand, you're likely getting what 75 grand a person, and that's above the comfortable means of living in America is like 69 or 72,000 a year right now, which gives you an extra $2,000 a year to live an upper middle class lifestyle and still waste a little bit of money in the club. Two men can get together and do this, right? But if I say it like that, people start making homophobic jokes. But truth be told, a man by himself will spend all of his money on himself and then some of his money on his future. A man in a relationship will spend half of his money on the household and the other half of his money on his relationship, on his girlfriend. The girlfriend benefits from some of the money that the man puts out and some of the money she does for herself. There is a gap between the 41% that a man pays when he's in a relationship and the 23% that the woman benefits from the relationship. So I wasn't saying that to like red pill the situation. What I'm saying is that if she is only financially benefiting from 23% of the 41% that you gave her, it is not her fault that you honestly threw away 18%. If we flip the script and said, well, 41% of the income that a woman makes goes towards her man. And out of the 41% that goes towards her man, the man only benefits from 23%. Even if we flip the dynamic and say it like that, still that man would have an 18% quantity of money spent that did not benefit the man. All I'm saying is you're wasting that 18%. And that 18% invested in a brokerage account could have made y'all rich in 20 years. Y'all just stayed together, pooled your money together, and been financially responsible. So it wasn't really a red pill target. It's just showing that the reason why 71% of Americans are poor, 73% of Americans are poor, living paycheck to paycheck, under $100,000 a year income. It's because they're wasteful. One of the reasons why we're the richest country in the world is because we're the most financially wasteful country in the world. He said, "You FW the real G money." Special shout out to Tonka. medical professionals, surgical services, travel over it. Yes. And those medical professionals actually can turn over a large quantity of money being what do they call those? It's not ecotourism, it's eco healthcare is what they're calling it. Uh where they're traveling medical treatment like a freaking carnival of doctors and lawyers and nurses. It's not Doctors Without Borders, but we just covered a show a couple of weeks ago about concierge nurses, where you don't have to work for a hospital getting minimum wage like a McDonald's drive-in worker. You can actually start up your own business as a nurse and go house to house and take care of people directly from the client, providing them with their meds, for changing their IV bags and all this other stuff. Like, there's a whole market for it. And with the largest majority of American people starting to reach ages of up to 90 years old, you're going to have a large majority of individuals after the age of 70 years old that has 25 more years of living to do. You're going to have a lot more of a demand for in-home nurses because don't nobody want to sit in a damn hospital for $5,000 for the hospital bed for 4 hours when you could have spent that $5,000 on 30 days worth of medical treatment at your house. And that means if you're meeting that demand, that $5,000 a patient, you know, 100 patients, that's $500,000. And if that's per month, that's a multi-million dollar business. Living below your means. This is why they say you should make three times your rent, not because it's required, but because you should not be living at your exact income. And that's going to be another reason why I'm giving everybody this financial information, because if you're living at making three times your rent means that you're living at about 33% of your income, 30 to 33% of your income, because that's one third, 33.33%. 33% of your income, your loan for your house requires you to make less than 41%. In some situations, they might be able to grandfather you in at 50 to 51% under certain circumstances, good payment history and pretty decent credit score, right? So one of the reasons why I give you guys so much financial information, because if you're living from paycheck to paycheck, you're living at 80 to 90% or 120% of your income. And if that's the case, you're not going to be able to improve. So if you start cutting away some of your expenses in order to make it to that one third expectation, you're either going to have to move out of your current place and get a cheaper place, or you're going to have to stop spending money on stuff that you don't need so that you can shave some of that stuff off. But when you stop spending money on unnecessary bullshit, you start finding that you have way more money set aside. When I covered the spread about this, and I talked about how just let's leave red pill topics out and take the dating out of the equation. Alcohol, cigarettes, and weed. Look at that. The two, three, $400 a month that you spend on that. That could be upward of $14,000 a year that you're spending on entertainment, right? And $14,000 a year over 10 years, $140,000 plus compound interest. Just simple things like being healthier, right? Because the smoking is going to cause you more health issues, which is going to cost you more medical expenses, which is going to cost you more money. So save money instead of buying a $10 pack of cigarettes. Buy you some $3 stocks. You know what I mean? If we're gonna start spending money on stuff we don't need, we only get one life. We're done. But if you start spending more money on things than what you need, then you're gonna find yourself in a position where you're not you're not gonna have anything left when you get too old to work. And that's why I talked to you guys at the beginning of the show about building your 20-year plan. If you don't have enough money to live when you're too old and too injured to work, that's when you're suffering the most. So you're not saving all of this money for your second life. You're not donating all of this money to the church so that you don't go to hell, because you're going to hell. The difference is that instead you're putting this money away now in your 20s, 30s, and 40s, so that when you're 70 and 80 years old, that you don't have to try anymore. He said, grateful I was able to purchase my home at 23, now 34. Special shout out to Jackster. All right. Instrument technician. Special shout out to you. You could be a part of the concierge thing as well, my guy. They want us to use the live to live three times our income because they want to kick us out of an apartment after 3 years. No, actually, apartments raise the rent about 4% every year. So they want you to be able to show that you can afford the property, and that's one of the reasons why you have three times the rent. They have no intention of kicking you out. They're just going to raise the rent till you can't afford to pay it, and then they're going to kick you out. But raising the rent 4% every year is going to take more than 3 years for the rent to double. So if you're paying $1,000 a month for your rent right now, and it goes up 4% every year, it's likely to reach what's that like $40 a year, 40 to 100 between 40 and $100 a year that is going to raise up. In 10 years, your $1,000 a month apartment might be $2,000 a month. But if you financed in at three times the rent, where you were making $3,000 a month, just because the rent is now $2,000 a month, they're not going to evict you because they're not going to reassess your finances when you renew the lease because you have payment history with them. So what happens is that it starts being harder for you to move because since you're grandfathered into a renewable lease contract with them, now that your rent costs $2,000 a month, but you only make $3,000 a month, you can't say "fuck this place. I'm gonna go find someplace else," because if everybody raised their rent to 2,000 a month, and now you need three times the rent, you need $6,000 income. Now you have to move to a cheaper neighborhood. So now your quality of living is gonna go down. Hospital need licensed instrumental technicians. Yes, but also, Mr. My Perception, not only do hospitals need it, you can subcontract to the hospital instead of being an employee of the hospital, and you can charge more. That's the reason why I mentioned it. If you are a subcontracted business, the hospital can pay you more money for your service than you being an hourly wage employee of the hospital performing that same service. They want us to have three times the rent because, oh yeah, we already covered that. Catching up to the comments. We're gonna start spending money on staff we don't need. We only get one life. You should be paying for if you're gonna spend money on staff. The best thing for you to do is go to the Philippines and get you staff that's costing like $700 a month. Because if you got a woman that's willing to be in the house cooking and cleaning and taking care of all of your needs for $700 a month, and she's gonna give you 40 hours a week of her time, that's better than a wife in America because the wife in America don't give two shits. And you're paying $3,000 a month for her to tell you to go sit your ass down somewhere. So if you're gonna spend money, opportunity cost. He said the whole world has been invited to one county. Okay, one country. We get one life. Uh, we don't get to go to Disney World. We don't get to go to Niagara Falls. We don't get to go to Canada. You can go to Canada. We don't get to go to Australia. We're not going to work 24 hours. Exciting. The computers already took our jobs. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. A matter of fact, the people who developed the computers to take our jobs got fired. That was the worst part because they got rid of 200,000 of them in November, right after the shutdown. So the first shutdown that happened, where we were shut down for 6 weeks, they had fired 200 or 250,000 tech employees that developed software that replaced the manual labor of the tech employees. They downsized. But we're blaming the Mexicans. The Mexicans took our jobs. No, RoboCop took my job. That's what the fuck happened. iRobot took my job. They call us unskilled labor. They opened the borders. They fucked us over so bad. I'm not going to work. I work from home. The borders don't got nothing to do with us per se, because a lot of the people that was getting deported were small business owners, minority small business owners that did not have proper citizenship papers. So a lot of the times they started up a business, construction company, a farm, or whatever the case may be. They started up a business. Somebody, uh, uh, high school dropout, whatever, working on that business. They got jobs. They were creating jobs and paying salaries, and we got mad because they didn't have the right paperwork. And now we're like, oh, they took our jobs. No, big business doesn't want to pay workers to do work, and that's why Digitech is putting robots into Amazon so that their warehouse doesn't need as much manual labor. That ain't got nothing to do with opening our borders. It is just the greed, the internal greed from big business. But we blame immigration. Immigration ain't got nothing to do with that. We're gonna spend our money on things that we don't need, and we're gonna have fun. We're gonna enjoy life, and we can't win this war. We're never gonna win. Ah, you're just being a naysayer now, my guy. He's just being a naysayer now. We're not gonna win. It's impossible to win. Oh, I can't even say that anymore. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's not about winning. It's about getting the precious minerals from over there. It has nothing to do with winning. My girl is my girl. Excuse me, instrument technician. Okay, Americans have a spending habit, and it's time. It is that simple. That's right, Eric. Which is the only reason why the other guy was making so many comments in the comment section. Yes, we have a very bad spending habit, and that's what I talk to you guys on the show a lot of times. It's about changing that spending habit. Yeah, that's right. I only have one life of going. Go somewhere where I can see stuff, and I'm gonna buy a horse or to pay for my home. I want my own. I don't care about the government. Exactly. Exactly. Stop paying attention to other people's bullshit. Pay attention to what's going on for you. That's the whole reason why we talk about this stuff. Um, is you know they have destroyed nursing programs. Pardon me, family. Nah, it's okay. Um, the you said that they destroying the nursing programs. The nursing program itself that's provided by the hospital is destructive. But if you set up and establish a business that provides that service, and then you subcontract to the local hospitals, then you can build a network because that hospital can still refer clients to you, and then they can claim your service as part of their package where y'all are collaborating together because they're still going to get their primary care from the hospital, but then all of their after major care needs, their non-emergency needs, can go through you. It just requires you to set up the business. We covered a show about it a few weeks ago. The sacrifice our people went through West Coast here. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell them that just a simple dynamic that y'all had what 6 to 8 week fire, then a flood, then a riot. Y'all going through the thick of it over there, man. Then y'all had the curfew martial law. Businesses wasn't getting paid. Not, overnight businesses wasn't getting paid for a good grip. Y'all was going through the thick of it. This guy sounds like he's calling out for I know. I know. Is that not calling out for help? I understand that man can't feel sorry for certain people. I got to pick the best partner so I can have the best child because men won't have mercy on me. And he right. He right. It, society shows no mercy for men. Men have an expectation to perform masculine traits, and if men don't perform, then men will be shunned by society, not just by women, but by other men. Women do not have the responsibility to perform. Women just have to look attractive. If women perform, good for them. It does not define their value. Their attractiveness and their ability to reproduce and their willingness to put out is only thing that they're identified by. How smart they are and how much money they make does not define them on the financial books. $100,000 a year woman is very valuable in comparison to a $50,000 a year man. But in societal expectations, $100,000 a year woman that is not cooperative, that is more than combative, that is not family oriented, that is not willing to reproduce, that is not attractive, is not going to have as much value as a woman that's 20 years old and living in her mother's basement, living in her grandmother's basement. It's not going to be the same value. So as a man, yes, we do have to find a right partner. We have to make the right financial decisions so that we can spend 3 quarters of our life building the kind of wealth that a woman would accept, that a partner would accept. And then we have to financially be responsible enough to invest our money in the right places so that that partner doesn't go broke and so that we don't go broke satisfying them. And then we have to make the right children, teach the right children so that they can be more successful than we were, because every legacy, the former generation always wants their children to be better than they were. So no matter how successful I become in my life, I want my children to be more successful than me. And the only way that we're going to accomplish that is if we learn better ways to be successful so that we can teach it to our kids, because it's not taught in public school. It's not taught in private school. It's not taught in college. It's not taught in Harvard or Yale. It's not taught in an Ivy League university. There isn't a finance class that teaches these things. You learn it through word of mouth. You learn it from a wealthy individual that's willing to sell the product to you so that you can learn how to not be broke no more. But I'm giving you the information seemingly for free. Worst case scenario on this podcast, you got hit with a few commercials if you linger for the last couple of hours. Best case scenario, you might have bought the membership, cheapest portion of the membership's like $3 a month, where you could get more financial information from me in 30 days for $3 than what you can get from a financial advisor in 1 hour for $350. It's crazy that there's so much public knowledge, that common knowledge. And common knowledge is so common that it's not common anymore because nobody's looking for it. Information overload from the internet. So instead of us looking for knowledge, looking for a way out, looking for other opportunities, we get tunnel vision and we think, if I work this many hours this week, I can make this much money and I can pay for this much stuff. And that is all we think about. Then if we lose our job or we get into a car accident and we can't go to work, the only thing we're thinking about is now I have to find a way to go to work so that I can make this much money per hour so that I can pay for this many things. But we never think, man, there's so many different ways in the world that we can make money on the side. We can make money off the computer. We can make money in the background. We can automate a website that gets us paid on a regular basis so that we don't have to work for somebody else. And now that we've got all this free time, we can now find other ways to make money because money is generating in the background. And that's one of the things I preach to y'all. The opportunity cost. You're building opportunity cost. It's all moving and traveling, subcontracting nurses, and that's concierge nurses. That's what I was talking about. I covered that whole topic a couple Tuesdays ago. No more in hospital nurses, and not very many of them. You got bare minimums, and that's going to be the problem with nursing degrees. So many people go to community college and get a nursing degree and think I'm going to be successful as a nurse, but the hospitals are paying you a little over minimum wage. Nurses and teachers are like walking out with 35 to $45,000 a year, and overnight shift in a fast food restaurant is getting 55 to 65,000 a year. Waffle House that you can get employed at as a high school dropout can pay you like $72,000 a year as a night shift supervisor. So there is no reason for you to go to college when you can just make waffles for 72 grand. And if you become a regional manager, you're making 160 grand. Oh, you coming correct? Mayo Clinical Services. I don't agree with you. The woman that makes 100,000 a year is Proverbs woman that is making her husband happy. The reason why you guys make the 100,000 a year women single is because of your culture. Okay, this is exactly what I was talking about before. He is correct. American culture has developed a stigma that men must make 100,000 a year, and that is what women demand. The average cost of living in America is between 30 and the median cost of living is around 69 or 70,000 a year. However, when you start talking about 1 to 3 kids, the average cost of living for a family in America, the median average is around 100 to 120,000 a year. And by financial demand, with expensive places like New York, California, Florida, Texas, and then cheaper areas like Mississippi, Arkansas, Wisconsin. The fact is that to guaranteedly live a financially stable environment with at least 1 or 2 kids, family of four, you need about $100,000 guaranteed. So if a woman sets that standard that a man must make 100,000 a year, she is guaranteed that she's not going to be financially challenged in this relationship. So I'm not saying that women are wrong. What I'm saying is that a woman that makes 100,000 a year is not considered financially valuable. Well, she would be financially valuable, but she is not socially considered valuable in our culture, in the Western culture in the United States, because men do not get money from women by demand. If the women volunteer 50-50, that's when less money is put on the standard of living, but more money from the man is wasted on the woman's entertainment. So if we're both making 100,000 a year and we're living $150,000 a year lifestyle, and each one of us is putting up 75,000 a year, you've got 25 extra $1,000 in your pocket. I've got 25 extra $1,000 in my pocket. But what Western culture men do is take that extra $25,000 a year and spend it on her, entertaining her, lavish gifts, trips around the world, hair, nails, and everything else, not because it's demanded by the woman. It is because it is socially expected for men to buy gifts for the woman that they love, which ultimately means that even though she's paying half of the utilities, half of the rent, half of the standard of living, half of what she's putting into that house is going coming back to her in gifts and entertainment from the man. So it's ends up not being 50-50. It ends up being 70-30. But she's not her ability to get into a relationship is not defined by her income status. His ability to get into a relationship is defined by his income status. You go to a different country and you go to the Proverbs, you find a woman that's making 50,000 a year or 100,000 a year. Shit, Philippines 24,000 a year. Y'all living lovely, right? And she's still at the house looking out for you as a wife. There are other countries where the in Eastern countries, the culture is still family oriented, and the women that are family oriented are more valuable than the women that are independent, that are independent and sacrificing the family dynamic for personal career growth. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, you're right. We do have a strange way of doing things. Is in your culture, a woman that makes 100,000 a year is worthless, but in other people's culture, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. A woman that makes 100,000 a year is a Proverbs woman because only in your culture is women. Yes. Well, he said the women in our culture is ugly. He, I wasn't trying to do that. I wasn't trying to do that. All the hair, nails, and makeup. He said it. I'm not gonna say he said. I repeated what he said. Because if they were natural, they wouldn't cost so much. I think the women in your culture know that nobody likes it. Well, that would explain their piss poor attitude. Is that the women in your culture are hardly even homeless? Nope, because they always living in somebody's house, whether it's their boyfriend, their ex-boyfriend, their sugar daddy, their male best friend that they smash on a regular basis, situationship. They very you see more homeless men than you see homeless women, and then they have homeless shelters more for women than they have for men, even though less than 1% of the homeless population has a shelter. Is I think it's because they are afraid that they'll die on the streets. They'll shack up with somebody. But at Waffle House, you have to deal with the pig people. Dude, at Waffle House, you got to deal with more violence than you got to deal with at a nightclub. Waffle House is World Star and Waffle House became popular together. Is I don't have a race. I don't have a community or a race. I'm just my own person. That's the best way to be. Uh, yeah. So you have a bunch of single moms that don't have a community, that don't have any social wealth, but they make 100,000 a year. Oh, you got single moms that teach other single women to devalue men and break up with men and walk away from what could be a good relationship, and then they complain about how they can't find somebody when they're 40, 50 years old, 60 years old. They can't find happiness. You left it. You left your happiness. What's your favorite Godzilla movie? Godzilla. So you have a mom that doesn't have a community. She doesn't know how to talk to people, preach, and she doesn't have a connection to human beings, but she makes 100,000 a year. But oh wait, but she got an Instagram with 500,000 followers on it though. I like your sunglasses. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a contradiction. It's a contradiction. The whole Western culture is destroyed. It's destroyed. It's cooked. It is. It is. But I don't try to come from just a simple red pill perspective. I come from a uniformed, holistic perspective that completely understands the dynamic of uh, uh, the lack of financial responsibility and the lack of appropriate financial decision making of the current culture. And I talk about the whole culture universally, not just the women being irresponsible versus the men being irresponsible. I talk about the whole culture itself is inaccurately performing, and that is negatively impacting their future. Because where you are 20 years from now, if you're 40 years old, when you're 60 years old, 65 years old, what does your life look like? When you're 70 years old, what does your life look like? Will you be successful? And success is not fame. Success is stability. Will you be successful as a man when you're 69 years old? Will you be successful as a woman 69 years old? Will you be self sustainable? Or will you be a dependent to your government? Or will you be a dependent to your spouse? Or will you be a dependent to your kids? Or some other family or friend is willing to take care of you because you can't take care of yourself? When you reach an age where the best you can do is a door greeter at Walmart and Lowe's, what type of stability will you have for yourself? And that's just a general question for any one individual or any one couple, right? And if you think to yourself that I don't have that answer right now, I don't know, I'm it's Friday night. I'm going to the club or shit, looking at the time, I'm coming from the club. At the end of the day, if you don't know where you're going to be at in 25 or 30 years, if you don't have that knowledge, then you're in a position where you're not ready for if you can't go to work because your back too bad, if you can't go to work because your foot broke, if you can't go to work because your vision too bad, if God forbid a health issue happens where you physically can't go to work, now you in chemo or some shit like that, you just can't do it anymore. What provisions do you have? Because most of us are not trust fund babies. Most of us are not second generation wealth. 73% of us is first generation or eighth generation poor. You know what I mean? So, what provisions do you have for when you're not capable of doing it anymore? And then with technology replacing us, if you get fired, even if you are physically capable of doing it, the problem that we have now, it's harder for you to get replaced because with 200,000 people who could have done what you do also getting fired, who's working? The machines are doing everything, right? Oh, here's a nice question. Are we not always dependent to someone at every age? Serious question. No. Financially challenged individuals can find themselves dependent to their government, food stamps, WIC, welfare, Social Security, disability. Um, Children are dependents of their parents. Husbands have wives as dependents. Some wives have husbands as dependents. Siblings have each other as dependents. And then kids have their parents as dependents when their parents aren't financially stable. But typically between 20 and 50 or 20 and 70, a lot of individuals are financially independent. They're not financially successful. They're living from paycheck to paycheck, but they don't rely on somebody else to survive. So at some point in every person's life, they are in fact a dependent, but they don't require themselves to be a dependent for their entire life. And not every person that reaches that 69 or 70-year-old age is in fact a dependent. And since we understand this, we understand that there are ways that you don't have to be a dependent when you get too old to go out and make the money for yourself. And that's one of the things we just try to promote on you guys. Welcome to the Matrix. How you doing, Fat Cat? Even for those who are ready, life always throws a random. Yeah, they do. They're going to throw you a curveball, but you can prepare for most things. You can't prepare for everything, but you can start preparing for most things. And even when you get that curveball, the capability to he said good luck either way. So the ability to bounce back from that is based off of the ability of being prepared. Take for example, you got a car with four ball tires on it. If you change those tires, you're less likely to get a flat. If you don't have a spare, when you get a flat, you can't change the flat. If you got four ball tires, you know you got four ball tires and you got a flat tire in the back of the car. Once you get a flat, you can't change out the flat. Well, let's say you four ball tires, you don't have traction, you crash into somebody else because you can't stop the car because you got four ball tires. Doesn't matter that the tire's on flat. Now the car is total. You need a new car. The problem is that you did not prepare for the pending disaster. And because you did not do preventative maintenance, now you have a bigger problem than what you had from the beginning. Same thing. So you drive a car, you don't have to crash it. Let's say you drive a car, your fuel gauge breaks. Now you don't know how much fuel is in your car. You just top it off whenever you can. You decide to go on a long drive. You don't remember the last time you put gas in your car, and now you're out of gas. You're in the middle of nowhere. You don't have gas in your car. You could have fixed that when you had the money. You know, driving a car with no oil in it. Now you blew the engine. You know, it being responsible requires you to recognize that things need your attention, and you need to give it the attention that it deserves. That's when you're able to fix stuff. Outside of that, you're not going to be able to benefit from. You're not going to be able to improve yourself to benefit from your past efforts, and then you're not going to be ready for catastrophic failure. So take for the people who are working in the federal government. If they had a secondary income that wasn't from the government, when the government shut down, they're furloughed. They can't go to work. They can't really find them a permanent second job without quitting their first job because they have to be on call for when the government's no longer shut down again. If they had a second income coming from something else, their standard of living would still be covered and they have extra days off from work. And if they're furloughed with pay, then they're going to get reimbursed for all the days of work that they did not have to show up, which is an extra vacation. But if you don't have a second income to subsidize when you get furloughed, now you can't afford to pay your rent. Now you got to borrow against a stone. Doesn't matter if it's 0% interest, you got to borrow against a stone. And that lack of preparation, that's what we're talking about. Maybe nobody should have been trying to make black women a thing in the first place. Black should have been a race or a color. There should have been no such thing as black women. That's okay. So I can't agree with that, buddy. You're pushing the envelope here. So here's the thing. Culturally, they were there. They were in Africa. They existed, and then migration happened. Um, Regardless of how it happened, migration happened, and now they're in America. Saying that an individual race should not exist, that is racist, and I'm not going to agree with that at all. At the end of the day, um, the true to life thing is that the financially challenged women are more aggressive with their expectations for financial security than financially stable women. Doesn't matter what race they are. Doesn't matter what country they're in. The financially challenged women are more aggressive about their demand for financial stability. And financially challenged women will be willing to do more unorthodox things to get that money than financially stable women. Plain and simple. Men are the same way. Financially challenged men are going to be more willing to grind out for the money, willing to do more for less to get fast money because men will use their strength, manual labor to get more money. Women will use their appearance to get more money, right? That's our strong suits. Men have physical capabilities, women have physical appeal. That's our strong suit. We use our strong suit to get money. Financially stable men do not apply themselves as much on putting more effort for less money. Instead, they find better opportunities to get more money for less effort. The more time you have to find a better deal, the more money you get off of each deal. If you're in real estate and you're making $1,000 a sale because you're trying to dirt cheap, sell them as quick as possible to make some money, yeah, you're making money. But if you waited until you got the right deal, you can make 100 grand off of one sale instead of making 1,000 off of each sale and having to sell 1,000 houses for $1,000 a house to get that same 100 grand. You could actually sell one house, and if you only sold one house a year, which would be $1 million house, a mansion in like the Hamptons or some shit, if you only sold one house a year, and got that $100,000 commission, and you're living a $50,000 a year lifestyle, you actually got 2 years of income. You can wait 2 years to sell the next house. So if you're selling one house a year, you have 2 years worth of income each time. And that revolving capital gives you the financial stability to wait for the right deal. So it's not because of their race. It's just how you doing, Daniel? Special shout out to him. Happy Friday. What's up? What's up? So if I was a single mom from America, I would pick someone where you could not tell my child's race. Well, the actually, and then it was he said, Sofa. Hello, Sofa. Um, the interesting part about that is that the darker complexion can blend with any culture, and because darker complexions have genetic makeup, not a genetic makeup, but the chromosomes and alleles that have the dominant traits that are going to be widely shown. There, anything that is got a tan is going to be considered black or African American. It is what it, whether it's Puerto Rican, Dominican Republic, Haitian, whatever, Creole doesn't matter. If it's dark skinned, it's going to be treated as African American, at least in the United States. Um, and then if you have other races and mixed in there, doesn't really matter because the 132nd law in the United States clearly indicates that if you have 132nd of blood in you, then you're an African American. So you could be pale skinned or albino, and if half of your immediate lineage is a minority, then you're a minority. So dad could be pale, mom can be dark, and because mom's dark, you're a minority. That's it. That's how it's observed. Still conducting class? Yes, sir. We're actually about to. I said 2 hours ago I was gonna get on to today's topic, and I didn't even start yet. I've been holding a conversation with everybody that came into the comment section. I, but I'm on your for you page, so I'm at the top and the bottom of your for you page. So if you were here for a little bit and you started doom scrolling, you get back here an hour later, and I'm still here because this is a live podcast. Until I finish the 72 pages that I put up there, I'm gonna be here. I'm off. I don't have to go back to work until Monday, I think. Now I think I got one contract on Sunday. So I'm off for the weekend. So I got plenty of time. So if this turns out to be a 4 hour podcast, that's a good night for me. A 4 hour interactive podcast. That's a good night for me. So if you guys are watching us on Twitch or Twitter, y'all can feel free to chime in as well. But yeah, but yeah, we're about to. I'm gonna try to step into today's topic because eventually I gotta take the dog for a walk. So when we were talking about the fears that society doesn't talk about, we were talking about how you watch the news, you read those headlines, you listen to official stories, and you come across some huge events, and a part of your brain glitches. It's a CEO announcing record profits just weeks after laying off thousands of uh, uh, individuals for cost cuts. It's the politician insisting a new law is for your safety, like everything Donald Trump says is national security and public interest safety. But every line seems to chip away at a freedom that you originally took for granted. Like tax cuts and tax deductions. It's that gut punch feeling when the story that you're being told just doesn't match the reality that you see with your own eyes. And you're shaking your head, you're trying to make pieces fit together. And when they don't, the first place you look for blame is going to be yourself. And you think maybe I'm just not smart enough to get it. And maybe I'm too cynical. Maybe I'm just paranoid. That feeling of self doubt isn't an accident. That urge to blame yourself when the official story falls apart isn't a personal failing. It's a feature, not a bug. A uh, situation that is made of a powerful system that is designed to be confusing. So You're going to be encouraged to blame yourself for the systemic unfairness. And today we're going to eventually get through this show to show you exactly how it works. Is that here's a short dude. I'm just distracted. I'll be around. Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Keep coming back. Now, that moment of dissonance, it's a crack in the matrix. And here I am, Morpheus. It's a brief glimpse behind a curtain where you see the gears of a machine you weren't supposed to know exists. For most of our lives, we're taught to think about power in a very simple way. But what if I told you that's only one third of the story? There's a framework political scientists use for this. They talk about the three faces of power. So think of it like a stage play. First, there's the visible power. And this is the party that has the part of play that you're supposed to see, the things that are done that you actually pay attention to. It's the actors on the stage, the lines that they speak, the plot that unfolds for everyone. And in our world, this is the politicians as we know news laws, court rulings, and budget votes. It's the formal observable process where we vote, politicians go to the Capitol, they debate, they make laws, or they don't, delay decisions, have a government shutdown. We talk about that for years. Epstein list, all of that. It's real. It matters. And it's where our attention always is pointed. But then there's a second, deeper level, hidden powers. And this is what happens behind the scenes, backstage politics. This is the power that decisions which are made behind closed doors, and these decisions get performed outside of our knowledge and consent. And it's performed in the first place for the casting directors to decide who gets to audition, the writers deciding which lines get made and which ones get cut, and the producers who decide which topics are just too controversial for the stage. In our world, this is the power to control the agenda, to decide what gets debated and what gets ignored, which we hear the news feeds that really shows everybody what we're going to talk about and what we're not going to talk about. Finally, there's the third most profound level, which is an invisible power. It's yet again not just the backstage, it is in the minds of the audience. It's the power to shape people's beliefs, desires, and their very understanding of the world so completely that they accept the play as the only reality. You ever watched a movie and you were so into the movie that you just thought about it like it was an alternate universe? Like, what if that's reality? Right? It's the power that makes you believe that there's no alternative to the story being told, that the status quo is natural and inevitable. It works by making people internalize dominant ideas and accept unfairness as a fact of life, keeping real problems from ever even entering their minds. When you feel this, it's something like a rigid experience where you're sensing the friction between these three layers and you're watching the visible play, but you're catching a glimpse of the hidden script writing and feeling the weight of the invisible ideology that's telling you to just sit down, be quiet, and accept the show. This feeling isn't paranoia, it's your brain correcting and identifying structures that are deliberately kept off stage. You ever watched a live performance and you seen the stage crew moving the props around? You try to ignore it, but you're like, it's not real, right? So let's spend a minute on that. First, let's talk about the face of the power, the one that we all know. That visible power is the formal machinery of our democracy. It's what you learned about in civics class. We have elections, representatives debate, and vote on the laws. Budgets get passed, and the courts interpret those laws. This is the arena of public conflict. We see the debates on TV. We read the headlines about which party won or lost a key vote. We follow the election polls. We don't always vote, but we complain about how the country is fucked up right now, and partially because we didn't vote. This is power as an observable contest. We're told that if we want change, this is where we have to compete. Don't like a policy, vote for someone else. Go to a protest, write to your representative. And let's be clear, this power isn't fake. The laws passed in this arena have huge, tangible effects on our lives. Victories won here can expand rights, deliver resources, and create protections. It is a real important form of power. So special shout out to Colton. How you doing, Colton? Here is the catch. Focusing only on visible powers is like judging an iceberg by the 10% you see above the water. It's a huge miscalculation because it assumes that every important issue eventually makes it to the public stage for a fair debate. It assumes that every voice has a chance to be heard and that options being debated represent everything that is possible in this discussion. This is the great deception. The visible arena of politics is often just a last sanitized stage of much longer, messier processes. Protests won't do anything. The only way to beat the government is for the ordinary people to be self sufficient and to no longer rely on the government, in my opinion. Well, partially you're correct. Protests in some scenarios have worked for the country because segregation was abolished due to the Million Man March. So 1 million men had to march to Washington across the country in order for the country to change the way Americans treated other Americans. Some protests for legitimate causes can make differences. However, I believe what you're referring to is these ridiculous ass protests where these little kids is out here sitting in the middle of traffic, stopping cars, like stopping the flow of traffic is going to prove their agenda. They're not protesting better streets. They're not protesting better bridges. They're not protesting crosswalks. They're not protesting speed bumps. They're just blocking traffic. These types of protests will not do anything for our economy. It will not benefit our agendas of any kind, and it really just causes conflict. And like the supposed to be protesters, they're identified as protesters, but truth be told, when you really start looking at their behavior, they're more rioters. The ones that are blocking ICE agents from commuting through the streets. Yeah, if they're taking your family member, you have a right to be out there, but there's no reason why 300,000 people are throwing bricks at SUVs. That's not protesting. It's not going to stop them from executing the executive order to remove non-Americans out of the country, but it will get those people that are out there protesting arrested and potentially shot and killed, like the other two people were, and ruin their lives if they go to jail for domestic terrorism versus uh, 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 other types of federal level felonies. Once you get convicted of that, or not even convicted of that, once you get arrested of that, people do a background check on you, and they see felonies on your name. You can't rent anything. You have certain criminal charges that reputation based company, they're not going to hire you on those jobs. And if you have a job, they might fire you off of that job because they saw you on TV. You're ruining your life by going out there doing bad things. So I don't believe that the protests that the kids are doing these days are as appropriate as other things. But when we had protests back in the day, if you've seen in a low income community, the protesters, they wanted a traffic light on a certain block. So what they would do is have 8 people take turns directing traffic to show that if we had a traffic light here, we would have less car crashes. They would do things like if we wanted a crosswalk, they would have 8 people take turns helping people cross the street. And the reason why I keep saying 8 is because you might have 4 of them directing the traffic, and you might have 4 of them holding up the crosswalk sign and directing people across the street, showing that if we had crosswalks here, that the people would be safer with crossing the street. They would demonstrate the need in their peaceful protest and then petition for the action. And you would end up with streets with crosswalks, streets that used to not have traffic lights now have traffic lights, streets that used to not have stop signs now have stop signs because of the actions of the people. Now, in those situations, changes do get made. But I mean, 150 people in the middle of the interstate blocking rush hour traffic from getting home, that ain't doing nothing but getting on the news. You just triggering social media. And nothing's going to happen because we don't know what their cause is. They're on the middle of the freeway. What cause can you be protesting for on the freeway? So in those dynamics, no, the protesting won't help, right? There's a lot of people let their hate ruin their mental clarity on the issue, and it makes the cause look bad. It makes it look so bad. And then when they start throwing shit and spray painting stuff and stealing things, it takes all the value out of whatever cause that was originally being protested for. It takes it all the way. Because now we're not looking at whatever cause it was that they were out there protesting for. We're talking about the looters. We're talking about the rioters. We're talking about the property damage. Whatever your mission was to accomplish is no longer valid. Cities being destroyed. That's what we're talking about. I protested every time my mom won't give me chicken nuggets with the purple ketchup. Sit down, son. Uh, yeah, you're not supposed to see me. I'm John Cena's cousin. Uh, I see what you're saying. A lot of people go into these protests with violence in mind and ruin the whole cause. It's upsetting. It's very upsetting. But when we want change, change has to start in yourself. You have to change the way you do things. So you are right. We do need to change the people in our government because the Constitution was originally meant to function like jury duty. We were supposed to have 500 something people in Congress that was supposed to change over regularly. And it was supposed to be new people that gets into that position regularly. But out of 385 million people, only 500 something of them, maybe 1,000 people want to be involved in that. And the rest of us don't want to be involved in that. We want to watch and bitch about it. So yeah, if we really wanted to make more change, we would have to advocate to get there. Uh, he said this guy seems like a fake Earth. No. Okay, ah, I you think that I'm talking about a flat Earth denier? Uh, Denying that the Earth is flat or verifying that the Earth is flat has no bearing on the fact that social stigma only exists in areas of conflict. So just like the two guys that are coming in, getting a kick out of trying to claim that I'm a flat Earth denier. You would first be like making that claim. You're trying to prove that the Earth is flat, but you can't go from one end of the planet to the next. So you really got to think about exactly what your argument here is. But the main point is that by the time an issue hits the floor of a Congress for a public vote, the game has already been rigged. The opinions have been narrowed, and the outcome has often been quietly decided in a room that we never got to see. And this is where the hidden powers come in. It is the force that owns the theater, writes the scripts, and casts the actors long before the curtain even rises. And this is where the story gets darker. Hidden power is the ability of dominant groups, thinking corporate giants, financially elites. We're thinking about institutional players to keep their influence by controlling what even makes it to the decision making table. When The Republican Party was pushing for the 10 to 20% tax caps on high investments. Those that was for to keep money into the pockets of the wealthy. That had shit to do with broke folks. Broke folks can't afford to invest. But that was decided before we even knew what was going on. It's the bouncer at the door of democracy, deciding who gets in and who stays out. And it works in three main ways: setting the agenda, private access, and framing the issues. We invaded a country, kidnapped its leader, stole all their resources. National security. If you heard about it, you invested in Shell, Chevron, and Exxon because you're going to make money off of that kidnapping. National security, right? You ever wonder why, in a world of staggering inequality, there are so few serious public debates about aggressively taxing the super wealthy? Or why proposals to ban the revolving door between government and corporate lobbying almost never gets a real vote? Crazy, right? That's not an accident. It's what political scientists call a non decision. A non decision is an issue that is purposely kept off the public agenda because it threatens the interests of the powerful. It's a form of gatekeeping. While we're busy arguing about the issues that are on the table, the most critical ones, the ones that could fundamentally shift wealth and power, are never allowed on the table to begin with. Like when everybody was freaking out about the TSA agents not getting paychecks, they fired 200 plus thousand employees from major tech companies. Nobody thought about that. You had what, two, three, 5 million people unemployed, 200 extra thousand people are never going back to work. Nobody paid attention to that. You got to think about this. A policy to claw back the billions lost to corporate tax havens would be incredibly popular. Um, like how the government gatekeepers and lies about the American soldier casualties in the war, bro. Like the what they rolled back the number of lost souls that happened in Hurricane Katrina. They reached over 150,000 in their body count, and then they rolled it down to almost a third of that. Right? The fact is that, yeah, look at what happened with Iraq and Iran. Just like what you're saying, like they went to the other country. They went there for resources, but oh, we're doing it because they bombed the Twin Towers. But you watched them bomb it. You watched them take the planes. You watched the planes get taken over in flight. You didn't shoot down the plane. You watched the buildings get destroyed, and the only two buildings that got destroyed were buildings full of records. They didn't just blow up anything. They didn't hit the local schools and because really, when you're doing a terrorist attack, you're really going after the women and children, the hospitals, the schools. You're really going after our ability to rebuild. They didn't get anything but the two biggest buildings in the country that held all of the information about the historical ownership of all the property that happened in America. Kind of convenient. Yeah, it's so soulless. Is to make the government look good. So they lie about human lives. So sad. Yeah, you're right. The government ends up looking good because we, back in the day, we understood that going to war for selfish reasons would not be supported by the people. So we're going to war for national security, and everybody claims that the government is protecting the safety of the people. We're not going to war for national security. We're it. They're claiming that it's not about nukes. It's about the precious minerals that are in Iran. The same reason why stopping the battle between Russia and Ukraine was not about the best interest of Ukraine or the Ukraine citizens. It was about the precious minerals that were in Ukraine. The taxation of India. It was about controlling Russia. and it was controlling Russia so that Russia wouldn't get funding for Ukraine because they wanted the precious minerals from Ukraine. The ability, their decisions are usually backed by money. It's not backed by the best interest of another country, right? Hold on a second. We gotta change headsets here. There we are. We've been up here so long that the other headset wore out. We've been up here for 4 hours. Two 2 hours and 39 minutes. And we're a third of the way into today's topic. Yet the one reason it's supported is because the rich run the government and they want more money. That's the reason why they do everything. So, in order for you to stop being broke, you need to start functioning like financially wealthy individuals. Invest in the things that the financially wealthy invest in. Make financial decisions the way financially wealthy people do, which means that you don't spend money on things that you don't have 3 to 10 times more money to afford cash up front. So if you don't have $60,000, you're not buying a $30,000 car, or you're not buying a $20,000 car. The decision making skills that you make instead of financing something for an extended period of time, if you can't afford to buy it cash up front, you go buy you a cash car for $7,000 or $8,000 instead of mortgaging a house at the maximum quantity of savings. You mortgage the house at the lowest possible cost. If your standard of living, you're living in a $2,000 $3,000 a month house for rent, and you can find a house that's $1,500 for a mortgage. Instead of getting a 5 bedroom house, it's only you and maybe one other person. Y'all could really do a 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom at most. Go find you a 2 bedroom. Don't go find you a 5 bedroom, 2 story house that's 4,008 square feet so that you can show off to your friends. I got a big house. I got a big house with a big yard. And nobody wants to go outside and cut the grass. You got to pay a landscaper. Instead, it's just the two of y'all. If y'all get a 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom, 1 bathroom, small place, a little bit bigger than the apartment that you used to have, because you don't need all that extra space. Which one of y'all going outside with push lawnmower in the rain anyway? So you get your small spot, easy to manage, easy to maintain. Come to find out, that little motherfucker right there, cheaper than your house. But if you was capable of paying $3,000 a month for rent, and now you're paying $1,500 a month for a mortgage, you can put the other $1,500 a month away in a brokerage account and get $150,000 in 10 years, where $150,000 went towards the house, $150,000 went towards the brokerage account. If the house cost $150,000, you could have paid off the house and still had 150 grand in your brokerage account. You know what I mean? Instead of living check to check. Lifestyle creep is what we do. The more money we get, the more money we spend. But if we spent less money and put more money away, one day we can reach a point where we can say, fuck this, and not have to work no more. And we know where our money's coming from. It's coming from the place we put it, because that money is going to keep coming to us. The monthly dividends is a monthly guaranteed income. And that monthly guaranteed income is the kind of income that helps you guys stay financially successful for the remainder of your life. Whether you stop working for an injury, stop working from old age, or stop working because you just don't feel like it anymore. Because if you start at 18 to 25 years old and you put in 20 years and you make yourself a half million, $250,000, a whole $1 million, by the time 20 years from 18 to 20, by the time you're 40, you got $1 million in the bank account, 15% interest. That's $150,000 by putting away just enough money where your income might be 50. Your income might be $50,000 a year. Fast food restaurant kind of shit. Work that job for 20 years and quit that job with $150,000 a year income supporting you for the rest of your life. If you had 150 grand coming in and your $50,000 a year lifestyle got bumped up to $75,000 a year, you could take 50% of your money, put it back into the brokerage account, increasing the principal so that you can offset inflation and still maintain that $70,000, $75,000 a year income for the rest of your life, where you retired at 40. That's called early retirement. And now you have 55 years of life with nothing that you have to do. Don't nobody think about that though. But you guys got to understand, it would be devastating to the bottom line of the very people and corporations who fund these campaigns and hire armies of lobbyists if we didn't do what they were doing. So, through hidden powers, that issue is smothered in its crib. Oh, Ed didn't make it past the comment. He ain't even here no more. They come up here being foolish. They getting blocked off the rip. Now, through hidden powers, that issue I said before smothered off the rip and is called unrealistic, politically impossible, or bad for the economy because it uh, devalues their ability to make financial sense. And it's a non-starter for them. Not because the public hates it, but because the people with hidden power have decided it won't be discussed. Make sure that y'all like and subscribe as y'all come through here. By the time that you see a headline about a new tax bill, the range of what's considered a serious option has already been shrunk wrapped behind closed doors. So, how is the agenda set? It is not some smoky room with villains plotting against the public. Nobody can see each other's face and everybody's sucking on cigars like you would see in one of those cartoons. It's something far more ordinary and, in a way, more sinister. It's the system of private access and corporate networks that has become modern government. The research on this is shockingly clear. A landmark 2014 study by professors at Princeton and Northwestern found that the policy preferences of the wealthy and business groups have a huge impact on what becomes law. Meanwhile, the preference of the average citizens, they have little to no independent effect. Put simply, when the government has to choose between what the rich want, which is the 1%, and what everyone else gets, it almost always will side with the rich. This happens because money and connections are the currency of politics. It is all self interest. Lobbyists and donors don't just influence votes, they help write the bills. They insert the loopholes and quietly defund the agencies that are supposed to be policing them. Department of Education, long before the public ever hears about it. It made even worse experiences when everybody looked at revolving door experiences, where former politicians and government officials walked right into high paying lobbying jobs and vice versa, where the very people that they were walking into were the people that were paying them to run politics before. This creates a cozy web of informal networks where policy isn't debated in public forums, but negotiated over dinner, on a golf course, and in corporate boardrooms. We get presented with the final product, but the real deals were cut in private among a select few who all share the same worldview and the same financial interests. The final tool of the hidden power is controlling not just what gets decided, but how issues are framed and who is seen as a legitimate voice. Powerful groups can kill an issue by framing it in ways that makes it seem boring or radical. A proposal for a stronger environmental ruler can be framed not as public health issues, but as a technical or bureaucratic matter. full of jargon that makes the public and the media tune it out. A debate about workers' rights gets reframed as an attack on the free market, making everyone who supports it seem naive, right? The Mexicans were stealing our jobs, right? Deporting all the Mexicans, right? But Silicon Valley just got a bunch of human workers fired for machines. Who's really taking our jobs? Think about that. This also applies to who gets to speak about the topics. At public meetings, procedural rules and tradition are often used to silence inconvenient voices. A community group presenting a new chemical plant might be told they missed a filing deadline they never knew about, or that their concerns are outside the scope of the meeting. Yes, it is. I shine brighter than the sun, little boy. their input their input is delegitimized, and they're made to feel like they don't belong, that their lived experience isn't as valid as the expert testimony from a paid consultant. And this isn't just rude, it's a strategic move to control the narrative and exclude dissent. It says nobody took your jobs. You got set up. You were called unskilled labor because they hate you, but it's too late. You fell for it. No, they didn't fall for it. They paid for it because they like, oh no, we're gonna invest in this. We're gonna invest in it. Then they got fired. You you don't belong to your lived experience. It's not valid. That's how they get us. The result is a political game that's rigid before it's even started. It's completely torn down. The biggest decisions happen off stage. The options are pre-screened by private interest, and the public is left to debate from a carefully curated menu of pre-approved choices. If the old back room was a physical place, think about this. The new back room is a digital place, and it's the one that's in your pocket. Today, a new and incredibly powerful form of the hidden power is being wielded by a handful of tech platforms. The daily reality for billions of people flows through apps and recommendation systems that are actively shaping what we see, what we believe, and what we feel. And this isn't neutral. Your sense of what's normal, what's urgent, and what's true is being shaped by hidden choices made in corporate offices that you've never seen, by engineers you've never met, and for goals you've never voted on. You got to think about this. Take for example, we took over TikTok. The United States took over TikTok. The algorithm is not promoting anything better than what it was promoting before. It's just going to prioritize American content creators before international content creators. National security about the backdoor data and everything to that effect. But think about it. You're still doom scrolling and you're still seeing similar content. Those of you that's watching on YouTube, you were doom scrolling for 3 hours and you've popped up on this channel 4 to 6 times. Apparently, this was meant for you to look at. The algorithm is redirecting you to this channel because out of the millions and millions of podcasts that are going live right now, a large number of y'all are right here with me. Somebody tweaked the algorithm, and nothing that we can do but ride the wave and enjoy it. Here's the fundamental flaw in our modern information world. Content is ranked for engagement, not for truth. So no matter how much information that I put on this podcast that you can benefit from, my content is only going to be valued based on how many people like or dislike the show, subscribe to the channel, watch the show, how many people are lingering here for extended periods of time, all at the same time. How many comments are in the comment section, whether they're positive or inappropriate. And a lot of content creators have to decide between allowing inappropriate content to run through their feed just so that they can have those comments in their feed versus blocking those comments to prevent from having a comment section being full of negative content, which would discourage other people from lingering on the show. A lot of content creators have to decide between traffic on their channel, meaningful traffic on their channel, versus individuals that'll push the channel to the next level of engagement. Make sure that y'all like, subscribe, and mash those reaction buttons because this is the reality. And y'all mashing those reaction buttons when I'm speaking on fact, I'm speaking on truth. Like this really impacts you. You come to find a lot more people start showing up. Like, oh damn, this channel's getting a lot of views. This channel's getting a lot of hits, right? The engagement is increasing, so the viewership will increase. Not because it was factual from the gate, but because more people care about the facts. The goal of a social media platform isn't to create an informed public. That's the goal of my podcast, to provide an informed public. The goal of a platform is to maximize the time that you spend on the site. So the more people willing to spend 2, 3, 4 hours on this show, the more people the podcast is going to introduce to the show. They don't sell the product, they sell your attention. And they are masters at capturing your attention. Every click, every like, every dislike. Because think there's a lot of people. We all tell you to like and subscribe to our platforms, but not too many people will tell you. If you dislike the channel, it's going to have the same impact on this channel as if you like it. The only difference is that the algorithm will be taught not to show you similar content such as this. But for the channel itself, if 100,000 people dislike this show, it would have the same impact on the algorithm as 100,000 people liking the show. And out of 385 million people, if 50% of the people like the show, that would be 200,000 people that interacted with this show, plus the comments, plus the viewership. That show would get more traffic. Is that social media is also used to mass desensitize the people to the real horrible events happening. You actually can get information overload and be overwhelmed by the quantity of people that are producing similar content, like the traffic stops where the police are acting disgruntled. The Red Pill podcast, you got Fresh and Fit all over the place. You've got a couple of other guys that are starting to do the same thing that Fresh and Fit were doing. And you only see them because Fresh and Fit and what's the whatever podcast, which hashtag them, those two podcasts had a dynamic. You put 5 or 7 hot chicks on the camera, let them talk, and then counter their position. The whole platform. Few other guys found out that if you get you a handful of chicks, put them on the channel, let them talk, provide a counter argument. They're getting the same traffic as Fresh and Fit. You start now dealing with red pill, blue pill, black pill podcast, where the hot button topic is women don't respect men, but women want money from men. Men value women when women help men, but women don't like the fact that what they have to do to be valuable is not be a 304. And that discussion, you have lower value women trying to support the feminist movement. You have higher value women agreeing with the men. You have lower value men agreeing with the women. You have the higher value men agreeing with the men. And now you have a four-way debate. All of those conversations just puts that on the forefront. But while 3 or 4 different podcasts talking about the exact same topic in 13 different ways, you learn nothing from that channel except women don't respect men the way they should, and men don't respect themselves the way they should. And men put too much value on women in comparison to the way the women behave. That's all you learn from that. This is the only podcast that you're going to come to that's going to teach you how to make, save, invest money, and make better decisions to fix your life so that your life doesn't continue to suck the way it sucked before you found this show. This is the only podcast that's like this, which is why it took you so long to find it. But once you found it, you couldn't leave because you're like, damn, this is the only man on the channel that ain't got no hot chicks on the show that is only talking about how, you know what, if I would have made a different choice yesterday, I probably would have a little extra money in my pocket today. And if I make better decisions today, I know I'm going to have more money in my pocket next week. That's all we do. That's all we do. Now, every click, every like, every share, every second that you pause on a video is fed into a machine. That machine has a learning model that builds a psychological profile of you. And in America, it's operated by Oracle. You're welcome. So, investment tip: Oracle, OpenAI, Nvidia, tech companies, Tesla, but Oracle pays dividends. This profile is then used to serve you a perfectly tailored stream of content designed to keep your eyes glued to the screen. Whatever keeps you there the longest, it's going to show you more of that. That's why I told you I'm at the top and the bottom of your For You page, because if you lingered here for 5 or 7 minutes and then you got bored and then you scrolled away, 30 minutes later, you're going to be back on this channel and you might get caught again and like, oh, he's still there and he's talking real stuff. Let me see what he really got to say. Now you're here for 35, 45 minutes. I'd have been here 3 hours. You'd have been here 1 hour of it. And you coming back tomorrow because I'm here every day, right? Two people can start with slightly different clicks and in just a few weeks end up in completely different information universes, each one reinforcing their own biases. The platforms aren't just showing you reality, they are actively engineering you a personalized reality that is exclusively for you. So YouTube shows middle-aged individuals over the age of 35 different content than TikTok. TikTok is more TikTok dances and video games. Twitch is more video games. Um, um, Twitter is more politics and tech. So depending on which platform you go to, depends on which market age. So TikTok is going to be like ages 16 to 25. YouTube is 35 to 65. Um, Twitch is tech exclusive, news and tech exclusive. So everybody from 35 to 75. That's going to be different areas. Twitch is typically middle-aged individuals between 25 and 45, but it's gamers, right? These different platforms are tuned in different ways, but they promote different things. Oh, special shout out to Aztec. Aztec is back. I've seen you before. You asked me about what's the show about, and it's about how to make better decisions in your personal life so that you're not wasting your money, and then how to learn ways to make, save, and invest money. And that's what we're talking about on this show. This and that talks about this, that, and everything in between that is directly related to your decision making skills and how things directly impact your ability to make, save, and invest money. That's the long and short of it. Now, yeah, I remember you. I remember you from before. So, and the first 2 hours out of the show, we were talking about all kinds of investment opportunities. We were talking about all kinds of savings opportunities, building your 20-year plan so that you can know exactly where you're going to be at when you retire, how to set up a retirement so that you can quit working and spend the next 50 years of your life not having to work anymore. And we're live 7 nights a week. Make sure that you like and subscribe and hit them reaction buttons because we giving you stuff on a regular basis to help you be financially successful. Because the common knowledge that most people don't have, that they don't look for, I'm giving it to you damn near for free. The most expensive part of this channel is the commercials that hit the live podcast, and then the lowest tier $3 membership that's once a month for $3. We're $350 for a 1 hour with a financial advisor, 3 hours a day with me, 30 days out of the week for the same $3. You get way more shit from me than what you get from anybody else. After you finish curating all the stuff I'm talking to you about, you could take the information that I gave you, turn it into a nice packet, and when you get to that financial advisor, you got your shit together. So instead of spending $600 on 2 hours, where the first hour they explain to you how to work it, and then the second hour they actually do the shit for you, you can save $350 by bringing to them the final draft, and then they can get there and start helping you curate it to make sure that your final draft is financially legitimate. But that's what I'm saying. We talked about that 2 hours ago. We talked about buying homes. Buying homes is better now than what it was before because the government just blocked big business from buying up single family homes. They fixed your FICO score so that you can get approved better. They removed the medical bills off of your credit score. They are about to cap credit cards at 10%. They lowered interest rates in December. You're still getting around 6% interest if you have reasonable credit, but they also have financial assistance programs, down payment assistance programs. And if you make sure that your real estate investment agent works in closing costs to the seller, where the seller pays the closing costs, and you qualify, even if you are financially challenged, if you qualify for a down payment assistance program, you get a FHA loan, you have down payment assistance, and then the seller pays for the deed, the title, all this other shit. You walk into the house with no money down and just put your first month's payment down 60 days after you bought the house. And all you needed was 2 years of good payment history and a credit score like 640. And your debt to income is like 30%. That's all you really needed. So if you've got like $1,000 worth of debt, you got $3,000 worth of income, and you can get you a $1,500 or $1,000 to $1,500 house. That's like a 2,000 square foot house on a 0.79 acre piece of property that you, depending on your age, you can get a homestead tax exemption, so you don't have to pay property taxes. Then you also can get an exemption on that where they don't raise the taxes on the property. And with the depending on the house that you get, the tax exemption credit that supersedes the taxation that you owe on a property, you have zero taxes and zero increase for the remainder of your life. So all you have to do is pay the mortgage. Then if you're a veteran and you get in this, they don't make you pay for the with the VA loan, they don't make you pay for the homeowner's insurance. And then because you're not paying the taxes, you actually end up saving an extra $150 a month on your mortgage, which means instead of that $1,000 or $1,500 house being at that price, it actually ends up being $800 a month. So imagine having 2,000 square feet of property that belongs directly to you, and you're paying $800 a month for that instead of $1,500 a month for a 750 square foot apartment where the neighbors are partying in the middle of the night. I'm just trying to told you. Don't nobody think about stuff like this until you come to this podcast. He said, probably the smartest guy on the platform. No wonder it's so hard to find. He's spitting fast. Bro, for the first 2 years I was on this podcast, no lie, I was in the restricted access area of YouTube. Right now, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, if you haven't been mashing that reaction button, hit the reaction buttons right now because I'm about to give you some stuff that's about to blow your YouTube platform wide open. Go to your settings, look for restricted mode, turn it off. When you turn it off on your cell phone, on your computer, when you turn it off, and then go back into the profile, you are going to see way more content on YouTube that was adult only content that was not allowed for the average person to see because it talks about politics, race, gender. It might have too much profanity in the context. Anything that is exclusively not suitable for children under the age of 18 is automatically put into a restricted area. It's almost like being shadow banned. They're not going to stop your monetization, but they're not going to show you to as many people. So you have to be found accidentally. But if you go and turn off that restricted mode, you will see 800 videos or close to that on this podcast about all the different things that you could be doing to make yourself better. Because I don't just tell you how life could be better. I tell you where the problem is, and then I tell you where to start to fix the problem, which is what seminars and gurus don't tell you. And that is the kind of stuff that bridges the gap between a motivational speaker telling you that your life could be better on the other side of the hill versus me telling you how the fuck to get to the other side of the hill. That's one of the things that don't nobody do. Not too many um not too many podcasts will tell you how to get to the other side. That you have a lot of fantastic information. You got real estate developers that tells you about how you can borrow other people's money and buy property, but they don't tell you that you got to have 2 to 5 years worth of good payment history. Even if you don't have good credit, you have to have good payment history. If you have bad credit and bad payment history, you ain't borrowing shit unless you know somebody with money. If you're the most financially successful person in your group, you're not going to borrow from nobody unless you got a 650 credit score and you have a good payment history. But the other thing that you need to pay back the debt is either the leverage of the asset where they're going to make more money off the asset than they could ever get from you, or your financial capabilities to pay them back on the debt. That's the only way they're going to give you money for nothing. Because hard money lenders, when they lend you, they're lending you at 18% interest. You're making monthly payments until you sell the property. They don't tell you that part. I tell you that part. Then you're like, oh shit, no wonder everybody's not a real estate investment agent, because who the fuck is going to qualify for $100,000 advancement? How many of us can go and get a $50,000 cash loan for no reason, right? Most of us can't. We can leverage the house. You know what I mean? We can we can leverage investment opportunities like brokerage accounts and treasury bonds and Bitcoin and gold and silver, but not most of us can go and get a cash loan. And a cash loan is a loan for cash, not a mortgage, right? He said, yeah, I am, but I do the math and you end up paying 3 times the house purchase price. Okay, so here's the thing about that though. If you're paying the bare minimum and you're running a 30-year mortgage, you're usually going to pay 2 to 3 times the house. And we were covering this on the show once before when we were talking about how Donald Trump is in the works with trying to get a 50-year mortgage. Lower payments, but overall you're paying more money for the house. The thing is not that you're supposed to pay the bare minimum. If you have the capability to pay a $3,000 a month rent and you find yourself financing an $800 a month house, you can pay $3,000 a month on your mortgage. That's 3 times more than what you're supposed to pay. $2,000 of that is going directly to the principal. Even though 60% of your $800 is going towards interest, $2,000 is going directly to your principal. You're likely to pay your mortgage off 3 times faster. You have a 30-year mortgage and you're paying 3 times more than what you're supposed to pay on your mortgage. You're going to pay that off in 10 years. If you paid 10 or 20% of the value of the house more than what the cost of the house was, you paid that house off. And because you paid it off in 10 years, now you got a good payment history because you paid that shit quick in comparison to riding 30 years. And any equity in the house along the way, let's say life disaster hits you at some point, you can remortgage the property, extend the loan, because if you paid 70% of the loan and you still got 30 years left, they can reduce your payments and stretch your loan out. You can remortgage the house because you have 60% of equity or 75% of equity in the house, which means that you can a home economic loan and remortgage the house to pay for your unexpected financial expenses and just continue paying the loan for the rest of the 30 years. Or if you don't have any disasters, but you got like 70% of the value of the house, you could take 50% of that and put that as a down payment to get a second house. You got good payment history. This is the stuff that most places don't talk about. But it took so much for y'all to find this channel to show y'all this shit today. And I'm just trying to tell y'all, we're here every night of the week. And we typically start at around 11:30 Eastern Standard Time every night of the week. He asked the question, do most small businesses fail within the first 2 years? You have to cross over the first 2 years struggling, hopefully find you some investors, or as I've given you guys on Tuesdays, different financial opportunities that you can start off as a hobby, turn it into a side hustle, and then transition it into a business. And with little to no startup cost at that. Standardize a service that people need that you can automate using AI and then promote that where people will pay you for the ability to make their lives easier. And the quantity of people that you stack on that will give you the ability to be financially successful. But the majority of people take a dream, put hundreds of thousands of dollars into the official dream before they sell the first product. And most people run out of money or run out of time within the first year to 2 years. The opportunity cost offsets the investment risk. The reason being is because your ability to be successful is limited by the quantity of startup capital you have accessible to you and the time you need to turn a profit. If you need to turn a profit within 6 months, it doesn't matter if you've got enough money to pay for the startup cost, because your startup cost is now going towards your standard of living. If you run out of money, it doesn't matter if you have unlimited time to be successful. If you can't afford to continue producing a product, you can't get paid off the service. But if you find a service that has a low overhead and a high profit margin, you can expand on it by taking the profits and reinvesting in it into the service and expanding on the service. So nobody uh uh thinks about this, or not nobody, not a lot of people think about this, and that's one of the reasons why so many businesses go under. Because and then a lot of businesses don't even get off the ground because a lot of businesses need funding and they are looking for funding, and most people are only willing to fund a profitable endeavor, and they're usually only find a profitable endeavor turning profits when you ask for money, not in the initial phases of I haven't done nothing yet. I don't even have a functional prototype. I just have a vision, and I might not even have that vision on a piece of paper. Those people are looking for money. And the only time somebody's willing to invest in that type of idea is if you don't have a patent and they can make billions of dollars off of your idea and they can flip that and make that into something successful. So most of the time, businesses fail within 2 to 5 years. But if you can maintain and sustain for more than 2 to 5 years and you start building yourself up and you start having that residual, and instead of spending every dollar on the business and to put it into your pocket, you put at least 40 to 60% of your profits back into the business for expansion, you can find yourself successful. But likewise, if you take all the extra money that you're not wasting on bullshit and you put it into a brokerage account, high interest dividends, and you use those dividends to pay for your startup, now you don't have to wonder where your money is to help you with your startup. You can spend 20 years setting up your retirement, quit working for somebody else where your boss who you don't like tells you what to do, or you're working with somebody who you don't like who doesn't work as hard as you, and it's the boss's friend, so they're not going to tell him nothing. Instead of you living like that, you can quit that job and focus on starting up your own business, living off the profits of your retirement. That's one of the reasons why um, it makes more sense for you to pay attention to your long term. But when we talk about this, the process of what's going on with these profiles comes from the recommendation system. The recommendation systems are designed to feed our confirmation bias. They learn what we believe and then show us a constant stream of content that proves us right. That's what we find. The result is an illusion of consensus. Your feed makes it seem as if everybody agrees with you. This allows you to stay. It's going to make your opinions feel not just correct, but obvious. And that's one of the things that people don't pay attention to. Is I know, right, exactly what vid you're talking about, Tony. Tony be wild. Tony got. Tony got as soon as he made that comment. He ain't even here no more. But it is deep, Aztec. It is deep. It truly is deep. The fact of the matter is that if you were looking for different financial opportunities, if you were looking for different investment opportunities, if you were looking for different ways to navigate life where you weren't wasting as much unnecessary money, and you came to this show more often than not, you will find out that if you started on your For You page after hanging out here for a few hours every day of the week, on your For You page, you would have more financial channels being showed to you. You'd have more people talking about finance. None of them talking about how to make it and keep it and invest it. You would have people talking about crypto, people talking about gold, people talking about the stock market, people talking about whatever. But none of them talking about how to go from being broke to being not broke and everything in between. This is the only one that covers the whole spread. And this is going to create an echo chamber where you find yourself in your entire For You page shielded from different opinions that may not work with you, or worse, where opposing views are shown in their most extreme and hateful forms, which is why any negative comments that pops into the comment section get blocked. This is going to make it harder for you to understand people who think differently and easier to see them as uninformed or evil individuals. Hate speech, right? And a lot of times, negative attention triggers more traffic than positive attention. So, in some situations, instead of having 5 or 10 people agree that this is a good thing, you'll have 70 or 80 people that disagree and hate it. And then 250,000 people try to validate it because it actually is a good thing. And now you have an argument that just went viral. They pit people against each other. Recent independent studies have shown that these algorithms are not politically neutral. One 2026 study on the platform X, Twitter X, special shout out to Twitter X, found that switching from a simple chronological feed to the algorithmic one, measurably shifted users' political views. And I'm going to say that one more time because I stuttered through it. One study found on the platform Twitter X that switching from a simple chronological feed to the algorithmic one measurably shifted users' political views, and it was shifted to be more conservative after just 7 weeks. The algorithm doesn't just reflect the world, it changes the people who use it, which is one of the reasons why there were so many lawsuits against Facebook and Meta about the mental capacity of the children who were live streaming on those platforms, which compromised their ability to function. And that was also one of the reasons why they started doing a hidden regulatory ban on pornography. If y'all didn't know that it's hard to find, Pornhub is not accessible anymore. You have to put your driver's license up now. They quietly suppress that. Now, and some of these platforms, not only are you going to have to put up your ID, you're also going to have to pay for a membership. You can't just go up there and get you a free video no more, bro. It's crazy. Colin says, do you think that most businesses or people fail or struggle financially because they invest in materialistic things or things that don't matter instead of investing in ways to make more money? I got your comment too, Aztec. First and foremost, businesses are failing because they're entertaining in the materialistic product. People will buy it because it's fun, it's entertaining, people will like it. But the problem with that type of product is that when money is tight, people aren't willing to spend money on fun and entertaining. When money is tight, people start trying to fix their shit. People who find what we call painkillers instead of like vitamins. A vitamin, oh yeah, I can take vitamins whenever I feel like it. But when I don't have enough money, I don't need to buy a vitamin. I don't need it. I want it. If I want it, I'll buy it when I can afford it. But if I need it, I'll pay for it even if I can't afford it. Painkiller scenarios, those I must fix this situation. People will pay for that no matter what. For example, you don't have a lawnmower, you need your grass cut. You're going to pay a landscaper to come and cut your grass. Landscapers make money because the average American doesn't cut their own grass anymore. One of the first, those of us Gen Xers, one of the first jobs we had when we were kids was either a babysitter because people didn't want to watch their own kids, uh, detailing cars because people didn't want to wash their own cars, cutting grass because people didn't want to cut their own grass, dog walkers because people didn't want to walk their own dogs. The things that people don't want to do, that becomes a service that people will pay for. But when you focus on insignificant things, you can start up a business on something insignificant and make a lot of money. Like Trophy Champs, the trophy company that puts out all those WWE titles. Everybody gets one who's a WWE fan, a generational WWE fan, but most of us only entertain that belt for 7 days to 6 weeks at the most, and then after that, it goes into the closet. It's anywhere between $100 to $600 worth of bullshit that it is a dopamine hit in the moment, and we can show it off to our friends in the moment. But after a while, it holds no value because no person who buys a WWE replica puts their title on the line for a stranger and has a money in the bank in the middle of Chicago street. Like legit, you do not have like 15, 20 people having a Royal Rumble on the bus for the World Heavyweight title. So after a while, it's just a commodity. Commodities don't turn profits for a long period of time all the time. So those places go out of business. Then people waste money on those commodities, and that's why they stay broke. Then the second thing that happens is microloans have come out. So now every time you can't afford something, it says, "Oh, don't worry, you can still afford it. Give us $25 today and make 6 easy payments of 75, and it can be yours today." You can't afford it, but because they'll ship it to you today and you can make monthly payments on it, you get it. Now you're in debt. All these microloans negatively impact your credit. He says, bro, how you get all this knowledge? You've been touching all the that is why the name is so damn long because we talk about everything under the sun, but we focused it on how you make, save, and invest money. And we cover so many different things. I do research. Look, I went to college for microbiology, communication and health, and computer technology. 3 bachelor's degrees, and I did shit with it. So all of this knowledge that I learned of 8+ years of college is not applied to what I do for work. As a result, instead of me wasting, like I said, 70 something thousand dollars worth of education, instead I share knowledge with everybody else because knowledge used to be free when it was passed down from generation to generation. It's not free no more. It's sold to the highest bidder for a membership, a program, a seminar where you never get the information that you're looking for, but you're always paying all this extra money to get the information because knowledge is a profit. I'm giving it away for free. But at the end of the day, you can get the details in my membership. I do have one, but like I said, for $3 a month, $3.50 a month, all the information that I can muster in that membership. Actually, as it stands right now, almost every day of the week, something new is being released into my membership. Strategies, plans, financial opportunities, all kinds of stuff being released every just about every day. Is that very interesting? It slow changes your own thought and controls what you think. And it also controls what you're exposed to. So when the Chicago, not the Chicago, the what was it, Minnesota ICE murders that was happening, the only thing that they showed for so long was the police beating up that dude and then shooting him. Nobody showed a video of how it started. The what went viral was the car driving away from the ICE agent and then the cop gunning down the woman. Nobody showed how it started. Based on what we saw, we're in an outrage. The video went viral. But the boring part was the traffic stop. The boring part was the initial arrest. We didn't see the boring part. We seen the viral part. That's what we look at. Is I'm invested into fourplexes, giving offer for 20% below asking for prices. Don't change this rather than a house. Stay in a fourplex or rent out 3 units, stay in 1 unit, and once it's paid off, take equity from it and buy another. That's what people do. That's what people do. He's right. That's what people do. But not everybody can buy that fourplex because a fourplex is considered commercial property. So you're not always able to grab a fourplex with an FHA loan. And then the laws that just changed is going to limit your ability to do stuff like that, commercial properties. But if you can afford a fourplex, get you a fourplex. If you can't afford a fourplex, get you a duplex. If you can't afford a duplex, get you both sides of the townhome. Buy the whole building and rent out the other half. And you can do the same thing. Businesses are dying because of online orders, and he's right about that. People just want to buy items online and just stay at home because, first of all, we hate each other. We don't like social interaction. So we take time out of our day while doom scrolling, which is why it's so important for all the ads to run across the screen. While we're doom scrolling, we're convinced to buy some shit that we otherwise would not have bought because we don't never leave the house. So our impulse buy is triggered based on ads that come across the show. And then after we bought it, it gets shipped to the house. We open our front door, it's on our doorstep. Everything, including groceries from Walmart, on our doorstep. Don't even have to go to the store no more. So everything that used to be sold in stores now sold in China, Japan, Taiwan, Indonesia, Istanbul, India, Belarus, and it is shipped to America. Made in Canada, and it is shipped to America, and we pay top dollar for import export fees. That's why when I was talking to y'all about the tariffs, I was talking to y'all about how your cost of living is going to go up because the stuff y'all used to buy that used to be cheap costs more money. Brand new cars after 2025 cost an extra ten to $15,000 because of the tariffs related to the imported parts that are going onto those cars. So if you're going to buy a car, you got to buy a certified pre-owned car before 2025. Newest car you should be buying right now in 2026 is a 2024 because it doesn't have that $15,000 price stamped on the car when you go to the dealership. I'm trying to tell y'all, we got all the ins and outs here. Either you miss the legend. That's also big parts of online shopping. Sneakers. Ooh, the sneakers. What's funny? Because tomorrow we're going to be covering another show about how to improve our attire, and we covered quite a few shows over the last couple of weeks about it. But we're going into more advanced topics on it tomorrow, and I got to put the show up tonight. One of the things that I found interesting, you got broke folks that'll stand in line for 8 hours for a brand new pair of $400 Jordans, and I for the last 2 weeks have showed you how you can buy an entire outfit that makes you look more successful for less than $300 for the whole month. One pair of shoes versus an entire wardrobe. And the them Jordans won't get you into a courtroom. Them Jordans won't get you into an upscale restaurant. My people own businesses in real estate, so I know it's dying because people buying online $12,000 sneakers. You seen them Trump shoes? Them Trump shoes was ugly, but folks was paying $1,000, $9,000 was the most I heard that them shoes went for when they were sold. And some of them was being sold in Walmart for like $400 a piece. They'll buy them in Walmart, sell them on eBay. Crazy. Yeah. You don't gotta prove yourself, Mr. Legend. I can tell you know what you're talking about. No, I'm just covering all the bases. I cover all the bases all the time. We bouncing around. Is this cheaper? 20% down is quick. Well, okay, so 20%. I see you again, Colton. You make sure that you like and subscribe. I see you again another time. You said 20% down, but you don't always have to do 20% down depending on what you're buying because you can get, like I said earlier, the down payment assistance. So if you have a down payment assistance, you don't need the 20% down. You just got two different loans covering the same house. All you need really is to cover the closing costs. And if you put the cost of closing on the seller, you don't have to pay for shit. You just move in and then rent out the property and then have them pay the mortgage. Then you're good. Either Republican Nick and Jordan's a Republica, Nike, and Jordans are $170 for 5 pairs in China, but they $350 a piece in the mall. So you can go and buy 500 pairs in China, plus the cost of shipping to America, and then sell them bad boys for $300, $50 less than what they cost in the mall, and sell out and turn you a massive profit. You're welcome. Now, after all the stuff we've been talking about today, the problem gets even worse when you look at the currency of engagement. What emotion is the stickiest? What do you think? What feeling holds your attention better than anything else? It's going to be outrage. And I didn't even know that until I researched the show. The outrage that I have found that will make this podcast so popular is that we find ourselves fundamentally outraged that we didn't know this shit before today. Before I started talking about it, most of us did not know about the stuff that I'm talking about. And we are outraged at ourselves because we should know. This information has been around for 40 years. Expressing yourself through fashion is very cool in my opinion, but a lot of fashion these days are just cash grabs and meant to drain your bank accounts. But see, that's one of the things. I was talking, you got like take this shirt for example. I know a lot of people have been knocking it today, Stevie Wonder, Blade, Matrix, Morpheus, all of this stuff. But this shirt was a 3-pack for $20 for the whole pack with shipping. So what, $4, $5 a shirt. And it looks sharp. Stretchy fabric, good quality. Bought it on Temu. Now I could have went to the mall and bought me a turtleneck for $55 for one shirt. You can look cool and you can look stylish, but you can also be fiscally responsible about it. I got a lot of suits. I when you look at the rest of my channel, every day I come to the channel dressed up because that's all I own. Not because I'm trying to impress y'all. That's all I have. Closet full of suits. But I got suits that I bought 13 years ago that still fit, that are still in good condition today. They never go out of style. So for me to spend what I spent on the clothes back when I was in college, and I'm still wearing it today, on average, the cost of the outfit is roughly about 30, 45 cents a day for the last 13, 14 years. Whereas a lot of people who buy seasonal clothes that are only in for the moment, they can only wear it 2 or 3 times and then they got to put it in their closet. Then they got to give it away, donate it. They can barely sell it and get something for it in a garage sale. They wasted all that money on it to look cool. They ass is broke and they try too hard to look rich. They went broke trying to look rich. I wonder why they don't teach this in high school, because high school is not designed to teach you how to be financially successful. High school is designed to teach you how to be a worker. You learn trivial information so that you can go into the workforce and work for big business. You get trivial information to get the qualification to go to a 4-year institution so that you can get more trivial information. There is no on the job knowledge in college unless you're going to med school. If you go to a trade school or take a trade program in a 4-year institution, then you have on the job knowledge. But most degrees are a piece of paper that is book smarts, and then you have to go intern somewhere to get the work smarts, the street smarts. If you don't have the street smarts, if you don't have the 5 years of experience on a job, it doesn't matter if you spent 10 years in college. Your ass is still starting as an unknowledge, unskilled, well, a knowledgeable, unskilled individual. The skills are not taught in school. The knowledge, the book smarts are taught in school. This stuff isn't in your home economics class. And I'm like, damn, if I teach this, more people will have it. We'd have less stupid people in our country. We'll have less people that's wasting money in our country. We would have more money to spend in our country. And if we had more money to spend in our country, we'd have less broke folks. We would have less requirements to take our tax dollars and pay for broke folks. We would have more resource, lower taxation if we're not spending so much money because the Democratic Party is paying for broke people. Trying to told you, you can vote like a Republican when your ass ain't poor. How to invest in stocks? We got that information in the membership. They don't talk about stocks in school. They don't talk about investment opportunities in school. They don't tell you how, with a lot of times, the fixed rate of 4 to 8% interest rates on your student loans, that you can borrow unsecured and secured loans that are deferred until you get out of college, put it into a brokerage account that's paying you 18%. You can take that 8%, give it back to the school, and keep the 10% difference and turn a profit off of going to college. College is not about getting the skill set to go somewhere else. College is to get connections and use those connections to go somewhere else. That's what college is about. College is a meet and greet area. That's why fraternities are so popular, because the alumni network jobs and everything like that to other people. But if you just go to college, you stay to yourself and you go to college, get your degree and get out the workforce, and now you're flipping burgers at McDonald's with a dropout. You're wearing a Winnie the Pooh costume at Disney World. You got $150,000 of student debt and you're a mascot for less than minimum wage. For a business, you need to do 20% money backers, not doing discretionary loans or small business loans. 504 loans need 10%, and 99% of the owners not doing owner financing. Usually, you pay more for the property or more in interest. You're right. So a fourplex, you do need 10 to 20% down. Well, I was saying not just a fourplex, but you do make a lot of good sense. Special shout out to Mr. Legend. He's giving y'all some ins and outs of going to grab y'all some fourplexes. And fourplexes, sometimes fourplexes are somewhere around $500,000. You might find some in lower cost areas, lower populated areas at cheaper cost. Uh, I typically tell you guys because not a lot of people have that 20%, and not a lot of people know somebody with that 20% to go and grab you some stuff where all of it's paid for you. You can then leverage your property to go get another property, and then you can start from there. Because I come from the brokest person can become rich, as opposed to the average semi financially successful person can become rich. So while Mr. Legend has a fantastic knowledge, the fact is that not everybody has that 20%, because when you think about $20,000 out of $100,000, you don't have a very good quality fourplex in a lot of areas for $100,000. Usually a fourplex, usually a fourplex in decent quality that does not require a lot of rehab in it might be something closer to 200, 300,000, 400, 500,000. And in that dynamic, if you're looking at 20% of a $500,000 piece of property, you're looking at closer to 100,000 to $200,000. And not everybody's sitting on that kind of capital. You have to leverage a lot of stuff. You have to either leverage assets. If you have a business, you can do that. But if you're starting up from nothing, if you're starting up from your last paycheck, you might have to buy one single family home first, pay that down a little bit, then leverage that single family home to buy a second one, pay that one down a little bit, then leverage another single family home, and then leverage the three of them to a bigger, you know what I mean? You'd have to stack it. The difference between having nothing to having something. We got to talk about how to get there. Having a little something to go off of, good payment history, a decent credit score, you know, a few people that's willing to invest in you, having those things backing you, yeah, you can get that 20% and flip the property, turn a profit, pay everybody back. But if you don't know nobody, you got a half-ass decent payment history, your credit score is subpar, like 620, and you know what I mean? It's harder to get that 20%. You work at a minimum wage job, it's harder to get that 20%. Yes, that's why they direct you towards college so much, high school, because that's how they make all their money and keep you in debt. And notice that all the information I'm talking to you about, you can get that without having to go to college. College is not about getting a good job. College is about spending a bunch of money. And then big business had a universal agreement to make it mandatory for you to have that minimum bachelor's degree, if not a master's degree, in order to qualify for a higher paying job, which legitimized the reason why you're going to college. So you're not going to college because you benefit from college. You're going to college because it is a referral contract with schools that you must have a degree in order for me to hire you. So now you must give this college $150,000 so that I can hire you for a $30 an hour job instead of teaching you financial advice in high school. This and that and chat family respect, stay consistent and healthy. Yes, sir. Special shout out to Tim. Special shout out to Tim. What just happened here? That is not what we was trying to do. Get back over here. Oh Lord. Oh, there you go. It's Tim. He way up there. Like, nigga, I catch up with these comment sections. He said, very true. YouTube time, 100 time, 100%. Yes, sir. Do you like cereal and go sit down, boy? Yes, really 100% is the people that you don't know have all the connections. Like Epstein had all the connections, and it's always not what you know, but who you know. Make sure y'all like and subscribe as you'll come through here because people don't think about this stuff. And we talk about this 7 days a week. That's what my dad meant. He always said you make $1 million and you become a Republican. No more Democrat. You don't vote Democrat until you don't vote Democrat if you're rich. You vote Democrat when you're poor. When you got money, you vote Republican. So it ain't about the policies. It's about how they're going to back their own. So if you're voting to keep your money in your pocket, your ass got to have money because Republicans are going to take away from government resources to keep taxation low, and the government resources pay for the poor. Poor people got to vote Democrat. But if your ass is making $1 million, you don't want to pay 50%. So you got to vote Republican. Once I get successful, I want to keep my money in my pocket. So in order for you to get to a Republican voter stance, you must fix your fucking money. First person accountability. You got to change yourself. He said, I'm buying 15 of plexes for 549,000 fully occupied, generating 115,000 a month. I'll be profiting $7,000. Ooh, congratulations. See, now that's a good deal. That's a good deal. If you're willing to go to college, you better go to college doctor because most people that come out of college have nothing but student loans. Actually, less than 60% of individuals that come out of college even make it into whatever profession that they want. Even if you go to be a doctor, um, if you get your doctorate or if you go to work in a hospital as a medical doctor, you're rarely able to meet those expectations because just like there's 60% of people that actually get into their careers, there's less people in that top tier position than there are people that are aiming for that top tier position. You have the majority of women going to nursing school because, oh, I want to be a nurse because a nurse sounds prestigious. But a nurse is the one that's wiping your ass and cleaning up the feces out of the bed and changing out the bed sheets. So really, out and that's what you're doing when you're not taking the blood samples and all of this other stuff in intake. The patients that are in the bed that are being treated by the nurse, you're really just a housekeeper for the hospital. That's what the nurse is for 35, $45,000 a year. But you're going to college to get that. Is or the stomach ache to leverage that much debt, bro? You know how much he just said he was gonna be. You gotta have the opportunity cost. You gotta be able to get out there and make that money. What's your thoughts on trade schools? Trade schools give you more experience in college, and I think that it's better for you to go to a trade school to learn something that you can apply to profit than it is for you to go to college to get book smarts and not be able to apply anything that you learn. Because you can learn all of the laws of gravity and you can learn Aristotle's theories, but what the fuck are you going to do with that? You can learn philosophy, but the only thing you're going to do with a philosophy degree is be a teacher. You can learn about history, but the only thing you're going to do with that is become a teacher, unless you luck up and become a historian in a museum or something like that, where museums are making closer, a little over, they're probably making minimum, not minimum wage, but middle class wages, like 60,000 a year, something to that effect, right? But you got to really figure out what you want to be at in life and then reverse engineer how to get there. To get in there is working 15 hours a day for 2 years. I know other Indians who worked 15 to 20 hours, 2 to 5 years, and own hotels, gas stations, lots of companies. So you see, he ain't no slouch. He talking real stuff, but he is not yesterday just started up. He been doing this for 2 years and 15 to 20 hours a day every day of the week. He ain't broke, but he grind to get there. And that's not what a lot of people do. A lot of people spend more time playing video games. He said, but you know what? Funny black people will always conservative people because we didn't have a lot from what my pops told me, and you couldn't spend what you don't have. Black people are always going to be financially challenged while they're making fiscally irresponsible decisions so that they can impress each other. And then they're going to devalue themselves by using the N word. Then they're going to shame other people for using the N word against them instead of them having self respect and self dignity and letting that word die. Then they're going to devalue themselves even further by acting irresponsibly in the streets and throwing money around at the club and everything to that effect just so that they can get attention, that dopamine hit from attention. Then they wonder why they ain't got enough money to pay their bills. If you in a strip club throwing money around, that's money you could have invested in stocks, bonds, and real estate. Yeah, you are the VIP in the club, but why are you not VIP in your own damn life? You ain't got your mama vacuuming your clothes and your daddy cooking your food and stuff, but you out there at the nightclub making it look like you got it all. Cash money millionaires representing the 99 and the 2000s. What they Gator boots with the Gucci shoes. They ain't got no job, but I stay fly. Listen to the lyrics of the song. I'm broke, but I spend all the money I get on impressing everybody else. Got to Escalade with no gas in the tank, but all the money on me. All the drinks on the club on me. Why you ain't got no gas in the car, but you buying drinks for people you don't know? Social stigma. Broke people put more effort into not looking broke, but rich people put more effort into not looking rich. Is I know people who come to the US and work day and night 2 to 5 years and they have $1 million homes. And we know most of the broke folks in America spend all their money as soon as they get it. And that's why they still living off of the $1 million homes that are being rented out by the Indian people. So you don't want to contribute to society after you make your riches. That's an interesting question. I'm actually contributing to my society right now because I'm teaching my society how to be more financially responsible. Giving money to people who don't have is giving a man a fish instead of teaching him how to fish. If you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. If you teach him how to fish, you feed him for life. If I donated money to your cause, I give you money for today. You still need money tomorrow. But if I teach you how to make your own money, you can pay for yourself for the rest of your life. If I help more people stop making financially irresponsible decisions so that they can reinvest in themselves, I actually fix my economy by helping less people be poor and more people be middle class. If I can use my podcast to have 1 million people follow my channel and go from being the lower 25 percentile to being the middle 50 percentile, I just put back the part of the middle class that Obama lost. Now, would you consider that reincorporating effort into my society? And don't take it as hostility. I'm really being serious because this podcast is going to be around for 20, 25 years, 30 years at my current age. So if any event that enough people followed this channel and enough people took the information that I got, by the time I made it to a millionaire talking to you about building a 20-year plan to make yourself financially successful, by the time I made it to the riches, this channel should have been here for 2 decades. And if y'all was following the channel for 2 decades and taking my advice, not just enjoying yourself and agreeing with me, then y'all would not be broke neither, which means that all of us will be just as financially stable as Mr. Legend, and all of us would be moving out of the hood, moving into middle class lifestyles, buying up the hood and renting it out to people who didn't want to sit on the channel and learn something. Because capitalism is capitalizing on stupid, weak, and lazy. That's what capitalism is. Uh, are there any topics out of bounds? Yes. Uh, if it's deemed inappropriate, that's all the topics that are out of bounds. So, making jokes about the LGBTQ community, negative comments, racial bias comments, hate speech of any kind, anything that violates community guidelines, anything that could potentially get the channel devalued or demonetized, any topic that is not truthfully, if you're not on the topic of discussion, you're probably out of bounds. That's to be on the safe side. He said, "Facts, Mr. Legend. It's all boils down to your work ethic and how much you really want it." He said, "I believe trade schools is the definite way to go." Well, if you go to a trade school and you learn how to weld, you can go and work on the oil refineries where you're getting paid, I think, $135,000 every 3 months to go live on an oil rig. It's a high risk, high reward job because you can get washed away with the tide. But if you don't get washed away with the tide, you do 3 months offshore, 2 or 3 months onshore, then you go do another 3 months offshore. But you're making more money doing that than what you make being a registered nurse in a hospital. While a registered nurse in a hospital is more of a prestigious job and you get to see a lot of attractive women walking past you, working on an oil refinery would make you a lot more money. And then if you worked on an oil refinery for Chevron over in Venezuela, you can travel back and forth on a company dollar, and then you can get a lot more done. He said daily work hours, 15 to 20 hours, 6 to 7 days a week, every day, getting in there. So I agree with you. I grew up in the time where Miss Williams, the daughter, will come to my mother's house and ask her for some sugar and flour. And my mother would send over half a dozen eggs with her. That's right. You go over there and you go cook. Purchasing power is all much worse now than when you were working your way up. And thanks to your generation, so today's young people have to work 60% more to make the same as you made. That's true. But you also have to understand that there's more than one way to make a dollar now. Back in the day, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, before the internet, before 2009, your ability to make money went as far as your voice could go. So pamphlets, flyers, newspaper ads. So you didn't really have as much accessibility to start up something and have international business. Today, you have the financial capabilities to go into my membership, get the blueprint on how to start up an online business, put it into action, and start making international money and travel the world off of your computers, off the profits from your computer. There's so many different ways that I'm trying to factor in when I'm going to talk about how to get digital nomad visas in different countries. So that, and digital nomad visas require you to be making money that doesn't come from that country. So if you got a business in America, you're making money off your laptop, you fly to Indonesia, you're living at 30% of the cost of America, making American profits. You couldn't do that in 1998. You couldn't do that in 1998. So even though the cost of living costs more, the fact is that the possibility to make more money is higher now. He said, I agree with you. I grew up in, okay, so yeah, I already read that. And then purchase power. Damn, bro, breaking it down. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, you had it easy. Shut the fuck up that work hard about. No, you got to work like a son bitch today. You got to work like a son. But think about this though. Even though 60% of the young bucks got to work harder on manual labor jobs because they're not learning how to start up a business for themselves because their parents didn't teach them, because their parents didn't know, and their grandparents didn't teach them because their grandparents didn't know. Y'all came to the podcast, you hang out here for 30 days and get like 30 different ways to start up something that can turn you a damn profit where you can start a side hustle that could pay you on the side, scale it up to be a standalone business, and then quit that 9 to 5 job and then work for yourself. And everything that I talk about is scalable to a magnitude where you can hire people to replace you. So now you don't have to do the work. You need to hire enough people to do the marketing. Now you don't got to do the marketing. Hire somebody to do the payroll. Now you don't got to do the payroll. Hire somebody to manage a team. Now you don't have to manage a team. Scale it up. But it's the boss mentality versus the worker mentality. And that's what I talk about. I talk about how to make yourself a boss, not a boss bitch, how to make yourself a boss. Because the worker mentality is that I have to show up and put in effort to make money. A carpenter is the same as a contractor. The difference is that the carpenter has to go and build the building. The contractor hires a crew and the crew builds the building. The person with more free time is the foreman of the contracting company. And if the foreman decides that he ain't coming in today, the workers are still going to work. The carpenter, they work for themselves. Break your foot, you don't got no job. A foreman got people working for him. Break his foot, he's sitting in a chair with his foot up, and everybody else is doing the work for him. You have to be a boss. Whatever you decide to do to make money, you have to try to put that in a position where you can scale it up. It can make money for you so that you can stop having to apply yourself. You got to work towards a scale. But if you start on the first floor and you build a second floor, you need to have employees on the first floor. By the time you build a third floor, you need to have employees on the first and second floor. And you have to have a plan that is designed to phase you out of the manual labor of whatever job you got. AI automation stuff, anything that you can have a computer do on your behalf, set it up and let the computer run. He said the generation before you set up for success, yet you don't do the same for the rest of society because you are selfish. Why do you hate America? Because Americans are lazy. Most of the time, individuals will come on a show just like you and make it seem like the one guy that's saying, hey, fix your life and let's do it and then we can get rich and all of us will stop being poor. You want to shame that guy. The last generation did not set up the next generation for success. That's why we still have 73% of poor people. The last generation did what they could to make themselves successful and they set their children up for success. 73% of poor people are still poor because most people are encouraged to waste money. So America is not the way we think it is. It's the bottom 100 or bottom 135 of a lot of different things. Either we got to keep this brother safe. White people go come for him. Passing on too much financial knowledge, bro. I am passing on way too much financial knowledge. I don't. They look now. I walk around with a bulletproof vest in my Second Amendment because they gonna just do know what he doing. He know what he doing. What's 60% more of 20 hours a day, 30 hours a day? Come on, man. So if I could find a way to work 20 hours a day and then spend 4 hours on this podcast talking to you, and I spent that 20 hours, not even 20 hours a day, I'm doing 20 hours a week and I'm getting paid off the computer. And you're doing 20 hours a day. What's more than that? What's more than that? Because he's talking about working 20 hours a day, sleeping 4 hours a day, working 7 days a week. You're talking about how people back in the day work harder than that. If he's doing 20 hours a day, 5 days a week, that's 100 hours a week. The average American, and he's not American because he told you he's Indian. The average American is working 55 to 65 hours a week, which means that this man is doing about 35 hours a week more than the average American. And that's why his ass ain't poor. Mr. Legend is not poor because he's putting in more work than Americans put into their own lives. It is not easy to be wealthy. Wealthy people are up at 4 o'clock in the morning straight trading stocks. You wake up at 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the afternoon, and the wealthy people got their money. The stock market opened at 11 in New York. The stock market opened at 9 in New York, and 3 hours ago that would have been 6 in California. If you ain't up getting your trades together at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning in California, by the time you wake up at 9 o'clock in California, all the good trades that happen in New York. You not sleeping 8 hours a day. If you sleeping 8 hours a day, that's a third of your life you throwing away. You wonder why time fly. Because you spend so much time on your ass doing nothing. That's the reason why poor people stay poor. Yeah, the longest I have worked is 37 hours straight, nonstop. I have done 72 hours straight because I was a night shift cook at a Waffle House and I covered 9 consecutive shifts. And but that was when I was a kid. Now, fuck that. I give you 10. 10 plus a podcast. That's it. Which will be at most 18. And that's because of the live and the backstage politics. All right, well, I respect you. I respectfully disagree, but I think you are on to a good path helping people to be business owners and such. No, I respect everything you got to say, bro. You're not wrong about what you're saying. It's just that the other half of it is if there's more to it because I can't just hand out to other people and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna become a millionaire. And I personally believe that I would be more selfish if I knew a better way to stop being broke and I didn't tell nobody. I'm just not broke no more. And people, oh well, how did you get that way? Man, I got skills, right? I think that would be a selfish position. But if I know that there's so many different ways that we cannot be broke, and then I take the time and I tell y'all about it and I take the time to educate y'all about it. And then y'all put in the effort to do the things that I'm telling y'all to do. Do your research on what I tell you to do, and then try to apply it in a way that it benefits you. And then y'all stop being broke. Guess what happens? I build the same kind of legacy that Martin Luther King, or better than Martin Luther King, would have built, because my legacy would be the success of the people around me. My legacy is not the $1 million that I made for myself. My legacy is the success of the people who came to this podcast, sat here 4 hours a day, every day of the week, listened to what I had to say, did the research, applied it, and stopped being broke, stopped having to need government funds, stopped having to have food stamps, stopped having to have WIC, stopped having to shop at cheap because they can't afford it, shop cheap because they choose to, you know, running from debt, stop running from debt, utilize debt for your benefit, teaching people how to build generational wealth. And then when I teach them how to build generational wealth, now you're satisfied with your life. If I'm responsible for that, I believe I did more for my country than what I would have been if I was the kind of guy that made myself a millionaire and then donated $250,000 a year to the homeless to feed the homeless. Why not build a real estate investment company that will house the homeless so that there isn't a homeless population crisis? I covered that on the show a couple of months ago, where I do believe it's a $42 million a year budget that could actually eliminate homelessness if it was driven for the sake of taking the people off the street and reincorporating them back into society, which would also improve the GDP, because if the percentage of homeless people had jobs and they were spending money and they were paying taxes, then there would be more money going into the pot, which means we'd have more resources going around. But people don't think like I think. That's the reason why I said, well, shit. Is I'm not wrong, but if more people heard about it, more people would think about it. And if more people think about it, more people will talk about it. So instead of us talking about the girl shaking her booty, doing a water dance, talking about Chanel, put her in Chanel, we should be talking about how we should invest in the corporation of Chanel because they're promoting it right now and turn it into a stock portfolio option. We need to be talking about ways to make money for us. Instead of talking about what's going on the Epstein list, we need to be talking about all the millionaires that are on the Epstein list and how do we become one of them. I don't want to talk about gossip about the Epstein list. I want to know how do I get financially successful so that I can be added to the list. You want to talk about Epstein's Island? I don't want to talk about the conflicts that happened on Epstein's Island. I want to talk about what he had to do to be able to buy the island. You need to focus on what's important. It's not what's important, Bad Girls Club, everybody fighting over somebody else and not knowing how to respect themselves. We need to be talking about how do I create a sitcom where people are paying to watch my sitcom. That's what we need to be talking about. We need to be talking about how not to be broke in 2027. That's what we need to do. What steps are we going to take in March so that we ain't hurting in June? That's what we need to be talking about. Not what's going on in Iran. Yeah, we can talk about what's going on in Iran because that's a stock option investment. Go invest in some Shell and Chevron. But we're not talking about what's going on in Iran, like, oh, the poor people over there. I feel so sorry for them. Fuck that shit. I am more importantly focused on how I cannot starve to death next year because I am making money this year to pay for my tomorrow. You got to make your later greater. If you so hell bent on what other people doing in their life, and then you trying to keep up with the Joneses, they doing X, Y, and Z. I want to do that too. Why not get your money right, fix yourself up so that you don't have to sit here always wishing that you had. You can actually get it and provide it for yourself. Colin said he's giving more advice on financial decisions than America has ever taught us in school. What the fuck are you talking about? Life isn't easy. You gotta work much more ways to work now. Just stop with all the excuses. No, I'm trying to tell you. Get them, Carlton. Yeah, I used to make about 300 in one day when it snowed cutting grass. When I was a little different, I had a little paper route and I was a little hustler. Vacuum my team does days. But my God, when I was 9, I showed the perfect opportunity cost. I decided to go get me some Kool-Aid, make some lemonade, get me an ice chest, and go sit outside the courthouse. And I sold Kool-Aid. And I was making bank because I realized that the courthouse did not have a cafeteria in my city. And I realized that the nearest cafeteria was too far to walk. And I realized that the judges gave 10 to 15-minute breaks and the felons that was going to court needed something to drink before they got convicted and I got a profit. It was what, 25 to 75 cents a glass, and they was buying it up. Let me get 3 of them. This is the last time I'm gonna taste Kool-Aid for the next 5 years. They about to get convicted. They was out there buying it up. I was making bank. But this was back in the day before they made you have to have a vendor's license and all this other stuff. So, the opportunity cost. I found up hurt and I profited off of that because people needed something. They need to go outside, smoke them a cigarette, get them some Kool-Aid, and go back inside and take this case. And all it takes is for you to find the pain in society and turn it into a business. Because I wasn't selling convenience. I wasn't selling gift cards at the courthouse. I'm selling your last taste of American freedom. And the benefit was instead of you getting in the long line at the cafeteria and being late for court and being held in contempt because you didn't come back on time, you walked outside, got 3 glasses with me, drank that, went inside, and went and got done what you had to do. He said now he's trying to compliment you. I love the backhanded compliments, dog, because they admitted the fact that I wasn't wrong. Very lazy and American people are very entitled, like they all grew up with silver spoons in their mouth and they too good to do anything but look for handouts. And you know what's so funny about that? How the hell they grew up in a household, sometimes single family household. Mama had 3 jobs, daddy gone. They had to take care of their siblings. They didn't always have what they needed in the house. They grown now and now they acting entitled like they had a shelter life. Where the fuck that mentality come from? Because at the end of the day, you was poor. You went to community college, community school, community high school. You did the free lunch because you couldn't afford to pay for lunch. You, so school paid for your breakfast and your lunch. You went home, you had to cook your own dinner because your mama was still at work. And now you're grown and you acting like you big shit on the plate. These Americans be acting foolish. Oh, because they're a college student now. $175,000 worth of debt. People didn't work more hours, they work more efficiently. No, people work more hours and they work more efficiently. Now people don't work more efficiently. They just put in hours because they feel like they get paid for their presence. And I mean, if you could turn your brain off and get paid to be here, you show up. The money's right. It covers your standard of living, and that's wrong. So, disagreeing sleep is called greed. You must understand how life works. Well, you're not disagreeing with me, sir, because if they sleep, they sleep. They ain't getting paid. Most people need 7 hours of sleep to be effective. No, you can function off of six. You're gonna find that the older you get, the less you sleep. Children need 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Individuals over the age of 20 can function off of 7 to 6 hours of sleep. People 30, 40, 50 years old can function off of 4 to 6 hours of sleep. Individuals that are closer to 70 and 80 years old have no problem with only sleeping 2 to 4 hours a day. It's just different. LeBron James sleep 10 hours a day. You can sleep and still be productive. LeBron James can in the low quality NBA that we have right now in 2026, LeBron James can sleep 10 hours a day and then play basketball for millions of dollars a year with a league of people that are subpar to the original ball players and be considered the greatest alive because he is the oldest, longest ball player in world history. All he did was shoot a ball into a net. He's not being productive doing that. A multi-million dollar, he can invest in other things like Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or Shaquille O'Neal. You know, he can invest in other things like Stephen Curry. His whole identity doesn't have to be ball playing. But the fact of the matter is that he made his millions because he made a ball go into a net and somebody paid him for it because his ass was tall. Okay. And his kids are going to be set up because he made all that money and somebody put it in the right place for him. But not 100% of Americans, not even 20% of Americans can get that type of opportunity. Because if I wanted to sleep 10 hours a day, technically I could, because like I said, I work 20 hours a week. That's around 3 to 5 hours a day, which means I got 20 hours a day to do whatever I want. If I spend 3 or 4 hours on a podcast, 5 or 6 hours on a podcast, I can because I don't have anything else to do at this moment. I could be playing video games or doom scrolling like everybody else, but instead I'm leading a podcast. I'm teaching individuals. I'm building a narrative that builds an audience that can build a commission and a capital that leads to a long-standing quantity of success over decades. You know, but most of the YouTube channels that are holding a million or 5 million or 10 million followers are podcasters that's been doing it for 10 or 15 years. It's a career. It's a career. But being able to get paid to sit in a chair and tell you ways to make yourself financially successful still requires work. It ain't free work, but it required me to have the knowledge and the skill set to apply myself. Is there no consistent work, consistent sacrifice, and consistent reinvestment? Yes, I like that. Consistent work, consistent sacrifice, and consistent reinvestment. That's how you make yourself successful. And before industrialization and the 8 hour workday, everyone slept 4 hours, then worked for 1 or 2 hours, and slept another 4 hours. It is called biphasic sleep. Oh yeah, actually, I kind of find myself doing the same thing now that I think about it because I can sleep like 2 hours from now. I can sleep for 4 hours or whatever, wake up and work in the morning, or usually finish doing things in the AM and then at like 10, sleep until like 2, walk the dog, and then work from like 3:30 to like 6, and then nap before the podcast and then work overnight. So yeah, 37 hours talking about day and night straight work 2 days, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Working on 72 hours a week. Yeah. This is the struggle. Salmon suit and take a nap 2 hours a few days a week. Pretty effective. Bro, man, delusional. Not delusional. I mean, I understand that you're in denial, but that those are the individuals that stay broke. I did those 48-hour days. Shoo, burning the candle at both ends. Get a better phone quality. Well, I thought you were here for something important, buddy. Sorry that you didn't want to learn something. Technically, I'm not sorry. I could get two shits. You don't want to learn something. I don't want to tell you I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck if you don't learn something. Everybody else here trying to learn something. Is there saying you only slept 2 hours every day every other day? No, actually, what happens is that when you end up working long hours like that, 72 hours, you probably started working and you just stayed at work for a couple days, and then when you clocked out, you went home and probably slept for 8 or 10 hours. But you find yourself like the beginning of your work week clocking in and then never clocking out. But that was back when you was young and you had more energy and you drank a lot of coffee, Red Bulls, whatever, kept yourself up. But there are people that are capable of working 18-hour days. Doctors, they work 18-hour shifts. You got the Dunkin' Donuts and other donut shops that have 12-hour shifts. And if you have to cover a shift for 6 extra hours, you're working 18 hours. You still got to cover your own shift. Those working class jobs that make you find your replacement. You want to take an extra day off. Well, if I've got a 12-hour shift and you got a 12-hour shift, I got to cover your shift so that you can cover my shift. Now I'm working 24 hours so that I can have 24 hours off. You're going to work 24 hours so that you can make 24 hours off. But that's how you end up doing stuff like that. Homelessness is useful. It's bottom. It Homelessness is useful. It's the bottom of people fear, as they should. Well, you will feel fear being at the bottom, but not too many people put too much effort into preventing from getting to the bottom. I forget who says it, but there's a philosopher that says contributing your best skills to society is the best thing someone can do. I think you explained it for yourself well by teaching others. So I guess the fact that I'm teaching people is a skill set that's a contribution to society instead of actually just putting wealth in. But again, like I said before, yeah, I would give to my country in a different way than just throwing money at it. Are you Indian? No, I'm not. The Mr. Legend is Indian. Sam, no, I slept 5 hours, 3 to 4 at 3 to 4 at night, and a nap every other day. Yeah, that's it. Uh, so what do you do? Call them selfish? That's what they doing, bro. They calling me selfish. They said I'm selfish because I'm teaching folks for at my own expense. I'm teaching them for free. Actually, I'm not even teaching them for free. I'm teaching them at my own expense where they're learning for free because I got to pay money to run this podcast. This podcast ain't free. I got StreamYard running right now on YouTube Shorts, YouTube long form, Twitch, Twitter. You got TikTok running in the background on this thing, and all of these channels running at the same time. They're this live chat. That shit ain't free. That shit ain't free. I put down a few $1,000s to cover the cost of this particular scenario for you guys to just have to be inconvenienced by ads every now and again on the live podcast. Is I want to know, do you have children? No. Okay, not the worst, but you should have got another three every. You right. I'm not getting enough sleep. We find ourselves burnt out every now and again. I'm the rare 3% that can sleep a few hours a day and maintain being cognitive. I'm part of that 3% too. Your cognitive functions can operate on 2 to 4 hours of sleep, but you also find, I'm gonna tell you real quick about this, Frost. If you do that for too long, you start experiencing short-term memory loss. So it is required for you to maintain um, good memory retention. That's not dementia. That's not Alzheimer's. You just uh, uh, have issues with your short-term memory loss. So the best way to maintain that is every few days, just like sleep for half a day and kind of let your brain rest. Everything says almost nobody is right about it. The conversation has already moved down the river. Look, I'm trying to catch up to the comments too, my guy. I know people who are depressed and fat who still think they only need 4 hours of sleep. Bro, you got some people who don't want to walk, who need some exercise, that believe that all they got to do is just take a miracle pill and they be fine. Hey, I'm just gonna tell you how to move your money around. Either you call him selfish and now you're trying to act like he's spitting facts. Look, I still got 32 pages of information to talk about, bro. I just started entertaining the comment section and I'm falling behind because y'all coming in quick. Either you lie, but okay. Sam don't know what he's talking about. He said I lied. Sam can't prove nothing wrong. He just jumped in just to be different. It's, oh my God, someone changed their mind. Why you gatekeeping the channel? Because Michael went to sleep. That's why you gatekeeping the channel. I know a lot of guys that have long term homosexual relationships in jail. See, oh my God. See, I thought you was gonna be positive. What I told y'all, I said inappropriate comments gonna get y'all hit. Dyslexia isn't just complex words. True. Well, I don't know. I've been here for a while, and this guy is probably one of the smartest on the platform. Having trouble reading certain words doesn't always apply to IQ. Well, look, okay, hold on. Let's point this out. He said dyslexia. It's not dyslexia. It's astigmatism. So the ability to stare at this screen and read this stuff for 4 hours and 20 minutes and still be able to read the 72-page script that I created for this show after doing 4 hours worth of research before this show so that I can provide you with all of this content, your eyes start hurting. Your head start hurting. I'm drinking coffee over here. I'd have been up since yesterday because I had stuff to do this morning, and I still made sure that I was going to be here for the show tonight because I guarantee y'all I'm coming every night of the week. So yeah, after a while, fatigue gonna set in. Slur speech is gonna happen. Words is gonna start getting blurry. You're gonna misspeak. You're gonna stutter a little bit. You gotta stop talking and take a sip every now and again. I'm not even here to hear myself speak. I'm just here trying to spread the word and give y'all some knowledge about how y'all can be better. Y'all, that's y'all. So it is what it is. What makes him the smartest person on YouTube? Well, I'm not going to restate that. If you want to know what's making me one of the smartest people on YouTube, go back and watch the first 4 hours of this podcast. And then when you catch up to us, then you can tell us if you disagree. That just today's show covers so many different things that you can figure it out for yourself. Because I don't know enough about dyslexia to say that he has it. I don't have it. I have uh thank you, Nicole. Thank you. we didn't hit the late night creep. We didn't get the club crowd. So now that the last call, they didn't flooded it. And you know what's so funny? I don't know what happened with today's show, but I don't even have the SEO set up for this show. So there are no hotkeys that are triggering people to come to today's podcast. They just flooding in because I'm probably the only active thing on the For You page right now. They ain't got nothing else to do. Yeah, I'm for real curious. What you've seen that led you to that conclusion. Well, I'm just gonna let catch up with that. He's talking about how to make money and financial advice more than anyone else that does it barely even taught in school. Yep, that is true, sir. That makes him the smartest man on YouTube. Yes, sir, it does. Okay, so here's the thing about intellect. If you have the knowledge to write peer review content and publish it, you are then identified as a specialist. Peer review content can be published in an article. Peer review content can be published in a book. However, in digital era, ultimately, peer reviewed content can be acknowledged from video archives of factual information, and it is considered peer reviewed because the people in the comment section are researching the information and then verifying. That's what peer review means, verifying that it is factual information. Now, what that then means is that other individuals who are looking for a viable source of information can now go to that peer reviewed content. And since Americans are lazy, we now don't have to read the last 4 hours worth of transcripts that just happened on the show. We can just watch the video and listen to it in the background while we making our popcorn, cooking our steak and lobster, playing our Fortnite or setting up our GTA 5 mods and listen to this in the podcast in the background. Some of the smartest people in the world do not actually read books, they listen to them, audiobooks. They don't actually use their eyes to read the books. They actually listen to the books in audio files. So instead of listening to the rap songs where they shaking their tail feather and all the derogatory ways that they can devalue a woman on a rap song, instead of listening to that, they're listening to a man or a woman. Because sometimes they got a lot of smart women out there. They listen to a man or a woman talk about things that they need to know in life so that they can make better decisions. Once you put, it's actually impacting your subconscious mind when you are listening to something that is beneficial to you. The same way that listening to violence encourages you to be more violent. Listening to sexual derogatory stuff gives you the desire to perform that way, which is one of the reasons why people used to accuse video games for violence, because violence in video games could encourage you to instinctually think more violently. So coming onto a podcast for 4 hours and 20 minutes, listening to investment opportunities, financial startups, business strategies, planning phases, 20-year plans, retirement funds, brokerage accounts, Roth IRAs. We got investors from India that are talking about fourplexes and multifamily homes, and having a comment section of individuals that are talking about ways to make, save, and invest money. You end up spending 4.5 hours learning stuff that you never thought was even fathomable because one person started talking about it 4.5 hours ago, and that person decided to do it specifically because nobody does it. The smartest man in the room realized that nobody else knew what was going on and said something about it. We were taught when we were kids that if you raised your hand, you was the dumbest kid in the class. The dumbest kid in the class is the one that did not say, I need help. The smartest kid in the class said, I know I don't know what's going on. And I have a reason to believe that everybody else in the room don't know either. So I'm going to ask so that I can know. But ultimately, because I asked, I just helped everybody else in the room because nobody else knew what was going on either. And y'all know what I'm talking about when y'all was failing chemistry, physics, biology, genetics classes. Y'all didn't know what the fuck was going on. And you didn't feel comfortable with asking questions. When you were doing calculus, you didn't know what was going on. You didn't feel comfortable with asking questions. But now you want a podcast where you can talk about with like-minded intellectual individuals how to make, save, and invest money. And for me to decide to put that on a social media platform where nobody else is doing that, that's got to be brilliance. Because in 20 years, this will be the only podcast that you can improve your life with. Every other podcast can entertain you. Every other podcast can distract you from reality. This is the only podcast that you can build your life on. So if you start the podcast over and rewatch it, because I'm gonna keep my archive. This is gonna be the only one that doesn't delete the videos after a while because nobody's watching. No, they're gonna stay there. Y'all gonna get to it eventually. If you want to fix your life. Because I heard nothing special. There's way better financial advisors on YouTube. I tell you what, if you know some, tag them on my show, have them come on to the show because you got the opportunity to click the link, approve the mic, approve the camera, come on in real time. And I will side by side and talk with some financial institutional individuals because we had Dylan up here. We had Jesse up here before. We had Sarah up here giving y'all relationship advice. We had Joe Mastrano giving y'all tax advice. We had alanito.music, who actually created the theme songs for the show from Switzerland. He was on the show. We had your boy from Crestify and Happy Oli Dogs that come up onto the show. And so I've had small business owners come onto this podcast live and talk about their business and talk about financial information. So I mean, if you know people that talk about finance better than I talk about finance, by all means, I encourage them to come. I challenge them to come because they might show me something that I don't know. Either you want to hate them, that's fine, but I ain't gonna do nothing for you. Was is using a 1999 flip phone. Well, okay, that's that. It would have been interesting if he would have been providing us with some factual content. but he coming hitting me with some 1999 flip phone. Ah, they sometimes they just like to be negative, and they like to be negative because they're lonely. And the issue is that trollers will come onto a podcast like this because they want attention, and they're going to try to do stuff to trigger because if they can ruin the podcast for everybody else, they accomplish something. If they can get attention when everybody's talking to them, they accomplish something. If they can stop me from talking, they accomplish something. They're going to get a laugh off of getting blocked off of the podcast. But the fact of the matter is that I mean, once they stop showing value in the conversation, it's like it's time to go, and I'll make sure that they ain't here. And his views on the war and the government are pretty solid. No, I'm going to talk about how money makes money for you. I'm going to talk about the opportunity cost and chaos. That's going to be the other thing because we haven't gotten to the rest of it. The first, I told you guys there were 3 points of today's main topic. The first one was politics. The second one was the social media part, and we stopped there. And then the third part, we still got to get to the third part. We still got 32 pages of the script that I created for the third part. That is the other half of the chaos. We're still on the social media aspect of how your ability to receive and benefit from knowledge is being compromised, and that's when all the trollers fell in. Bro is definitely not as smart as he thinks he is. I really appreciate you telling me that. Thank you so much. um is that yeah, because buying a $500 camera for pixel perfect quality is a great investment. The quality doesn't matter, you can still see and hear him, can't you? Look, here's the thing. I actually have a $500 laptop. It's a Lenovo Yoga i7. It's a 2023 model. And I am using the 420 pixels because T-Mobile's working on towers in the area. And usually we experience so many drop frames in this channel. It is ridiculous. I be freezing and everything like that. And for some reason today, it has been smooth the whole show. I have not seen much of any in the last 2.5 hours drop frames or anything to that effect. And the reason why I'm not doing high definition 4K is because the picture quality was worse. While yeah, I would have been 3D, I would have been 3D froze. And instead of me being 3D froze, I'm like, fuck it, I'll be goddamn 1990s old school, fuzziness in the background kind of situation. Why? Because the quality is not in the visual, the quality is in the audio. Long as you can hear the words that are coming out my mouth, it don't matter if I'm moving or not. What matters, it don't matter if the curtain behind me makes you think about a real bookshelf, even though it is a curtain, it's not an actual bookshelf. None of that matters. What matters is that some of y'all sat here for quite a few hours out of the day for the first time in your life and learned something the whole time you was on your cell phone. That's what matters. What matters is that you learned a hell of a lot more, and you're motivated to come back tomorrow when we start talking about better ways to dress yourself. And this is a male driven podcast from the male's perspective. So a lot of people are going to continue to come back because we're live 7 nights a week and we got a different thing every night of the week. We do follow ups on a lot of shows, but we're coming with new stuff, new concepts, new information every night of the week, 365 days a year and a leap year. The only thing that's going to stop this podcast from going live is if there's absolutely no power in the area and all the towers shut down. Because if I can go live in the dark, bro, I'll put on some spotlights and I'll go live. Either I'm half black and half white. I don't care. You want to have a fucking fully decked out studio when it works perfectly fine. But you know something? I'm glad you said that because Colton, you got so many podcasters that'll spend $1,000 to $2,000 on equipment to start their channel. They don't get traffic right away. You got to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on advertisement starting off, sometimes between 500 and $1,000 a month worth of advertisement on the platform in order to get more traffic to come to your show. And then you have to produce enough meaningful content often enough to build an audience for the audience to stay and keep coming back. If you're trying to build a platform based off of interaction, not just a faceless podcast, you also have to put a lot more effort into having meaningful interactive content for the people to communicate with you. And that's going to be a lot harder. Then, because I'm a man, none of the men that come to the channel are going to be here because I'm attractive. They're here for the knowledge or they're here for the entertainment. The women are going to come here for the knowledge because women are smarter than men. It's just women are selfish and they're hard headed, but they're smarter than men. Men learn to be smarter later in life. Women have that knowledge at 15, 16, 17 years old. That's one of the reasons why a 50-year-old man will date a 25-year-old woman because she has the same mentality at 25 that a man has at 50. But women don't like that because at 38, she's not going to be accepted by any man because the 50-year-old men are chasing the 25-year-olds and the 25-year-old man is chasing the 25-year-olds. Social stigma. But instead of me spending all my money on the look, which goes back to that previous question we had about an hour ago about the businesses failing. You spend so much money on the brand, you spend so much money on the packaging, you spend so much money on the advertisement, the marketing, the building construction, the venue, all of the money that is spent before you build the product, all the money that is spent before you sold the first product, that's money wasted. Even in a startup, that's money wasted. If I've curated so many different ways where you can actually start generating money before you even produce the product, that you're producing a product after you got paid. And then you scale up the product and use the profits from the product to pay for the scale up, which allows you to get your EIN, allows you to start up the business, get you a brick and mortar setup, or use a digital nomad feature where you don't have to spend so much money on the overhead for a physical location. Scale it up where you make enough money for two workloads and then pay a second person to come in. All of this stuff happens because I found the information. So yeah, I don't care if somebody want to knock me down because they feel like, oh, I've got a low quality video screen. I don't give a fuck. I'm seeing double anyway. Yo, why did I call in that bomb threat to City Hall? I don't know why you called in a bomb threat to City Hall. But since you did call it in, I'm gonna go ahead and block you because that's the kind of content that will negatively impact my channel. Said, oh, and look, this the mic over here, got a wireless headset from Temu for $22. I got two of them. I should have charged the second one. Is it a SM? The quality is in the content. He's actually interacting. So if it's not your jam, then move on. You right. You right. I don't know how you don't see your logic is genuinely dumb, Sam. You're saying he needs a perfectly quality camera and mic to be able to understand you just genuinely dumb. Well, so the thing that happens with that is you're gonna see a lot of people that the young bucks are gonna do that. Your Gen Zs are gonna spend so much money on a $16,000 iPhone so that they can live stream first person view, but unfortunately they don't have a concept, they don't have a theme, they don't have foundation. They're just interacting on a live stream, and a lot of people will watch you sit still, especially if you're an attractive woman. They'll watch you sit still. They don't have to provide you with any meaningful content at all, but a man can't do that. A man can't sit here and just look at the camera and bump jams to some music and actually build a high quality content. You know what I mean? Men are not going to be stimulated by another man looking at them. Men will be stimulated by a woman looking at them. So men have to try. Every man who hosts a social media podcast have to put 10 times more effort into their content than a woman when it is a visually seeing the host of the podcast, because women just have to put on the right outfit and the men will stay. Sex sells. This is truth. It's nothing against the women. It is just that sex sells. So men will linger because she looks good. They can stare at her as much as they want, whatever camera angle that benefits them without having to get in trouble for it, and just don't say anything too inappropriate and get blocked off the thing, and they'll linger. But for a guy to have as many people here for as long as we've been here, that's hard to do because it requires effort in the value of the information that's being provided. Is exactly it could be better, but it doesn't matter because he's still spitting and you can understand it. Oh, I know it could be better. All I had to do was click one button and switch it from 420 to 720 and it'd be better. Or flip it from 720 to 1080 and it'd be better. And then you would have the three-dimensional and it'd be so, and that's a scaling factor. Because if I'm operating off of 5G towers and I'm operating off of better quality internet and then I upgrade to the 1080p HD, those of you who are watching me when I was running this channel at 420, y'all would see an improvement in the quality of the product because it went from being poor visibility to high quality visibility, which means I'm apparently paying more for something, which means that I had to have turned a profit somewhere. So when I go from the bare minimum to the level up, that's when y'all like, damn, he just stepped up some. When I go from sitting in this chair with the curtain in the background to a whole studio, damn, I remember when he was sitting in front of that fake bookshelf. Fact is, and I actually talked to you about this on several Tuesdays over the last 5 weeks. The quality of the visual aid of the product, depending on what the product is not nearly as important as the delivery of the product. You can work on the brand over time, but what your customer is supposed to be getting from you, you have to master that first and then work on the look after that. So if mastering how I provide information to you guys is going to be the product that's going to be offered after you guys are coming for the product on a consistent basis, then I improve the visuals of the product. When I scale up, everybody's scaling up with me. Then we got a lot of people like, damn, he here. It's hilarious that you can't refine or refrain from name calling. Makes you sound so childish. Yeah, yeah. I'll call you as many names. Learn to pick your swap up. Just learn to pick your swag up. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry about that. I got banned. No, you didn't get banned, bro. No, I'm taking my sweet time catching up with the comment section. I'm not gonna ban you, man. I tagged you on the show. I'm blocking him as he be inappropriate, and then I gotta swipe past and catch up to you. Sam went back to Reddit. No, he say something stupid. When somebody say something stupid, bro, they get blocked. Soon as they start getting inappropriate, I block them so that they ain't got to give y'all no hate speech. Yeah, I'm a Gen Z, but I grew up poor and I understand spending money on these things are useless, and you don't need the newest iPhone to be heard. So here I'm doing it off of a laptop, and actually this is harder to do on a laptop than it is to do on a cell phone. Not because of technology, but because YouTube actually promotes that the 16 by 9 quality is more effectively attracted over the span of the entire podcast. However, YouTube's algorithm strategically shows more 9 by 16 versions on the For You and Shorts reel because they're competing with TikTok. So technically, while data indicates that long form videos off of laptops are more successful over the long term for longevity followership, the 9 by 16 version is actually more successful for short term viewership. So if you're trying to increase growth on your podcast, your most effective way to increase growth is to spend more time on the For You page in 9 by 16, providing them a valuable quality content to make them want to search for you in the long form section. So for everybody that is in the For You page watching me off of their shorts reel, if you ever make it to my main channel and then go and look at the long form of it, you're going to see me in the 16 by 9 version live right now at the exact same time, which not too many podcasters do either. So you can find me from your subscription. If that's why you'll tell you subscribe to the channel, you can find me from the subscriber page and grab either the long form or the shorts version. You could be on a vertical or you could be on a long form. YouTube is supposed to be integrating the comment section between the long form and the shorts reel, but it doesn't always work. However, I put all of the appropriate comments onto the show. So what I'm doing is I'm also integrating long form, short form, and anybody that comments from Twitter, anybody that comments from Twitch, and anybody that comments from TikTok all onto the same comment section. You see it on the screen. So ultimately, what my vision was for this particular channel, not just to provide all of this information for everybody, but to have a cross brand conversation. That was my 20-year plan. Now, I talk to everybody about a 20-year plan. What's yours? But my 20-year plan was to have the kind of podcast that had a cross brand conversation about how to make, save, and invest money and build wealth and start having more highly educated individuals communicating with each other about opportunities to be successful. If somebody with real estate knowledge on TikTok that's talking to somebody that's got tech knowledge on Twitter, that's talking to somebody that's got a gaming platform on Twitch, and them three guys get together and start up a business because they was on my channel, that's my legacy. You know what I mean? and everybody else that come through and interact with one another the way y'all are talking to each other on YouTube. If y'all were talking to each other and then having that conversation with Twitter and Twitch, this is the only podcast that's doing that. It's raising awareness, but it's raising awareness on a broad scale. Throw a little religion on there. Didn't Jesus tell his 12 disciples to take the knowledge and go and share it to everybody who wanted it? He didn't tell them force everybody and come to the church, and because the church, the kingdom of God is inside of your soul right there. It's not inside of the walls of no church and no people. So we wasn't supposed to go to one location and worship. We were supposed to celebrate it everywhere we was at, but we were supposed to spread the knowledge that we obtained by talking to everybody. The town crier back in the day, that's me right now, sitting here telling y'all, whoever want to listen, this is important for you to know to make yourself better. And if you don't want to listen, you can get the fuck on. But if you want to listen and learn, you're here every day, you're learning every day, you're growing. So over the next 20 years, you'll find out 1080p, three different camera angles. I'll have that $1,000, $10,000 setup eventually. I'll have that studio set up eventually, but I'll have it through scaling from profits, not initial investment. He said, I don't want to be locked into Apple and their higher prices for everything. Bro, if you get Samsung, you're going to get better quality than what you're going to get from iPhone. I found out, I did some research and I found out that Samsung is selling all of its old hardware to iPhone. So iPhone is working on its software and then saving time and effort by investing in the hardware from Samsung. So you're going to see your iPhone 16 is the Samsung S22. Your iPhone Titanium is the Note 4. It's just like Dodge, Chevy, and Mustang. Same body style, offsetting each other 2 to 3 years apart for 5 years. So a 5 year window of a Mustang offsets another 5 year window for a Dodge, offsets another 5 year window for a Camaro. All three cars look the same because they're selling the concept to each other. It's not about the style, it's about the brand. I'm so confident that my product is going to sell that I will make my product look like your product and I'm still going to make more money than you. That is what they're doing right now. And people are spending the money. He said, "Join it just gets more expensive. Just get a nicer phone, like $100, $200, and y'all be good." I bought my S23 in 2023 for $600, and it is 2026, and I have not paid another dollar for it, and it is still brand new right here. Actually, I need to plug that bad boy because it's been running the channel for a hot minute, but it's been running the channel for a hot minute. But yeah, you don't need to waste no money on no expensive equipment. You can use the basic stuff just enough to get your point across, and then after you get your point across, then all you got to do is just chill. And then as you get profits, then you start putting extra money into buying better equipment. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Well, either you could have the titanium grade up unlimited Pro Max. Okay, I'm still not watching. Boy, he try. It's up to you. You still here talking to me about it. Look, when platforms optimize purely for engagement, they're automatically boost more extreme, misleading, and polarizing materials. And that's one of the reasons why when I talk to you guys, I talk to you guys about make saving and investing money because I'm not coming from a polarizing concept about, oh, you know, you should be rich or, oh, poor people are stupid or anything to that effect. I just talk about how, there is a way for you to go from being poor to not being poor. There is, and there's so many different ways. I'm just going to talk about all the ways you can go from being poor to not being poor, and then you decide whether or not you want to be poor or not be poor. That's it. Now, this polarizing material that typically comes off of social media, that's going to be because anger is a powerful driver of clicks and comments. Notice each time the people got negative on the channel, we had a lot more conversation going on than when everybody was agreeing with one another and we were all listening quiet. Nuance is boring. Complexity is slow. But anger is fast, hot, and incredibly engaging. So a lot of the times, the trollers that get onto the channel and talk trash on the comment section actually brings fuel to the podcast because there's more comments going across the comment section at that time. Internal research from one major social media platform famously discovered that when they gave angry reactions on posts extra weight in their algorithm, it supercharged the spread of toxic and divisive content, which also means that the more people that thumbs down the show, the more people driving traffic on the channel. They like, oh, I'm gonna fix him. I'm gonna thumbs down on his channel. Content creators realize I want you to thumbs down on a lot of stuff because it'll get more viewership. You just won't get to see the rest of the stuff I do unless you subscribe to my channel first and then thumbs down the channel. Because thumbs down on the channel is going to make the algorithm not show you anything you're not subscribed to. That's it. The company eventually had to dial that weight back to zero because the rage machine that they built was becoming too uncontrollable. Think about what that means. Your emotional state, what you feel angry about, like the argument that we just had in the comments section, is being actively manipulated by a hidden algorithm choice, putting people on the show just so that they could be conflictual. You already know YouTube's algorithm knew that some trollers didn't have nothing to do, and they just dropped them into this comment section just to fuel the feed. iPhone downgrades their old iPhone as well, so you buy the new ones. So Samsung is much better investment, but I'm just so used to iPhones. It's easy to transition over to Samsung. Samsung is okay. iPhone is user friendly, and user friendly works for people who don't want to apply themselves to making change. So what happens when you get an Android? It is going to be more complex because you can customize it. And customizing takes time. If you modify your car, it takes more effort in getting your car to work a certain way. If you want to fine tune it, you got to have all these gadgets and gizmos and CPU chips and turbo boosters and all these extra buttons on the dash and all of this stuff. Your car starts looking like an airplane just so that you can do a quarter mile in under 10 seconds. But an Android is more effective in another way, because while I'm a big fan of Macintosh, MacBook Pros computers because less people can afford them, so they're less likely to be hacked. Statistics show that iPhone is the most popular singular brand being sold in America. So when a hacker hacks something, hackers access the most impact in a single effort. When a virus is released, all iPhone users would be impacted by it. But since most Androids are not running off of the same exact system, not all the Androids are going to be impacted by the same thing. So they're going to have the largest impact by striking iPhone than what they would by striking Android. Now, y'all remember when Facebook got hacked, not Facebook, FaceTime, when FaceTime got hacked. Y'all understand that after y'all clicked all of them apps that allow y'all's cameras to be used and y'all's microphones to be used, that people who can hack that app can now turn on your camera and listen to the conversation that you have. And that's one of the reasons why you can have a conversation next to your phone, log into your phone, and then ads related to your conversation start showing up on your phone. I don't do Android because they didn't hack Android. I don't do the iPhone because they hacked iPhone. I do Android because don't nothing happens until I start searching shit. But I turned off all my search history. Turned off advanced performance in my Google searches because I don't want them saving my performance data and then sending me stuff that I don't give two shits about. So what ends up happening is if I look up the same thing 3 times, ads related to that start showing up. But as a content creator that's always grabbing facts and information, I Google so many different things, they can't really pinpoint what they're going to send me. Because today we're talking about this, tomorrow we're talking about clothes, yesterday we're talking about Turkey, the day before that, the country Turkey, not actually Turkey. The day before that, we were talking about what? Credit cards. And then the day before that, we were talking about the tariffs. We were talking about we covered a lot of things. We covered a lot of things. We covered the tariffs. We covered the bombing. We covered the oil. We covered so many things on that day. Questions and comments from the fans on Sunday, and then Saturday we're talking about clothes. We covered so many different things. The algorithm don't know what to send me. Is it very interesting? Definitely gonna invest in a Samsung when my iPhone breaks. Okay, here go another thing. Here go another thing. What they usually try to convince you to do is they try to convince you to trade in your iPhone so that they can resell it to somebody else and give you a very minute credit towards the purchase of your Samsung, which actually they're supposed to write off anyway, because in the United States they're technically not supposed to sell the device more than, I do believe, about $790. So what actually ends up happening, they price it at 1,500. If you want to pay that price, you can. But what they do with the no contract thing, and then they have you do like $600 down for the phone, get you a 18-month guarantee, 18 24 month guarantee, promo the rest of it onto your phone bill so that you're not paying for the monthly payments on it, and then you're locked in to a 2 year contract without being locked into a 2 year contract. Now, what happens is if you keep your old iPhone and get you a new Samsung, you got a backup phone. I'm not going to tell you to do that because it's smarter to, like you said, wait till at least your screen cracks. And instead of wasting money on the $250 insurance claim in order to repair it, you put that $250 down on the down payment to get the phone, get another phone, and then keep your cracked iPhone as a backup phone. As long as it works, you know what I mean? And ironically, if you take your iPhone to some of those smart shops that fix phones, you could probably pay them 25 or $50 to fix a phone instead of $250 for the phone company to send you a refurbished phone, which is exactly the same thing. Is Samsung built by slave labor too? No, no, not in America. Technically, most things in America are built off of slave labor because you have volunteer work, you have non unpaid internship, community service work, and trustees, all redefinitions of modern day slavery. So it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's in your hospitals, your lawyers' offices, your grocery stores. It's everywhere. Your pet stores, the Humane Society. Most of the volunteers there, they're unemployed. Most of the people at the Goodwill and the Salvation Army are on probation. Everybody doing community service. It is what it is. Jails, exactly. Jails. Special shout out to Charles. Charles, no, he just got out the club and said, "Damn, this podcast still here." I was watching this when they said last call. Now, as I was saying before, that anger that hits folks from the algorithm triggering them is that hidden emotional trigger. The feeling of constant crisis and polarization isn't just in your head, it's being amplified and then monetized by social media platforms. So you are being nudged and provoked into a state of heightened emotional arousal, not for any particular political reason, but because it's good for business. That's what they do with the dating platforms. They monetize your desire for social interaction. They have no goal to get you hooked up with somebody, because if you get on a dating app, you find the right person, you're going to give that person 15, 20 years, they're going to have 1 month of you and you're going to be gone. Promoting the ability to communicate with somebody through their platform for a price. You will only have connection with these individuals as long as you pay for the platform. The goal is not for you to find somebody on a dating app. The goal is for you to spend money on their platform. He said, God Almighty bless you, brother, for what you doing. Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you so much. I'm trying to tell him. I'm trying to tell him. So you got folks that can spend like $10, $15, $20 a month, $25 a month for like Bumble, Hinge, $100 a year for Tinder, all of these other things. But the people I just covered that on the show, like I think last week, Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, that they're really only on those platforms to get money. So if you're really trying to find a really decent relationship and it's not in person, you know, honest to God, the one app that stands out, I'm gonna tell you this right now for all the men that really interested in this. If you really, really, really want to find you somebody and you got the money to go get them, and I'm gonna say it like that because I'm not gonna try to trick y'all into no bullshit. Uh, Christian Filipino app, women in the Philippines, legitimately looking for husbands. And the reason why that app is more beneficial than all of the other dating apps that I have ever come across is because that app is the only app that will call you and try to set you up with somebody directly. That's the only app that do that. All the rest of them is like, oh yeah, you can pay for the premium and they're gonna help you out with negotiating with other folks. But no, the like he said, passport bros. Because think about, here go the other part, Charles. Because I know you weren't here for this part. You can get a digital nomad visa in the Philippines for $24,000 a year worth of income. As long as you can show that you're making $2,000 a month or more, you can get a digital nomad 1 year or longer with revolving renewals where you don't even got to live the country. So you can get your money right. You can get you 30 grand. You can go live in the Philippines for 13, 14 months and then come back to America with a wife that'll give you 20 years before she give up on you. Whereas in America, you can spend $24,000 and she'll leave you for a man that'll spend $34,000. All I'm trying to say is point out the obvious. So if you're really going to use a dating app, if you're really going to use a dating app that is going to genuinely connect you to somebody, why they make so much money on that for Christian Filipino? Because not only are they going to connect you to the person, they're going to help the other person get their citizenship in America. So their passports, travel visas, all of the other stuff that you would need to go get your wife and bring her back to America, instead of them doing like all the other dating apps and selling the connection, they're selling the relocation. So you're going to pay for the app like $250 for 3 months, a lot of money, but you're guaranteedly going to meet the actual person. So they're talking to the person on the phone. They're going to talk to you on the phone. Matter of fact, I get an email every Sunday about joining a prayer group. Like these people legitimately want to talk to a brother. I ain't got time for y'all. I'm doing my podcast. But if you decided, and this is how you will plan it, that way you're not wasting your money. You get your money up. You're financially successful. You got your passport together, got your passport booking, everything. You got everything set up for you. You're ready to rock, right? 3 months before you go to the Philippines, you upgrade your profile from a free profile to a paid profile. After you talk about how you're diligently looking for a wife, you ain't up there for no bullshit. Under that, traveling to the Philippines on X date. Now, by putting that into your bio, the season that you just paid for, the motherfuckers is gonna hit you up is gonna be trying to meet you at the airport. Now, yeah, you paid $250, but here go the kicker: free room and board because whoever you connect with over that 90 days, you can stay with them. So the $250 that you spent to find somebody, that's $250 that you're not going to pay while you're out there. And then if you kick it with them for 6 months, 9 months, and you realize, okay, this is a person I want to passport up and fly them back to America. Boom. Now you're done. The app helped you with getting their paperwork together and help them get back to you because you paid for the stuff. Done. Maximize your investment. Nobody talks about this stuff. I'm the only person that talks about this stuff. And it's crazy because when we're dealing with these social media platforms, the hidden power on a scale that we've never seen before is shaping not just the political agendas, but also our very internal and emotional realities. Now, this is going to bring us to the deepest, most sinister layer of power. When I told y'all we had 3 layers of power like 5 hours ago, and we on the third layer of power. It's way cheaper than tricking, bro. Nick Cannon talk about something. It ain't tricking if you got it. That man got enough money to pay for 13 baby mamas. What women over here mad at me and talk about something? Oh, y'all cheat, blah 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 blah. I'm gonna tell you right now, historical fact. A black man lived to be 130 years old during the slave days. He had 239 kids, or 230 kids. Nine of the kids was born after he was released as a slave, and the rest of them was born while he was a slave. That man was a breeder. Fact is that the average woman in America right now is only willing to have one, but statistically, they're usually comfortable with three. Any man that wants 15 kids is guaranteedly going to have seven women. Any woman that wants to stop kids at two is not going to have. You say you want to have what? I know, Charles. I want to have a starting lineup, five kids, seven kids. I want my whole lineage to be on the same football team. 11 children on the starting lineup. If each woman's only having two, 11 children, that's 12 women. Well, no, that's six women, but I'm gonna say it's 12 women. And the reason why I'm gonna say it's 12 women is because if each woman is only willing to have two, and most of them already got one from another man, because most of the women dropping babies 19, 20, 21. And when we was in the 80s and 90s, they was dropping babies at 15, 16, 17. So by the time they was 19, 20, 21, they had two kids. If they only really willing to have one more and you wanted to have 12, you got to have 12 baby mamas. Now, a man with 12 baby mamas is frowned upon by society, but natural selection indicates that um, um, genetically successful man is a man that has a larger lineage. Black women sold us out for the government assistance. No, black women who grew up in a financially challenged household, and nowadays it's not just the black women, it's just that the black women are more aggressive about it. Black women who grew up in a financially challenged environment are learning how to do whatever it takes to use their appearance to make money. And that's what everybody does, is use their greatest asset. Women have their physical appearance, men have their physical capabilities. Um, so men will get manual labor jobs before they go to college, but then they go to college and they learn some stuff. Women use their bodies because their bodies is the easiest way to get money before they go to college and learn some stuff. So the thing is that the government assistance was the trick of the trade. Like Master P, I got the hookup. That was the trick of the trade. For each kid, you get $500 a month. If I had three kids, that pay my rent. I got four kids, that's gonna pay my rent and a car. Then they're gonna give me Section 8. So I don't have to pay for my rent. The government gonna pay for my rent too. And with the four kids, I got a Escalade to fit all the kids in, parked outside of my Section 8 apartment complex. Food stamps, WIC, you know what I mean? TANF program to put all the kids in daycare center. It turned into a situation where it was easier and cheaper to stay broke and have children and live off of government funds until Bill Clinton said you got to have a job or an education because you can't ride this wave no more. That's political for you right there. But the women that are growing up in financially challenged environments actually learn the dynamic that $100,000 a year would give you a guaranteed comfortable lifestyle, and it's true. So women wanting a man that's $100,000 a year is a broke woman that's thinking financial stability. It's a savvy decision to make as a woman. I would agree with their thought process on it, but I just disagree with their motivation on how to earn it. The fact is that, like we talked about 3 hours ago, is that the the dynamic is that if you're going to be married and have one or two kids, you're likely going to be spending almost $100,000 a year in most areas in America. As a result, standard issue, $100,000 a year should not be struggling. But the only dynamic that I find flawed about this is that the women are looking for a man that has $100,000 a year, not a woman that is willing to match up with a man and have a combined $100,000 a year, where she can have like 45, 50,000, he can have 55, 60,000, and they can come together and be $100,000 a year together. They're making it a requirement for the man to have 100,000 on his own. And at best, she's going to go 50-50 with him. But if she's going 50-50 with him, if she's living a $50,000 a year lifestyle, she wants to be elevated to a $100,000 a year lifestyle. He and then go 50-50 on that. You can't go 50-50 on that. Because if you go 50-50 on that, her 50,000 a year is going on half of the lifestyle, and his 50,000 a year is going on half of the lifestyle. But the other 50,000 a year that he got is going on entertaining her. So she's really getting reimbursed off of all the stuff that she's making. That's right, Tim. Support yourself. That's what they need to do. And the fathers are being, women are choosing financial capital over masculine upbringing. So the children don't get both parents. Women have a lot of stuff that's valuable to the children, but men have a lot more stuff that's valuable to the children as well, because logic and reason come from the men. Logic and reason don't come from the women. The traits that the women instill in the children, which is why both mother and father need to be in the household, the traits that the women instill in the children is not going to be the same. But the decisive skill, decision making skills that the children are going to get from the father, that's one of the reasons why a lot of these kids is out here acting a fool with these Glock switches shooting one another at the traffic stop, because those kids grew up in single family homes without their daddy. I ain't gonna argue with you, bro. Ain't nothing worth marrying out here no more. While they out here talking about some, I could be an OnlyFans girl. It's just a job. They need to be the ones with the money paying for the first date. I be talking about that on the show on a regular basis. Make sure y'all like and subscribe as y'all come through here and mash them reaction buttons. Either if they want to get married, that look, they need to show their value. And I'd have covered that on the show quite a few times, that y'all need to pay attention to what you're looking for, because if you chase the sex as a man, you're not paying attention to the red flags. If she's chasing the money as a woman, she's not paying attention to the red flags. If y'all get together into a relationship out of convenience, y'all end up realizing when the money stop and the sex stop, that's not the person that you want. Instead of men parading their resources to a woman to convince her to talk to him, oh, I'll take you on an expensive date. I can drive you around in a nice car. I got a big house. At the end of the day, if you're trying to figure out what is she willing to do to benefit you before you even pay for the first date, then you realize this girl ain't worth my time in the first place. Then, if you do find a woman that got the mindset that you're looking for, she is going to benefit you, not just financially, not just psychologically, not just emotionally. She will put effort into your life where your life improves because she's there, not just a good sex partner, not just a consistent person to get with. You actually benefit from that. Likewise with the women. I tell the women, if the women pay for the dates until they commit to the man, if she's paying for it and he's making decisions on her budget. Now she gets to see what his decision making skills are. It's not about being cheap, it's about being responsible. Because what woman is getting the right man for her if she's looking for financial stability and she's about to go on a date with a man who doesn't know her last name and he's willing to spend $1,000 on her on the first night? What that says is that that man has the capabilities to waste money on a stranger. And what that says to me is he is financially irresponsible. So if she's looking for financial stability and she's dating a dude that's willing to drop $1,000 down on the first night, yeah, she got to live life with no problem, but that's a fucking financial liability. And yeah, he said, women's money is for them, and your money for the family. Yeah, because 41% of your income is going to go to her and 23% of it is going to go to her standard. So the rest of it is going to be wasted, which means that you could have put 23% into her and 18% into the brokerage accounts and building yourselves up. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing, but the dudes are chasing the wrong thing. If you just stand back and talk to a female, you'll come to find out that she dumb as fuck. You don't want to talk to her. You find out that she's smart, you might want to entertain her a little bit more. You find out that she's savvy, you might want to get involved with what she got going on. You find out that she's helpful, you might want to start uh investing in that. She got goals and ambitions that she's actually applying for, not just wishing that she had it, hoping that you would just give it to her. And that's when you start finding assets, you start finding value. If she stops offering sex and you stop offering money, then you start seeing what y'all bringing to each other's table. Because if you're not getting that, look at that, no sex until marriage. If she kept that mentality, what else is she bringing to the table if she not spreading them legs? Then if you're not wasting money on her until you see what her value is, and your value of her is not related to her body, at the end of the day, she's got to be able to do stuff. She's got to be able to organize something. She's got to be able to balance your calendar or something and reorganize your marketing strategy or something. She got to do something of value. Because think about this. Think about this. All wives who have gotten divorced where their husband married the secretary, what was the secretary doing that the wife wasn't doing? Following instructions. And the secretary was doing it for far less money than the wife, because the secretary had minimum wage and the wife had the husband's whole income. But the secretary did what the husband needed done to the magnitude that the secretary even satisfied the wife to sustain the marriage until the husband got tired of the marriage. So when you take sex off of the table, the secretary showed more value at work than the wife showed at the house, and the wife was bearing his children. If y'all really focus on what's really good for you, because if you spend all your time peacocking and trying to impress her, she's staying for your entertainment, but she don't even know if she like you. She's staying because she's entertained. You putting all this effort into entertaining her, you putting all this money into entertaining her, but you don't even know if you like her. The only reason why you went over there is because you want to sleep with her. And if all you wanted to do was sleep with her, then let me ask you something. What value did she bring to you after that 5 minutes that y'all had in the sheets? And don't tell me it wasn't 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes of your back hurt. 30 minutes for her, but 5 minutes of your back hurt and y'all was done. So 35 minutes of your afternoon, the other 23 hours out of the damn day, what did she do to value you? Once y'all walked outside the bedroom and washed y'all sweat off, did she clean the sheets? What happened? Yeah. He said write a book. I'm gonna have to write an audio book, and then I'm gonna have to put it up on the platform and sell it on the membership. But this is the truth. This is the truth. And a lot of times, what men do in order to attract women, we build wealth, but then we project that wealth by buying expensive clothes, buying expensive jewelry, rings, watches, expensive shoes, so that women look at us and the women see wealth. And then after that, then we start promoting our career. We start promoting all of the things that we think that a woman likes. Oh, I got a big house. I got a house on the beach. I got an expensive car. I'm driving a Porsche. I'm driving a G Wagon. I'm driving this. I'm driving that. But at the end of the day, a lot. Look at them gold digger videos. I guarantee you, the man that's hosting the gold digger video rented that car. Yes, he is proving a point. But the fact of the matter is that if that woman wasn't willing to talk to him with a 2002 Chrysler 300, then at the end of the day, she wasn't worth talking to you. Like Steven said on the show one day, I'm gonna do a 1986 Toyota Camry. If she ain't willing to get in that damn Toyota Camry, then she ain't willing to get in a damn Porsche. I'm not even trying to waste my day to talk to her. 'Cause if I pulled up in a Lamborghini and she want to get in because I'm in a Lamborghini, she not here for me. She here for the car. But if I pulled up in a Pontiac Grand Am, and some of y'all too young to know what kind of car that is. If I pulled up in a Pontiac Grand Am or a Thunderbird, and she gonna get in that car, oh, that remind me of my granddaddy. I want to ride with you. She's still here for the car, but at least, damn, she not here for a damn phantom. You know, true wealth, like Charles said, true wealth is not seen. True wealth is not seen. Yeah, bro, I'm preaching to the single folk more than I'm preaching to the married folk, because the married folk is already caught. The married folk already caught, bro. But see, here go the thing. I talk to the married folk too, because as a married person, you already committed into your relationship. The best bet for you to do is to value your partner more. Find out the things that they ain't been having done around them. If y'all talk about your relationship, ask your partner what's been missing in a relationship. You'll come to find out that your partner is not 100% happy. They are content because y'all not fighting. Y'all got that happy wife, happy life, so she ain't got nothing to bitch about. You good. But a lot of times, if you go to your partner and just ask them once a month, is there anything you need? Anything I can do? What do you want? You know what I'm saying? And is there anything missing that you wish that was here? If there was something that could be changed about the relationship that we have been in for all these many years, what would it be? And non-judgmental, non-resentment, non-retaliation conversation, full transparency. If there's something that could change in this relationship, and matter of fact, I'll go first and come from an I perspective. Lately, I've noticed that I have not been experiencing X, Y, and Z, and it would make me happy if I could experience A, B, and C, and then go your turn. What do you think that we could change in a relationship that'll make the relationship better? And I guarantee you, brother, she gonna open up a whole book. Well, if you did this, if you did that, and if you did the other, and at the end of the day, He said, money doesn't buy, doesn't buy happiness. You're right. But what you got to understand is that it's not about her talking about all of how you done failed at life. What it's about is listening to the underlying conversation. They say read between the lines. She's telling you what's missing. If you find out what's missing and you start trying to fill the void, if she you telling her what's missing and she starts trying to fill the void, that's gonna reduce the probability of cheating. Because once you get comfortable with one another, once y'all get content with one another, and you're not getting what you need out the relationship, you don't want to fuck up the relationship, but you're gonna look for what you're not getting out the relationship from somewhere else because you don't feel comfortable asking your partner for it. So ultimately, you find yourself in a position where instead of you rekindling your marriage, you're having an affair. Now you're going to rekindle their relationship because halfway through that fling, you realize that this marriage is important. Now you're going to come back and try to rebuild the marriage. And if you're capable of rebuilding the marriage, you're going to be doing all the stuff that you could have been doing before you started tiptoeing outside the marriage. So I talk about some. I got something for everybody here. Have a separate bank account, but see, you should have a joint bank account and two separate individual bank accounts, and you should have a family trust. And reason being, your individual bank accounts is for your own discretionary spending. The joint bank account is for the joint bills. And then the trust is for all your investment opportunities. And then you have the husband and wife on there as the primary beneficiaries and the children on there as successive beneficiaries. You have the husband and wife split the money 25-25. You have the brokerage account reinvested back into the trust 50%. That way you're going to guaranteely increase growth. You have the husband and the wife on a life insurance policy. If somebody dies, the money go into the brokerage account. There's more money for the next generation. When mom dies, it goes from being a revocable trust to an irrevocable trust, and then the kids inherit the money. Whatever's in there that you don't use, you can use it for investment purposes. And then you have the individual bank accounts for your personal investments. And then you have the
So much information, they tried to shut me down. All of that happens. I we was just sitting over here talking about how they will curate the situation and they will modify your ability to be successful. Look, then when I get the internet, not now the internet won't start working. I told y'all, I'd have been on here 5 about 6 hours now. The whole dynamic changes because if we started prioritizing the things that we needed to benefit in our relationships, and our relationships would not be catastrophic. But because we don't prioritize our relationships, we lose value. We lose value in our partner. And then after we lose value in our partner, then we start looking for something somewhere else. But the best thing that we can do, the best place that we can go is to our partner and tell our partner, look, I'm unhappy. The issues that we have in our relationships. Hold on, y'all.
one of the issues that we have in our relationships is that we don't communicate. And that's one of the things that we have to start doing. We have to start communicating with one another. And that's the biggest fallback. That's the biggest mistake that everybody has is that we fail to take the time to communicate with our partner and tell them what is wrong with us, tell them what we're not happy about, tell them what is going wrong in our lives. And because we date women that ultimately put us in positions where they are judging us, resenting us, and retaliating against us, we end up not being comfortable as men telling our wives what's going on in our lives. And then we start bottling everything up. We start keeping it to ourselves. And then we find ourselves venting these things at the local bar. We start finding ourselves venting these things with the girl on the job. And then when she's consoling us, then we start formulating a bond. That bond turns into an affair. So you can fix all that stuff just by communicating with somebody else, just by communicating with your partner. Keep your problems in house. See what I'm saying? The innocent kids and the people in Israel. Just the government is evil. That's the truth. That's the truth. So as y'all seen the government powers start trying to fuck me up, the hidden powers are going to control the agendas, y'all. The invisible powers that control what you think is even possible is how our ideologies are compromised. It shapes your beliefs, your norms, and your sense of self so completely that you might not even recognize that you're being controlled. This is the power of our abilities to allow ourselves to succumb to public and social influence. It is the power that gets you to participate in your own oppression without ever realizing it. It works by making a systemic inequality feel natural, inevitable, or worse, all of the above, like it is your own fault. I'm telling y'all, this is what it is. What your boy said, the truth hurts, but it needs to be said. The truth hurts, but it needs to be said. I'm trying to tell y'all. And we here 7 nights a week. If y'all ain't been liking and subscribing and mashing them reaction buttons, start doing it. This is going to be the power that stops certain issues from ever becoming problems in your mind because the things that you should be paying attention to that directly impacts your life. 9 times out of 10, most people actually prioritize stuff that has nothing to do with their life. And now they're distracted from their life. The folks that get drunk at the bar because they don't make enough money to pay their bills is self-sabotaging themselves because they're distracting themselves from their financial distress by wasting money. People who have conflict in their relationships is over here complaining about how the Kardashians don't act right. And then you got individuals that don't got enough money to cover their rent buying 30-inch rims for their Honda Civic. The fact is that you're distracting yourself from your own problems by focusing on something that's not your damn problem. And we see this on social media. We see this on political debates. We see this all over the place. Most of the time you go to work, your water cooler conversation at your job is about how somebody else in one of the other departments is sleeping with the manager. Your conversation at one of the water coolers is not how you can invest in the company that you even working in. Y'all not even talking about how does the boss offer shares? I wonder if we can get some stock in the company. Don't nobody have that conversation on their job. Are you making more money than me? Fuck that, man. I've been here 5 years. That's what y'all talking about. Y'all not talking about nothing meaningful. And it's because the societal pressures, the systemic impressions that we experience leads us to a position of deliberate self-sabotage. That's one of the reasons why most black folks don't get along with one another. We grew up in racial bias, and anything that is considered different we learn to be biased against. So it goes from everybody that's not white is gonna be treated bad to now you're being treated bad by different shades. You went from being grouped as a whole, where segregation black people stuck together more than integration. Now you got the dark skins treating the not so dark skins better than the not so dark skins. Then you got the yellow bones. Then you got the red bones. Then you got the purple boys. And yeah, all these folks. And remember, there was a whole generation where they was on Wall Street together making money, and now none of us can get out the project because we're not paying attention to the right stuff. You know, one of the difference between poor folks and rich folks, and it don't matter if you're black, white, or Asian. Rich folks can hate each other's guts and come together and invest in the same business opportunity because this is about making money. A rich man will buy another rich man's house, and then that rich man will invest in the other man's project so that they can repay each other for each other's efforts. A broke man will devalue another broke man so that that man don't make no money. A broke man will sacrifice himself trying to sabotage somebody else. Crabs in a bucket. We all gonna fail together. Instead of paying attention to what can we do to make ourselves more successful. Instead, we pay attention to what can I do to keep that person from being more successful than me. You know, there's more energy involved in us being successful together allows us to be millionaires. But no, that's not what the broke mind is. The broke mind is more energy involved in judging other people and not even fixing our own fuck ups. But you know, you can find the same failure in somebody else that you can find in yourself. So why is it that we are so quick to negatively judge somebody else, but we do not have the capabilities to judge ourselves? Didn't they say in the Bible, he who without sin, please cast the first stone? So before you start trying to force somebody else to ask for forgiveness, why are you not forgiving yourself? I told y'all we cover all this stuff. Now we should go backwards because nowadays the youth don't want to do nothing. Look now, so if you say that the country going downhill, your best bet, you can go to Japan. You can get you a land for $850. You can build that land up for $250,000. And over there, especially over there by Nagoya and Nagano or something like that, you can get you a large acreage and then build you up an American style house out there. And the standard of living out there is about $700 a month. The whole standard of living, rent, light, gas, utilities. So if you own the property, you're only gonna be spending $350 a month for your whole standard of living. And you go live in Japan. You don't got to go to the Philippines. You can go live in Japan. They're more racist in Japan, but you can go live in Japan. And the only reason why I point that out is because your kids is gonna have problems. You as an adult not gonna have problems because you're an American. You're going over there. You got money. But your kids born into that, them kids is mean. Them kids are gonna treat each other like shit. So because you different, they're gonna treat you like shit. They're gonna treat your child. So you got to think about, well, if I want to go over here, do I really want to? And if I will, then I got to teach my child how to endure this. You know, I got to teach my child how to endure pressure. Teach them how to fight before they learn how to walk because they're gonna get bullied. Since you understand that, let's go on over there. Because the other thing is that if you go over there and marry a Japanese woman, they will pay for your child care. The country will pay for your child care. So move to Japan, $850 a month, 5 kids, standard of living. The kids is paid for till they're 18 years old. Bro, why are we paying for child support in America when the country is paying for your child support in Asia? Not just Japan. In Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, Vietnam, Singapore, they're paying for child care. The government is paying for it. They have a repopulation grant out there. The only requirement is that one of the parents got to be native. One of the parents got to be native born, and the child has to be native born. That's the only requirement. It is not even limited to income status. In America, the only time you get government assistance is if you're poor. In Asia, all you got to do is give birth to a child. Now, let me ask the women: if your child care is free in Asia, why are you in America getting abortions? Yeah, the ego, envy. We need to work together. Then we can all be richer together, and that's the whole core of this podcast is that we can be richer together. This is one of the longest podcasts I've had because of what I had one that was about this long a few months ago, and before that, it was the 6 hours of the election when Donald Trump got elected because I was watching the polls while I was on the podcast. But the whole concept is we got to talk about better ways for us to make money for ourselves, and how to make money for our kinfolk. And for those of you who wasn't here when I talked about the girlfriend contract, you get your contract to separate your assets from one another. Turn that girlfriend contract to a fiance contract. Y'all can incorporate the wedding ring, the engagement ring. If this marriage don't happen because of you, you reimburse me for the wedding, the venue, all this other stuff. You can work all of this stuff to a prenup. Now, I already know a lot of women. I ain't signing that shit. But you know, as a man, you don't have to talk nothing about her if she's not willing to sign a contract to separate assets in the girlfriend phase. She is not going to sign a prenup in the marriage phase, which means you do not have wife material. If you and I got the girlfriend contract in the membership, and also along with the girlfriend contract, I got one for residential properties for the rentals and one for the homeowners. So the only thing you got to do that I didn't do, and I can actually update it now that I'm thinking about it, is have two different template clauses up in there. One for the NDA so that they're not talking shit about the marriage, and one for non-disparagement where they can't talk unnecessarily bad about you. So she can say that she cheated on you in family court, but she can't say that you ain't shit, because your dumb ass did X, Y, and Z. That part, violation of the contract, which ultimately means that you get nothing out of this marriage. There's a lot of things that can happen in life if you just did some research. If you just did some research, every interaction between two people in a transactional country that's capitalism can be monetized, and everything that can be monetized except for sex can have a contract in it. And any contract that is not contingent to sexual favors is actionable in a civil court. So you can have your whole relationship under contract. You can have your marriage under contract because both of y'all are both businesses. Y'all are going to merge your assets. You're going to merge your estate together. And if you merge your estate together under contract, you have an even division of estate when y'all separate. That's called a liquidation. And when you're capable of doing that, you can walk away from a marriage without having to give up all your shit. But if you don't know which drops of water was yours, then she could just take half the cup. But that's on you because you didn't protect yourself. This is the power that stops certain issues from ever becoming problems in your mind. Remember, I told y'all that? It is the internalization of dominant ideologies that makes people accept the status quo as just the way things are. It ain't just the way they are. Look, you don't know. I know. I know. I know. I know. People in poverty may come to believe that their situation is a personal failure to work hard. That's not true. And they are going to believe that it is not the result of a rigged system. This is going to be the final and most effective form of control because it makes you police yourself. You know, I know, brother. You know, I know. To see how this works in the real world, let's look at something. There's a classic study by the sociologist John Gavanta in the 1970s. He studied the relationship between massive absentee owned mining companies and the local community in Appalachian valleys. First, the companies used visible power. They bought up land and mineral rights, often using legal but coercive tactics. Once they had that, they shifted to hidden powers. They took control of local politics, making sure no one who might challenge their interests ever got elected. They used their economic dominance to control jobs and silence anyone who spoke out. That's that hush money. Over time, they made sure that any challenges to their low tax rates or their environmental damage were never ever raised in a public forum. But after a century of this, something else happened. The company's dominance became so total that the local community started to accept it as a fact of nature. This is the invisible power. Small landowners in the valley would fight bitterly with each other over fence lines, but the company land was seen as untouchable. It wasn't that there was a rule against it challenging the companies anymore. There was nothing there. The idea of challenging the company had become unthinkable. The power imbalance was no longer seen as a political issue. It was just the landscape. The absence of conflict over generations had cemented the status quo as normal. Invisible power had worked so well that the change were no longer visible. They had been absorbed into the minds of the people themselves. When you got certain land that's abandoned land that can't nobody fuck with, oh, that's the government land. That's the city land, right? That's what we'll say. That's the city land. But why the fuck you can't buy the city land? Everything in the country for sale. Ain't nobody even tried. Bet that land been up for sale dirt cheap for so long because don't nobody want to buy it because it's government land. Not because there's nothing wrong with it, because we've accepted the fact that the government owns that land. This brings us right back to that feeling where we started with about 5.5 hours ago. That moment the official story doesn't add up. And your first instinct is to blame yourself. This is the psychological genius of that invisible power. It makes you question your own perceptions of reality. When you repeatedly see patterns of unfairness, but the official story from politicians and institutions always frame those outcomes as normal or merit based or the result of a few bad apples, you're put under psychological stress. You're told it's about personal responsibility, not a rigged system. And you're told that it is an isolated incident, not a systemic pattern. Either rich people own nothing in their name but control everything. That is true. Buy the land under a business. The business is owned by an umbrella company, which they sometimes call a shell company. That shell company is then owned by a trust. That trust is owned by another trust. Who owns the land? The trustee of the second trust. The beneficiary of the land controls everything. So if I'm the trustee or the beneficiary, if I'm the successor beneficiary of the trust of the trust of the umbrella business of the business that owns the land, I control the land. I control the land. And the irony of that is that if one trust is in America and the other trust is in Belarus, and the trust that's in Belarus is sending me money, and Belarus is a tax-free country, I don't gotta pay taxes. That's non-taxable income. So I can get rent money from the business into the umbrella company, into the trust in Belarus, into my pocket. Come on now. But you gotta build that. That's not something that just falls into your lap overnight. That's not just some oops, my bad kind of thing. That's not I just tripped over a duffel bag full of cash on the sidewalk. You gotta build that. You gotta expand. And then you got to pay third parties to do a lot of the expansion for you, which is going to come to 1 to 5% of your profits. But it's worth it because they're doing all the hard stuff and you're doing the easy stuff. No, Chad, it's not called tax evasion. Tax evasion is lying about your assets. Tax evasion is not disclosing capital. The tax law requires you to claim all taxable income. Taxable income is income that gains taxes. But if you gave if so, here's the thing. Here's why it's not tax evasion, brother. Um, First and foremost, the business pays taxes on the profits from the rent. So it is post tax income. The post tax income from the business goes into the other business. The other business is not getting if it depends on how you put it in there, because if you put it in there as a profit, then it's going to be taxed on a second business. But if you put it in there as an investment into the business or a payment for a debt, because if the business that owns the business is doing a thing, at the end of the day that business is going to be ending up with an expense. But the second business more likely would pay taxes on the money after the first business pays taxes on the money. But then when it goes into the trust, the first trust might pay taxes on the trust. But if it comes out of the trust without generating a profit and goes into another trust, and the other trust is actually in a non-tax country and is not generating interest because it has to be earned income for it to be taxes, brother. If it is not earned income, if you put principal into the trust and you take that principal back out of the trust, there is no profit being made out of that trust. That is not taxable income, brother. Do your research and then get back to me. I know he don't know. I know he don't know because I had Joe Ostrino on the show. He's a long-standing tax agent. He's been up there for quite a few times. We actually sat up here for 3 or 4 hours talking about stuff to this effect. If you just move money around, if you put profits into a trust and then put those profits into your pocket, then you're going to be ending up trying to do tax evasion. But that's the whole concept. I know it's right. I know it's right. If you pay taxes, if you have post tax income that is then paid into the one thing as a debt, and then the business that's paying the taxation on it. When you have post-tax income going into the trust, that is going to be a Schedule K. If the post-tax income does not generate revenue into the trust, that trust can put that money into another trust, and that trust in a country that does not have taxation, it does not have a profit margin off of it. That trust pays you money that is untaxed income, and you're not paying taxes on money that you get from a trust that's not taxable income. We cover that. I know. So we did a whole what 4 5 shows on that. Well, he's saying that he's a lawyer, but he was thinking about the whole totality of the scenario, but I wasn't giving 100% of the details from start to finish. The one detail that he was missing is that you must pay taxes on the business profits first, and then the post tax money makes its way to the trust, because taxes got to be paid somewhere. If you take profits, which is taxable income, and put it into the trust has to pay taxes on the taxable income. But if the taxable income trust pays taxes on it, and then post tax money gets put into a different trust, that's still non tax money. And that non tax money coming to you, that's not tax evasion. I'm not going to tell y'all nothing that's going to get y'all in trouble, but I do tell y'all to do your research, double check. I tell you the second, double check everything. Double check everything that I tell you. Go ask the Google lady. When you get enough answers, if you get enough information, you can build yourself a book off that information, and then you can go over there and you have the. I'm gonna give you the questions to ask, and then they're gonna give you everything else that you need. Whatever I didn't give you, and whatever's not in my membership. But you can click that link from Joe Mastrino, and he can verify because he was on the show. So if Chad want to know, Chad can cross reference. I know what we be talking about on the show, bro. We got so many things going on around here. Y'all just got to ask the Google lady. But make sure that y'all like and subscribe as y'all come through here if y'all haven't done so already, because we've been doing this almost 6 hours. Look, 20 pages left. Over time, you understand that you will learn to swallow questions if you don't challenge the narrative, right? You learn that pointing out the pattern gets you labeled as a troublemaker, as bitter, or as a conspiracy theorist, or like Chad came in and just simply said I was wrong without knowing the whole details behind the situation. And a lot of times you stop trying when you accept criticism and you don't apply yourself anymore. A lot of times you just stop trying. You learn not to see your pattern. You learn to treat each new injustice as a surprise rather than a predictable output of the system. And most damaging of all, you internalize the idea that if you're always struggling, that if things always feel unfair, the problem must be you. The only time that is 100% your fault is when you start asking yourself, why have you gotten so many X's? Because the common denominator in each one of your failed relationships is you. But you're not struggling just because you fucked up your life. A lot of times you did not have enough resources to succeed, and you did not have enough knowledge to have another way. Everybody, after you hit that like button, hit the crap out of them reaction buttons. You got some hundreds, hearts, happy faces, all kinds of stuff across the right side of the screen. You got a lot of people that just don't know. But we say always think outside of the box. And I know a lot of us that's 80s babies grew up with that phrase in our family, where there's a will, there's a way. But if you don't know which way to go, your will can be high, but you just don't know where to go. You still stuck. That's where we come in at. I'm gonna give you all kind of ways. I didn't think of that. Man, let me go look into that. You know something? And I tell people this a lot of times, at least twice a month. I can't even watch a movie on Netflix without picking up my cell phone and doing some research. You got some folks that can't sit still without swiping on social media and just entertaining themselves with something. But I cannot sit still without learning something else. That's crazy. I have conditioned myself for the last 3 years, always looking up something new, always looking up something else. If I hear a phrase, if I hear a concept, if I hear a statement, I could be watching a movie and they say something. Is that a thing? And I'll look it up. Oh, dip, it is a thing. What's that about? Like I found out in Japanese culture that if you share a glass of sake, you become family. That works in more than one ways. If two guys share a glass of sake, they become brothers. But if a man and woman become share a glass of sake, they become married. I didn't know that. That was a cultural thing that's traditional from generations ago. So trick or the trade, here goes some male swagger for you. Charles, if you go to Japan, you find you a nice woman. You've been talking to her for a while. You ain't even got to get down on one knee and get your pants legs dirty, my boy. You could just offer to share a glass of sake with her. Look now, I just found some gold swagger right there. I just like, what? What? And you know what's so valuable about that type of knowledge? What's so valuable about that type of knowledge? I just found a cultural bridge. If I decided to settle down in that country, I could show her that I have value in her history because I know something as an American that she might not realize. And I ain't even got to propose because according to their culture, that's what it is. Way ahead of the game, bruh. Way ahead of the game. Like you said, learning is eternal. A lot of times, if we're not paying attention to new ways, we will find ourselves uh, 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 expecting what we're going through, our hardships, to be our personal failures, our lack of talent, or our bad choices. Yes, in modern society, we make a lot of bad choices. We're willing to have that road rage and traffic cutting somebody off instead of letting them go. Where the hell was I going that I got to drive so fast that I can't let somebody else in? Just slow down and let them in, bro. You know why we got to fight over the last parking space? Just park your car a little ways over that way, son. If we don't pack our life down with so much shit, we ain't got to be in no rush to get nowhere. I tell y'all all the time to organize your life. You need to have 5 things that you're going to do every day, 2 things that are important and 3 things that are not. The 2 things that are important, you try to get them done no matter what. At least one of the two. The 3 things that are not important, they can wait till tomorrow. Eventually, them 3 things are either going to become important or you're going to realize that they were never necessary in the first place. If you can successfully accomplish 2 major things a week, that's 14 major things out of a week. You will come to find out in 30 days that you don't have 30 major things to do. Yes, sir. Definitely be easy. You will come to find that you don't have 30 major things to do in a month. And you will come to find that you got more free time. We put so much pressure on ourselves by stacking on, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I gotta do the other, I gotta do the other. We give ourselves 26 hours a day worth of stuff on a 24-hour day schedule. And then whatever we don't finish today, we roll over for tomorrow, knowing that we needed 8 hours worth of sleep, 6 to 8 hours of sleep. So we always late, we always behind, and we always pressuring ourselves. But you know what? If I only got to do 2 things today, if I get them 2 things done, I had a good day. And that is what people don't pay attention to. So instead of you find yourself not being a failure because the only thing that stopped you, the 2 things that stopped you from starting was the overwhelming fear of all the shit you had to do to get to the finish line, and then the fear of success once you got there. It ain't always about the fear of failure. It is about actually not knowing if you can maintain it after you get there. That's really what it's about. Is that 2 times 30 is 60 things to do in a month, but you're not gonna have 60 things to do in a month. You're not gonna have 30 things to do in a month. If you're doing 2 things a day, that is major things that need to be done, you'll come to find out that you only got 14 to 20 things to do out of the month. Because what all you got to do out of the month? Let's go to the average person real quick. You got to pay your bills. So let's do them one at a time. Light bill, water bill, gas bill, cable bill if you got one, phone bill. So that's 5 things to do. Car insurance, gas in the car, groceries, rent. What else do you got to do? Invest in yourself. That's 10 things. Now, if you got a business, you might have 10 more things to do for the business. But out of it, after them 10 things, the stuff that you're going to name is, I can guarantee you, gonna be bullshit. Clean your room, throw out some old clothes, do your laundry, cook, wash the dishes. That's 15. Clean the yard, wash the car. That's 17. Can you think of 60 things to do? Get your hair did if you got hair, cut your hair if you want to keep it short. 18. I ain't got to 20 yet. And you already a successful man before you start talking about your business stuff. So you add 10 more things down for your business, you at 22. You're not going to have 60 things to do in a month. So if you just find two major things that you need to accomplish and get them done every day, you will find yourself with less shit to do and most stuff accomplished. 20% of the stuff you got to do is going to be the 80% of success in your life, and the other 80% of the shit you're doing is taking up all of your time. Not accomplishing but 20% of things. And you'll come to find there's so many things that you can put off till tomorrow until tomorrow never comes. And you be like, shit, that wasn't even important. I put that on my list just to put it on my list. Y'all got to understand, this is going to be a profound form of psychological control. It is a system that protects itself by making you the scapegoat for its own failures. The system is failing. And that nagging feeling that something is deeply rigged is not a sign of paranoia. It is a sign of your sanity coming to life. It is the rational and healthy response to seeing power structures that have been masterfully kept out of sight. I'm trying to tell y'all. And if any of this is starting to get familiar for y'all, if y'all tired of being told that what you see with your own eyes isn't real, if y'all ready to stop blaming yourselves for the systems that you don't create, then hit that subscription button, because we about to recognize the game for what it is and start taking the next steps. Because I don't never find a problem without finding a solution. I've been here for 6 hours and I'm not getting off the channel until I give you the solution. Right? You are the practical philosopher. You are helping thousands. Keep going. Yes, sir. I'm about to get into it. I'm about to get into it right now. Because if we're up against these interlocking forms of power, the visible stage play, the hidden back room, and the invisible script in our heads, how do we even begin to change? It can feel hopeless, but understanding the architecture of power is the first step to dismantling it. The strategies that we use have to be as sophisticated as the power structure that they're up against. So, how do you challenge hidden powers? You drag the backroom deals out into the public square. You break down the barriers that keep people out and you make secret agendas visible. This means using classic organizing and mobilization strategies to make people's voices too loud to ignore. It means using research and media to expose how issues are being framed and to offer new frames that connect with people. It means challenging the rules of the game itself, demanding changes to who can speak at public meetings, pushing for transparency laws that expose lobbying records, and fighting for campaign finance reform to get money out of politics. The goal is to turn the non decisions into front page news. It's about taking an issue that elites want to keep quiet, like corporate tax avoidance, and making it so loud and so public that it can't be ignored anymore. Challenging invisible powers is different and maybe even harder. It requires us to challenge the cultural norms that have conditioned all of us. And this isn't just about challenging powerful people, it is about challenging the assumptions in our heads. The most critical first step is simple: name the patterns. Instead of treating each injustice as a random accident, we have to connect the dots and identify the systemic forces at work. This act of naming builds a collective consciousness. It helps people realize that their personal struggles, their debt, their job insecurity, their feeling of being ignored are not just invisible failings, but shared political problems. Because if everybody's having a problem with getting a raise on their job because you got no money going around, because tech companies are being contracted in to reduce the workload, you find yourself in a position where the problem is we need a union, Amazon, Starbucks, to guarantee our pay. Fix the problem. If everybody on the job is not making money, Michael said this one time before on the show. He said if the boss is doing better than everybody else, you're working on the wrong job. And I damn sure agree. As the boss, I should be getting 5 or 10% of the money. Everybody at 20% at the most. Treat it like the Sopranos. I should be getting 20% of the money. Everything else should be going to everybody else. Why? Because if every person that's making $80 out of me give me $20, they're gonna feel like they're getting more money than I'm getting. But if 10 people give me $10, or if 10 people gave me $20, and each one of them kept $80, out of what, $1,000, I would have made $200 and everybody else would have made 80. But they're not struggling. He said, I hope they don't get rid of you, brother. I'm gonna be here for about 20, 25 more years, my dog. I'm gonna be here. I'm here every night of the week. I do not let the sun rise without going live. I go live every night of the week. So if you missed the podcast, you can go watch the post live show. I'm here every night of the week. I'm about this weekend. I'm gonna be putting up some more scheduled shows for the rest of next week. And usually I try to have like 7 to 10 days up there. Now, when we start making changes for the invisible side of things, you have to understand that this is also going to be about creating alternative spaces where marginalized groups can build their own stories outside the influence of the dominant culture. It's going to be about building what's called power within, a sense of self worth and dignity that allows people to even imagine that a different future is possible. And this is a slow, essential work of cultural change, of challenging stereotypes and building a new common sense from the group, from the ground up, building a new common sense from the ground up. And that's one of the things that I'm doing on this podcast. When I'm raising awareness to y'all, I'm not just raising awareness of, hey, I know a way to make money. I'm telling you, these are all of the different things that y'all can do to make, save, and invest money so that y'all can not be broke no more. Y'all can build your 20-year plan. Y'all can retire. Y'all can spend the next 20, 30, 40 years enjoy your life after you've finished your goals, making common sense knowledge. And I did my research and I found out what I needed to know to be more successful. I'm sharing it with y'all, putting all of the pieces together. I grabbed 100 puzzles and put them all together to give y'all the blueprint for y'all to do your own research and make yourself successful. And I do it in a way that makes common sense, common knowledge, easily accessible public records accessible to you. And now, for those of you that used to not go look for it, y'all gonna come to this channel and find it. Now it's like, I wonder what I'm gonna learn today. Let me go to this and that, see what they talking about. A lot of people, a lot of people want the easy way, but a lot of people just don't know another way. That people, what he's teaching you will not get this knowledge in college. I'm trying to told y'all. I'm trying to told y'all. Because I told y'all about 4 hours ago that the 4 to 8% interest rates on your subsidized and unsubsidized student loans is offset by an 18% brokerage account, 15% for a more stable portfolio. But the difference between 8 and 15 is what? 7%. That's your profit margin. You can go to college and just take all the student loan money and put it into a brokerage account, career student. You can live off of that brokerage money, bro. 8 years of college, by the time you got your 4 year bachelor's degree and you're putting $10,000, $20,000 a semester into the brokerage account, that's $30,000 a year. You ride college for 3 years. Trump said he gonna give you 200 grand. And if half of that is going towards your education and the other half of that going into your brokerage account, by the time you get out of college, you put 100 grand into the brokerage account. Doesn't matter if you got 200 grand worth of student debt. If you got 100 grand in a brokerage account and a brokerage account is going to put money towards the student loans, yeah, you paying $300 a month on the student loans, but you getting $300 a month from the brokerage account. And taxable income from the brokerage account, tax deductions for paying off student loans, tax blanket. Keep the principal, pay off the loan, boost your credit score up, leverage the portfolio for capital, Man, let that compound money burn. And then you come to find out, ooh, there's so many other things that I can do now. Because instead of me coming out of college and just wallowing in debt, I come out of college with assets, leveraging debt. Anybody rocking a 650 credit score or higher that's got a startup, had to, especially if you got a business that's generating a little bit of money somewhere, you can get you a $50,000 SBA loan for anywhere between 8 and 14%. Instead of financing a car between 18 and 24%, you can home economic loan on the house and buy the car for 6 or 7%. If you got a checking account, a bank account, and a credit union in every state in the country, if you're a member of a credit unions usually have better interest rates than banks. If you do got a 14% loan somewhere, or a 9 or 10% loan somewhere, you might find a 6% loan in a credit union. If you refinance with the credit union, you paid off the debt with one thing, which boosts your credit score up, and have the debt rolled over somewhere else where they can push the payment back 30 days. Instead of just wallowing in debt, you can just move the money. You can just move the money and boost your credit score for moving the money. You just got to let the first account linger for 8 months and then move the money to a credit union with lower interest rates. People don't talk about this stuff. People don't talk about this stuff. But you can't pull this shit off without having something. You have to have regular income coming in. You have to have money somewhere invested. You have to have some kind of asset somewhere. This isn't just, oh, go from living in my mom's basement to living in a 52-bedroom mansion. It don't work like that. You might save money on your mama house, buy you a house, move your mama into your house so that she ain't got to pay no rent no more. Now she paying you rent, and instead of you paying rent, you now take that extra money, go buy a second house, and then you use the second house for rent. Now mama don't got to work no more. You can take your money and mama's money and put it into a brokerage account. Now you got a retirement fund for your kids. This is the kind of stuff that people don't think about. Here go one more thing, Charles. Public school is a nonprofit organization. So if you got kids, if you got nieces and nephews, you know that if you invest in your local public school and ask them for a voucher, it is 100% tax deductible. So instead of us putting our kids in public school and complaining about public school, and instead of us paying all that money on a private school, why don't we just put money into the public school? Why not just take my money out of my paycheck and give $1,500 a season to the school, $10,000 a year to the public school, ride that $10,000 a year off the debt on my credit report. I mean, not my credit report, my tax return. Now I don't have to, you know what I mean? So if you owe the government $22,000, only owe 12 now. But wait, if you qualify for earned income credits and they decide to give you that $10,000 back, you gave $10,000 to the school and got $10,000 back from the government. Oops. Trying to told you. He said, hey, my own bank. But what's funny? You know what's funny? If you have more than one bank account, if you got beef with a bank, you can just liquidate it. There's well over 8,000 institutions across America, and about 4,000 of them are credit unions, and the other 4,000 something of them is bank accounts. So there's no reason why you don't have 200 accounts outside of you don't have $200 to spread across 200 accounts. That's probably the only thing. It is crazy that your ideas seem to come from direct experience. That's where the original insights come from. The best thinkers have done it that way, and the best practical advice about life and living. I'm trying to teach y'all some stuff now. We call it going through the school of hard knocks. You didn't attend it 3 times and graduated twice. At the end of the day, most men through trial and error learn how to get their shit together in their 40s. Most men are successfully, if they start at 35, they make it at 45. If they start at 45, they'll make it at 55. One of the reasons why women date older men is because the men are not financially stable until they are 45. So men are dating women that are 25 because the women got about 10 to 15 years of reproducing children. And the women are dating men that are 45 to 75 because the men are financially stable. The women that are in their 30s don't want men to date women that are 25, so they'll shun the men and shame the men. Oh, you're a creep for going after the 25-year-old. But the rule of law is plain and simple. A man is only on the same level as the woman if he is capable of doing for her what she can do for herself. And the appropriate age for a man is 50% of his age plus 7. So if you're 40, she's 27. Straight up. That's a perfect match for you. So if you can do for her what she can do for herself and she's 27 and you're 40, you're good. You're 42, she's 28, you're good. You're 60, she's 30, you're good. And that dynamic work, the closer you get, it don't work at 22, but it do work at 30 because 15 plus 7, see what I mean? 15 plus 7, that's 22. So at 30 years old, you're dating a 22-year-old. The logic is sound. It requires you to prioritize yourself though, because you still got to get one with some common sense. Now, here's going to be the most crucial takeaway for anyone who wants to see real change. These strategies can't be separate. For too long, people have tried to fight these battles in their own corners. You have policy experts working on the visible arena, activists mobilizing on the streets, and artists and educators trying to raise awareness the way I'm trying to raise awareness. But they often don't work together. Power is interconnected, and that's one of the reasons why Black people don't find themselves financially successful anymore because we stop being interconnected. We have started being every man for himself and crabs in a bucket. So because we are not trying to find an opportunity and share it with other people for us to all get paid at the same time, like Master P, what I got that hookup, we instead try to find a scam and we try to find a get rich quick and we try to find a get over scheme. If we find a surefire, everybody's gonna get residual income from this investment kind of ideas, we will find ourselves becoming most successful. The fact is that two people, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, stopped talking to one another until a business opportunity came about, and now they ain't beefing no more. But when he started passing them bills that went up against the tech company, Elon stopped working alongside Donald Trump. Rich people are only motivated by money. I be friends with you. I can hate your guts and I be your best friend because I always make money with you. I could be your best friend and not fuck with you because I can't make a dollar when I'm standing next to you. That's going to be the mentality of wealthy folk. You know what I mean? Broke folk, I'll stay broke with you. Loyalty over money. Fuck that. Because if I hook you up and you hook me up and I hook you up and you hook me, we still got to pay the landlord. Landlord don't give a fuck about our loyalty to each other. He want his money on the first. But if I provide you with a business opportunity that puts money in your pocket, and you provide me with a business opportunity that put money in my pocket, we got extra money in our pocket. So when a landlord come, the rent paid on time. Power is interconnected. A win in one arena can change the battlefield in others. So our strategies for change have to be linked the same way. So a new law won in a visible arena is meaningless if it isn't defended from the hidden power of the lobbyists trying to gut it. And if the public isn't aware and mobilized enough to protect it. An awareness campaign about inequality is useless if it isn't tied to a political movement that can turn that awareness into a real policy demand. Advocacy, mobilization, and awareness raising have to reinforce each other in a virtuous cycle. And we started with a feeling, that quiet, unsettling feeling that the official story doesn't add up. We're told that we live in a democracy where our voice matters, but study after study shows that economic elites have the vast, disproportionate influence on the policies. Yes, sir. Have a blessed night. I'm gonna see you tomorrow night. We're gonna be starting off at around 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 10 o'clock Central Standard Time. And we are told, make sure you like and subscribe too, man. We are told that we have access to all the world's information, but our daily sense of reality is being actively engineered by for-profit algorithms. Because tomorrow we're going to be talking on the show. Tomorrow we're going to be talking on the show about how to expand our attire to get that successful professional look. Because we've been talking about it for the last couple of weeks. We already discussed where to go to get it, how to tighten it up, what to look for, what kind of clothes getting is non name brand stuff that we were talking about doing before. But this weekend we're going to be actually structuralizing how to incorporate affordable name brand attire to our long-standing wardrobe so that we can have that millionaire look without spending $1 million on it. And I'm only doing that because Steven had asked me to do that almost a month ago, and I've been covering it once a week for the last 2 weeks. And I think I got 2 more weeks worth of information that I want to cover on that to make sure that he knows how to change his wardrobe from the young mind mentality to a successful man's mentality. Now, the most important thing we're going to be talking about next, when we sense the disconnect in something, we are trained to doubt it ourselves instead of just accepting it for what it is. The system of invisible power works by making you blame yourself for its failures, which is a form of gaslighting. We can recognize it in a relationship, but we can't recognize it in social interaction. If we're convincing ourselves that our unease is paranoia and our struggles are personal shortcomings, we find ourselves allowing ourselves to be deprived based on our own merit. The single most important thing to take away from this is that feeling is not weakness, it's going to be strength. It is the first glimmer of consciousness, and it is the beginning of seeing the world as it is, not just as what you're told it's supposed to be. Naming these patterns of visible, hidden, and invisible power isn't about falling into cynicism. It is the foundation for building a collective awareness. And it is how you reclaim your own perception from a system designed to warp it. Change doesn't begin with a protest or a vote. It begins in the mind, your mind. And it is going to begin the moment that you stop blaming yourself and start questioning the structure that's around you. It begins in the moment that you realize that you're not paranoid, that you're just paying attention to the wrong thing. What was the first time that you felt that the official story didn't add up? Share your moment in the comments when you guys got time. And I'm going to be reading each one of them. And while we're reading each other's stories, we'll be able to see how the patterns begin to merge. And seeing those patterns is how we begin to build that power. And you also have the opportunity to recognize that a lot of the times, the things that you're going through, you're not the only one. A lot of times we have this woe is me mentality that everything is hopeless, that I'm going through it worse than everybody else, having a pity party. But truth be told, 9 times out of 10, we find ourselves in a situation where we're going through the same struggle as 400 other people on our block. We just didn't know because we wasn't psychologically and emotionally comfortable with talking about it. But we're not supposed to just complain about the problem. We need to negotiate and rationalize how do we improve and succeed after we address the problem. Because mom always said, don't find a problem that you're not willing to fix. So when we identify that there is a problem, the first thing we need to do is brainstorm how to fix it. You ride on the bus and the bus is slow. You don't get on the bus every day bitching about how the bus slow. This bus suck. It don't never go fast. No, if the bus ain't going fast enough, you need to find another way to get to where you're trying to go. Whether you got to catch an Uber, whether you got to leave early, whether you gonna ride your bike, whatever you gonna do. You say awareness of the patterns. That's it. No, it's not just the awareness of the patterns. First and foremost, first and foremost, you have to recognize the authorities that are controlling the narratives. And then you have to combat the authorities that control the narratives by changing those authorities. That usually happens from changing the way you vote. And it don't just happen with changing the way you vote in politics. You change the way you vote by changing the way you spend your money. You don't like what certain big businesses do, you stop putting your money into them businesses. The same way people stopped buying Calvin Klein because he made a racist comment. The same way they stopped paying for Tommy Hilfiger because of the racist comment. The same way they stopped paying in the Target. The same way they stopped paying in the Walmart. The same way they stopped buying Nike when they realized that it was being made by a sweatshop. If you don't like the way your money is going, you stop paying for it. Inflation is only in existence because people are willing to pay the new price point to receive the item. But if you're not trying to be the first person to have a 2027 and 2026 and willing to spend that extra $25,000 for a vehicle, then they're going to stop selling them like that. The Cybertruck used to be priced at $79,995. But to be the first one to get a foundation series, you got to pay 125,000 plus tax. Inflation. After you finish changing where you put your money, then you got to raise awareness of the problem. What is the systemic problems? And you're going to have to piggyback those systemic problems not as a bitch fest, but connected to a political problem. And then you get that discussion in locations where people actually can pay attention to it, and people start discussing. We've been here for 6 hours and 25 minutes, and that's where raising awareness and consolidating one another and collaborating our knowledge and our efforts. All of that comes from then the proactive performance of making that change. Because faith without work is dead. Talking about there's a problem without putting forth the effort to fix it, you got to still put forth the effort to fix it. You have to change the power of the authority figure by taking the money out their pocket. Change the suppression of the problem by raising awareness of the problem, and then put forth efforts to change the problem. That's the three steps. It's not just raising awareness and finding a pattern, but the first step in solving a problem is talking about it. If you start talking about the awareness of the problem, you find out that something needs to be changed. Take, for example, a smoker. You smoke all the time, you ain't got no problems, right? But then when you think about how much money you spend on cigarettes, and then you think about how much money that is over the course of a year, and you think about where you could have put that money, you might decide to stop smoking cigarettes because you're spending too much money on something that is not valuable to you. That's awareness of the pattern. People don't think about that. Vote for what's right. Stop voting for the Democrats or demon rats. Vote for what Christ would vote for. Well, that is a very asinine decision. The fact is that you're supposed to vote for what benefits you. You're not just voting for Democrats because you want to claim that you're a Republican, or vote Republican because you want to claim against a Democrat. If you are making less than 100,000 a year, you're more likely to benefit from Democratic policies, because Democratic policies puts the Obamacare, which is the prorated health insurance, into your pockets. They put the food stamps, the WIC, the TANF, the Medicaid, Medicare, the government funded health insurance. They put all that stuff into your pocket. The VA bill, all of that stuff is coming from Republicans. The Democrats are putting body cams on the ICE agents that's killing American citizens when they're not even trying to deport nobody. The Democrats are doing things that helps the lower class individuals, the financially challenged individuals, but the Republicans help people who are making money, who have made themselves successful financially, to keep their money in their pocket. So you vote Republican when you're not broke, and you vote Democrat when you are broke. That's how you make sure that you put your vote in the right spot. You don't just vote Republican because you want to feel self-entitled. Because if you're making 50,000 a year and they're taxing the poor, they're taxing your ass, and you're voting against yourself. You're not supposed to do that. You want to vote for your own personal success. Now, if you want to live a Republican lifestyle, spend your money like a Republican. Live on 30% of your income. Invest the rest of the money. Build wealth off of that. Put it into high interest brokerage accounts so that you can benefit from the bill that was just passed when Donald Trump got into office, that minimizes taxation on high profit investment portfolios. But you got to put yourself in the position to benefit from Republican policies. You can't just vote Republican just to say, I'm a Republican. You've got to vote for yourself because it really doesn't matter whether you're a Republican or not. Really, what matters is that if your ass is too broke to pay for yourself, the taxpayers got to pay for you. Doesn't matter if you pay taxes or not. What matters is, are you self sustainable or are you not? I'm glad you're beginning to understand, Cosmic. We got a lot of stuff, but we're gonna be wrapping it up real soon. He said the problem is lack of Christian power. No, it's not the lack of Christian power. It's the selfishness of a lot of individuals and ignorance and then deliberate entitlement that's all incorporated onto one thing. Gotta change your heart, man. Oh no. But if you, it doesn't matter if you're not a Republican, then you're voting Democrat, sir, because there isn't another option. The independent party doesn't make it to the finals. Oh, there we go with the hate speech. Oh, I wish that you would have been positive because I thought that we could have had a really interesting conversation together. So sorry about that. Well, not really. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you guys. It's a natural instinct to apologize when you don't know what to say, but it's like, fuck you guys. Look, on my way out, I want to let you guys know, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking you, ladies, to make it make sense. So, ladies, please make it make sense. Fellas, I give y'all this information to help y'all become higher value men because if you change the things that are inside of your control that you don't like, you can improve your life and then navigate around the things that you cannot control. At the end of the day, it is all about structuralizing your 20-year plan. Where you want to be at when it's time to quit. What do you got to do to get there? Reverse engineer that idea. Day by day, try to find 1 to 5 things that you can do to achieve that goal. Start doing the free, easy stuff. Work your way into the hard, free stuff. Then start doing the easy, cheap stuff. Work your way up to the hard, expensive stuff. By the time you get to the hard, expensive stuff, you should have been turning profits off of the easy stuff. Set you up a side gig. Turn your side gig into a side hustle. Turn your side hustle into a side job. Turn your side job to your major business. Scale it up. Find a way to stop working for somebody else, asking master to let you off on your day off on your birthday, knowing that they're gonna call you in and start working for yourself and be your own boss. And don't just be your own boss where you are your own worker. Be your own boss where you can scale your business up and have workers work for you. You have to build your own success. And ladies, while this is a male driven podcast from the male's perspective, you too can take this information and make yourselves higher value women. Because if you follow your 20-year goal and then you keep your eyes and ears open and pay attention to the men that you're talking to, instead of just rejecting all of them, you find ones that mesh well with your goals. And if you find one who meshes well with your goals, then you can actually get to your end goal faster. But if you find that the dude is only with you because he's trying to get into your pants, he's not going to benefit you because he doesn't have a long-term plan. Now you're starting to think with your mind and not with your greed. And men will be thinking about longevity. Men will be thinking about self sufficiency, self preservation, not just trying to get in your pants. You start showing up with real, genuine goals in mind, you start finding yourselves more successful. He said, I believe in the Lord too, but I don't think Christ would act like that, dude. He didn't respect himself and he didn't respect nobody else. That's why I got rid of his ass. Is that definitely gonna tune in next stream. Great advice, dude. And you giving it out for free. Learned a lot, and I'm definitely gonna apply it to my life. Oh, I'm doing this on a regular basis, and we also have extra information in the membership for individuals who hang out long enough to find the value in the membership and decide to start buying into the membership because the cheapest membership we got is like $3 a month, and all of the stock information, trading information that we talk about, contract stuff that we talk about, building up business stuff that we talk about, trust information, LLC information, C corporation information, any step by step process on how to get yourself established, which allows you to then take your organized plan and bring it to a professional to help you finalize it instead of going there saying I don't know what to do and spending 2 hours or 3 hours trying to figure it out. I know what I want to do. I want you to read my final draft and then show me the legalities of how I can make sure that this works well. Now we're going in there with 1 hour and coming out successful. And that's a whole lot different. So if in the event that you find that sound, after a while of finding yourself successful, just a few brokerage tips, you like, I just made some money, and then dive back in. That's all it takes. They're definitely going to check it out. It sounds helpful. Is it, are you your own boss until something doesn't go your way? No, actually, you're supposed to be responsible for yourself. You're supposed to be your own boss the whole way. And the boss is going to be the one responsible for the collateral damage. But if you're a responsible boss, you're preparing for collateral damage. Like, take, for example, tobacco companies. They knew that smoking caused cancer. They put the settlement money in a high interest brokerage account and waited for somebody to sue. Then they put money aside for a lawyer. And when it was time to sue, that brokerage account paid for the lawyer, the brokerage account paid for the settlement, and they kept the principal. So after they made millions of dollars off of the shit they did, they made millions of dollars off the settlement. It didn't matter because they planned for failure and they factored failure into their investment portfolio. And then they capitalized on the delay in action. And when they capitalized on the delay in action, they made a big ass profit off of everybody's ability to be a rebel to the system. So you're going to destroy your own body because you want to look cool smoking cigarettes. Then when you get a hole in your throat, you want to sue the person that sold you the cigarettes. We already knew it was coming. You got to be responsible for yourself. I preach first person accountability. It's what's a list of those things that I can control versus the ones that I can't. Well, that depends on what you got going on in your life, sir. Because you have to understand there are certain things in your life that you cannot control, like how other people behave around you, the decisions that people make around you. But you can't control whether or not you're going to stay there to receive the fallout of the consequences of that bad decision. You might be able to control your car, but you can't control the car that's next to you. But if you know that the car next to you is reckless driving, you can control slowing down your car so that when they swerve over, they hit the wall, they don't hit you. You have to find out. It's not my responsibility, it's your responsibility to find out what is happening in your life that you don't like, that you can directly change yourself without outside influence. And then you put forth effort to change those things. The things in your life that you can't change, like accessible parking in your apartment complex. That's stuff that you navigate around, like parking the car somewhere else. You might park further away and decide to make that your spot because don't nobody want to park that far away. Instead of fighting for all the spaces by the door, you might deliberately put your car away from everybody else's car. Now you don't got to worry about people scratching your paint. It requires for you to change the way you think about life. How does it impact you first? And then how can you change it second? You understand? He said, Jesus said, I ordained things to come. Yeah, way back in the day. Now, with that being said, I want to thank you guys for coming to this and that. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I'm going to see you guys tomorrow night.
Chase validation, now I validate my That's my personal command. I'm not mounted on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never yield.